14 horas e 30 minutos. A corrida inicia-se às 14 horas e 30 minutos, 4 horas de Portimão, com início para as 14 horas e 30 minutos.
It's been quite a road to navigate the 2023 European Le Mans Series, and the final turn brings us here to the Algarve International Circuit for part 2 of the grand season finale. But very different conditions are presented to the teams for round 6 of a 6-race championship. Round 5 taking place right here on Friday of this weekend, and 2 days later the weather's not really got any better. In fact, it's got manageably worse, it would seem, and therefore a heavily delayed start. But a reminder of where we are in the season. We started in Barcelona back in April, then a 3-month gap until we went to the south of France and Le Castellet for round 2, back to Spain and Aragon, just up the road from Alcañiz for round 3, Spa-Francorchamps last month, and 2 rounds this weekend in October for the 4 hours of Algarve on Friday, the 4 hours of Portimão today. We were due to start at 1 o'clock this afternoon, but you can see the reasons why we haven't. It is very, very soggy here at the 4.6 kilometre Algarve International Circuit, normally so reliable in terms of weather. However, a huge storm has been working its way across the Atlantic over the last 10 days or so, and Storm Barbette not only battering the north-west area of Western Europe, but also as far down as the southwestern corner as well. So we're here just a short drive, in fact, from the Atlantic coast. And this track, a dream to drive ordinarily, but very, very different today. It's Johnny Palmer and Graham Goodwin, who's the editor of dailysportscar.com. We've just about managed to stay dry, Graham. And what, about 20 minutes or so ago, everybody from the teams, drivers, engineers, got the word that the pit lane would be opening, and we're going to try and start this thing.
We certainly are. Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Catching up with this season finale, and we're hoping to have a race to live up to that moniker. As you can see, at the moment, the conditions are more than challenging. We had the Michelin Le Mans Cup race this morning called to a red flag halt, 20 minutes before the end of the time. We're already running late here. I can tell you that everybody at race control is working very hard indeed to get this race underway to as full length as they possibly can. But that, of course, means that it has to be safe. Has to be safe as well for everybody trackside, the marshals, in particular, the intervention crews. But these are going to be very challenging conditions. One thing I would say, Johnny, is the predictions are that this will improve through the afternoon. So stick with it, because there's storylines galore, there are titles galore, there are automatic invitations to Le Mans galore still to be won this afternoon after what's been an engaging season thus far.
It is the full 4 hours that we're trying to attempt to complete at the moment. No hint that the race is going to be shortened. I think it's a question of see how we go, really. But the other issue, along with the rainfall, has been the wind today. Flags fluttering, also car covers that are almost being held down by 5 or 6 people. They've given up in that fact on the 16 car. This is the championship leading crew of Ryan Hardwick, Zach Robichon and Alessio Picariello. They jumped a further point ahead to 80 overnight, having scored the best qualifying time in qualifying yesterday for this race. Remember, Friday actually involved a qualifying session and a race, so back to the more traditional format for today. But I'm struck by how much standing water there is just on the main start-finish line, and now also a potential drama for the number 31 LMP3 car, maybe with water leaking into the engine bay. That's going to be the other big problem with having cars stopped on the grid for so long. It's
electrics, isn't it? It's whether or not the weather gets into the electronic systems of these cars. They are, of course, built to be all-weather vehicles. As the moniker always says, it always rains at Le Mans, and these are Le Mans prototypes and the final European race of the GTE class, the LMGTE cars on this grid. It is a grid of 40 cars for the weekend. Some hardy spectators are with us, though the national weather warnings here in Portugal will have kept many from making the trip. Very glad to see that some of you are, and I hope they're keeping warm, well and safe up in the gods of the grandstand here, where there's plenty of weather protection. You can hear the rain battering down still here. More of an issue though, Johnny, is actually the high winds as well, sweeping the water onto and across the circuit.
Yeah, not pretty at all, and obviously we need some let-up in that, in the amount of rain falling, and then cars to circulate in an attempt to clear the water from the racing line. This is the car that qualified in 4th position in LMP3. They're not in championship contention, although it is an interesting fight for 3rd in the championship for LMP3. We should remind you that Friday, the 17 crew for Cool Racing did enough to seal the championship. So well done again to Adrian Schiller, to Marcus Siebert and to Alejandro Garcia. 2nd position at the moment in the championship is the WTM by Rinaldi Racing crew of Torsten Kratz, Leo Weiss and Oscar Tunio, but a real dogfight for 3rd spot. You don't necessarily get anything for that, but it's almost like a duck pond on at the back of the 17 crew. These are the guys that took the championship win with a round to spare on Friday. A brilliant achievement.
Yes, excellent stuff from Cool Racing. They've become quite the force in LMP racing, LMP2 and LMP3. And with the Pro-Am LMP2 cars, a car further up the grid than this, Johnny, we've got Nico Lapierre, who expect to be part of the Alpine Hypercar programme in their debut year next season with the new A424, and then perhaps a year later maybe the development driver for Peugeot also on the squad, Milte Jakobsen, and what a race they gave us on Friday in LMP2 Pro-Am. At one point, Milte Jakobsen all 4 wheels off over the curbs at turn 1 in his pursuit of and eventual success in taking the win in that class.
A terrific qualifying for Gaël Julien to be the first time the RLR M Sport car was on pole position, number 15, and the young Frenchman managing a time of 1:48.
And a moment, by the way, as we see the 15 car, to say well done and farewell from RLR M Sport to team owner Nick Reynolds, who will be handing over the reins to new management after this race. He will have another gig in the European Le Mans Series, but he's been one of the longest standing team owners in the European Le Mans Series, but has opted to pass that baton over to new management. We'll be hearing more about who that will be. It will still see Alan McGarrity, I think, will carry on with team manager responsibilities with the new owners of RLR M Sport, but contrary to a couple of notions I've heard in the media room this weekend, they will still be carrying on in endurance racing. You expect to see entries being posted for next year's European Le Mans Series, but thanks, Nick, for all the entertainment. Never ever turned out a poorly presented car. For the very moment we saw RLR with an ex-RML Lola back in LMP2 in the Le Mans Series, and since then they've been constant contenders right across the board, and we'll see them again, I'm sure, in ELMS, in Michelin Le Mans Cup and in the Ligier European Series, where they become quite the force as well.
Those at TF Sport and Racing Team Turkey attempting as much as possible to keep the cockpit dry of car number 34. Again, very intense fight at the sharp end of LMP2 Pro-Am, where your driver lineup must include a bronze. At the moment, it's Francois Parrodo and Mathieu Vaxivière who lead on 85 points with the 83 AF Corsa car, by only 2 from Alexandre Coigny, Malte Jakobsen and Nick Lapierre in the 37 Cool Racing car. So Racing Team Turkey had a blistering start to the season, taking an overall victory. So LMP2 Pro-Am beating the LMP2s at Barcelona. But they have slipped back to 3rd in the championship now on 82 points. But it's 1 from 3 pretty much there. AF Corsa 83, the 37 Cool Racing car, or the 34 Racing Team Turkey that could take the victory and the championship, that is. A bit of a surprise, it has to be said, for the pole sitter, though, the number 99 Proton Competition Orica, taking pole position after a nightmare Friday. Jonas Reed was at the wheel when he suffered a spin at turn 10 and clattered the tyre wall, which did a load of what turned out to be sort of superficial damage, really. Thankfully, there was no bent suspension and it didn't crack the tub either. Lots of bodywork that needed to be replaced on that number 99 car that was retired on the spot, but amazingly it was able to qualify yesterday, and Giorgio Roda did a sterling job to put it on pole position in LMP2 Pro-Am. Moving forward to the LMP2s, and this is the back of the Duquesne team car. Duquesne on 69 points, so because they didn't get pole yesterday, they are now officially out of the championship. It's a deficit of 26 points to the championship leaders, and there are only 25 on offer, of course, for the race win. We'll delve into those championship protagonists in a tick, but of course Nico Pino, Rene Binder, Neil Jarni will be looking to win the final race of the season.
Indeed, all sorts of titles, prizes up for grabs, and we hope the weather will allow us to celebrate that later this evening here at the circuit. But more than that, Johnny, there's plenty of teams who maybe haven't had the luck that's come their way this season, and that what it comes down to for them is a win today to make their season feel just a little bit better. This is a driver before climbing aboard the LMP3 car from, it's the LMP2 car from Inter Europol, having the soles of their shoes dried. Not over preparation, completely sensible. Not a lot of room there, and very slippery.
Well, the danger is your racing boot starts to slip off. At worst, the brake pedal, but also the accelerator too, and just a bit of moisture is so treacherous. So a chamois leather being used there to dry off Rui Andrade's boots before he clambers on board the Inter Europol competition car number 43 that was due to start from 5th position. So Vlad Lomko from 7th in the Cool Racing car. Rene Binder to start the Duquesne team Orica from 6th. 5th place for Inter Europol as mentioned. 4th place for the championship leaders, number 25, Algarve Pro Racing, and it'll be Barbadian driver Kiffin Simpson to do the opening stint there. Everybody in LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am has to do the minimum drive time of 1 hour, and that doesn't matter whether you're bronze, silver, gold or platinum. 1 hour is the minimum, and there are no maximum driving time to worry about. Manuel Maldonado in the 65 Panish racing car will start from 3rd, just behind this car. And Phil Hansen presumably is in that car somewhere underneath the United Autosports cover. And again, they're trying to keep as little water as possible from creeping in to a cockpit that can be quite leaky. There are gaps in the panels there, and quite soon after the race start, I'm sure we'll start to see a bit of water flicking around on the flat dashboard ahead of the driver.
Cheery, cheeky, chappy Nick Minazin, I think we saw under the umbrella there. It is. This is the Delage liveried Edex Sport 28. Ex-champions, of course, in the European Le Mans Series. And back to pace this year as the Goodyear trucks. We've been having wet weather tyres, Johnny, delivered to the circuit through this week with the weather forecast changing.
And that was a quick look at the times posted in qualifying yesterday in LMP2. So it was a pole time of 1:36.153. But I mean, I chanced to chat about almost a gladiatorial battle at the head of timing yesterday for late evening qualifying, and it was between James Allen, Paul-Luc Chatin, you had Ollie Jarvis in the number 22 car, and Joop van Uitert in the number 65 car, and
cracking
it was just
stuff.
Every single lap that was completed by any of the top three, the 28, the 22 and the 65, there would be further improvement.
One of the best ELMS qualifying sessions I think we've had the privilege of talking to and about. We'll tell you, we are due to have the 5-minute board in about 60 seconds, and as things stand, the race will start under the safety car at the bottom of the hour. Whilst we're watching that wind whipping through, that's actually good news. It means it's taking the weather front with it.
As long as what is to follow is not equivalent weather, of course, or perhaps worse. But the idea of delaying the start by 90 minutes is that we should now be in a slightly better window in the radar. And if we are still going for the full 240 minutes, that will take us through till just beyond 6:30. Sunset is going to be around about 6:50 here in the Algarve, so 20 minutes or so to play with. Once the clock starts, it doesn't stop, so even if there is a red flag partway through, the clock will continue to tick by, and it will just mean that the race time will not get to the 4-hour mark, but nevertheless, hopefully we can get to at least 50% of the scheduled time. And ideally all the way to the finish.
5-minute board on the grid. I do remind you, the race will start behind the safety car. We are under 5 minutes to start the race.
So the intention is this race goes the distance. 2 laps under green flags for points, Johnny, is what I recall from the regulations.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of water out there. So this will be the first opportunity, other than the outlap to the grid, for the drivers to assess exactly what the conditions are for them. Race control will have had the opportunity to have the race control advisor Yannick Dalmas do a couple of laps behind the safety car, but you can call the grid, Johnny.
So it's the Paul-Luc Chatin time, 1:36.153 for EDEC Sport to give them the pole position, and Paul Lafargue the silver to start alongside Phil Hansen in the United Autosports car. That was an Ollie Jarvis time. Manuel Maldonado also the silver in for Panis Racing after Joop van Uitert's qualifying effort. And then the Algarve Pro Racing crew who lead the championship. It was James Allen setting the time, but Kiffin Simpson starts that car. The dry-booted Rui Andrade for Inter-Europol competition on board the 43 alongside René Binder for Duquesne team on the 3rd row. Then one LMP2, one LMP2 Pro-Am on row 4. Vlad Lomko for Cool Racing, Giorgio Roda for Proton competition after a spectacular time yesterday in qualifying. Remember, Pro-Am is an all-bronze quali session. Sally Jolic to start the racing team Turkey 34 alongside Tom van Rompuy, the Belgian driver in the Luxembourgish prepared DKR engineering machine. Alexander Matchell, who had a pole on Friday in the team Virage 19 alongside Fred Pordad of America for Portuguese squad Algarve Pro Racing. Dragon Speed USA, Henrik Hedman with championship leader, co-championship leader with Mathieu Vaxivière. That's Francois Perrodo in the 83 AF Corsa car. Daniel Schneider for United Autosports number 21 has for company Rodrigo Sales for Nielsen Racing number 24. Up next on row 9 it is Alexandre Coigny of Cool Racing, the final LMP2 Pro Am car, and then Horst Felbermayr on pole position for RLRM Sport in LMP3. Adrian Schiller and Matthew Richard Bell next up in LMP3 for Cool Racing, the championship winners and the 11 car of Euro International. Then it's Eric Troyer and Jacques Wolf, an all-French lineup there for Ultimate and Racing Spirit of Le Mans of Switzerland. Miguel Cristevao of Portugal, racing at his home event with the Polish squad into Europol competition. Leo Weiss alongside Wochenspiegel team Monschau with Rinaldi Racing. They were winners on Friday. Tony Wells and Michael Jensen next for Nielsen and Team Virage, respectively. It's the DKR Engineering Duquesne number 4 of Alexander Bukantsov alongside James Dayson of RLR M Sport. And then we're into 12 GTE cars for their final event in Europe ever. Proton Competition's Ryan Hardwick alongside Takeshi Kimura for Kessel Racing, the 16 and the 57. It's the 77 Proton Competition car of Christian Reed to start alongside Duncan Cameron in the 55 Spirit of Race. Then Jens Moller, GMB Motorsport Aston, the JMW Motorsport Martin Berry driven Ferrari. Michael Fassbender for Proton Competition in 93 is 35th, with Arnold Robin already a championship winner this weekend in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. Formula Racing's Johnny Lawson, John Hartshorn for TF Sport with the Aston Martin, and then Crichton Lendulis and Claudio Schiavone in their Ferrari and Porsches respectively, AF Corsa and Iron Lynx. And even though the 60 car has qualified pretty poorly for today's race, they are definitely in contention, only 4 points adrift of the number 16 Proton Competition Porsche of Ryan Hardwick, Zach Robichon and Alessio Picariello.
And you can breathe. And we're 1 minute now before we get this race underway behind the safety car. When we do get to go green, it's going to be a race of survival in these conditions without a shadow of a doubt. And will fortune favour the brave, or will that bite them and bite them hard?
Well, discretion the better part of valour, as we always say in motor racing. No time for heroics in the first 5 or 10 minutes, because if you've got to follow the other cars in your class for a few laps, then so be it when we do get to green flag running. It also remains to be seen how many safety car laps we're going to have, but this is crucial now, particularly for a lot of bronze drivers starting their cars, to find out how much they're likely to be able to push on the first fast lap but it is a different world from doing 70, 80, 90 kilometres per hour behind a safety car to then all of a sudden arriving at turn 1 at full race speed.
We have started the race. We have started the race.
So key thing here is, does everybody get away? Let's hope no dramas at this stage. Good luck, everybody. This is a massive challenge. It's been a long season. Compressed end to it, Johnny, with this double header here, which has been really a quite strange feeling.
Yes.
But the penultimate race did dole out some real entertainment. Qualifying just added further spice to it, and it's all going to be decided here. This car, the 77 car, in the hands of Christian Ried. He won the very first GTE race in the European Le Mans Series back in 2012, and if he wins the very last one, he will become the record holder with 12 wins. Same applies, by the way, to Matt Griffin in the number 55 Ferrari.
So they're locked together on 11 wins each in the GTE era. And yes, if it's one or the other, they will have bragging rights forever.
Indeed.
In the GTE current era.
That will never come up, ever, if Matt and Christian meet, ever.
No.
I can guarantee you.
Around the same table of a dinner party.
There'll be no ragging at all.
Certainly not. So it's the 4 hours of Portimão that follow the 4 hours of the Algarve on Friday. In a way, I'm quite pleased that we've already had a race to have amazing memories from on Friday, because that last hour and 15 minutes was unbelievable.
Fabulous.
On a drying track. We also had a stonking fight in GTE between Alessio Picariello and Julian Andlauer in the 77 and the 16 Porsches. And let's hope that the weather does improve sufficiently to provide at least some racing today. But at least this is not the only race we've had here this weekend. So, you know, there are good memories to be had already from Portugal. And yes, it may all end on a bit of a sour note here, but nevertheless, great action to date. And also, we've had some really good racing in the Ligier European Series. That was yesterday. And also the early stages of the Michelin Le Mans Cup were pretty good until contact started happening, unfortunately, and we had high drama as well when Julien Sherby ended up in the gravel trap. All he needed to do was finish in the top 8, and he was way down in the end, something like 25th. So, but he still managed to win the title with Julien Omrion, and they can breathe again and prepare themselves, probably drying out now as we speak, in fact, preparing for the presentation ceremony later on. Samantha Cox with suitable headwear there, the APR beanie, neatly placed. James Allen was in the background. He's looking, well, he wasn't really looking forward to getting into the 25 car when he needs to later on. And we'll be dearly hoping that conditions are not like this.
Yeah, very much not Australian conditions, are they? But James Allen, what a name he's making of himself in LMP2 racing. Getting quicker and quicker. On Daytona, on the line at the start of this year. There's Stewie, Sam's husband, with a cup of tea.
Bricklayer's tea, that was.
This race matters to this team.
Yes.
For all sorts of reasons. It would be their first European Le Mans Series title. After winning multiple titles in the Asia Le Mans Series. They've won Le Mans in LMP2 Pro-Am. They've won the Michelin Endurance Challenge in IMSA. But this has been their heartland. This is where it began, the journey for them. Gilles Duquesne there. Yes, we know. What happens next, I think.
Or what can you do? Really, not a lot, other than sit it out and hope that things improve. But the safety car is deliberately going as slowly as possible at the moment, just to enable everybody to get a feel for things.
Absolutely right. You'll see the wick will be wound up through these laps. There's no urgency of getting this race under green flag running yet. The important thing is everybody knows exactly what the conditions are at every part of this track. Where is the standing water? If it looks like it's not got standing water, where is the grip? Is there grip? And look at the wind blowing the spray off the cars to the side here. So this is another part of the concern, is just exactly what are the prevailing conditions. Not just the wet, but the wind too. can have a dramatic effect on these aero-dependent cars. It's a red flag.
That was my fear. We've had 5 minutes of running, and obviously this gives the race officials a chance to see whether it's likely to clear with the amount of running like this. But the cars are now expected to, well, either park up in pit lane or on the main straight. But the team's preparing themselves to welcome the cars back into pit road. And either the rain has got worse or it's just staying about the same. I think it is getting worse, actually, and any chance of clearing this water is a hopeless task at this stage. We're at 2:35 in the afternoon. It almost looks like it's about 8 o'clock at night in certain areas. Sunset, as mentioned, not due to be until 10 to 7, but the red flags are waving all the way around the racetrack, and now just a matter of getting your car back safely without a needless spin.
My guess is
45.
Missed the first part of that from Eduardo. We'll see, I'm sure, a message on the screens very soon. I wonder if that was actually came from the safety car team around conditions.
To the question if the mechanic with the red armband can cover the cars, yes, we do allow cars to be covered. Yes, drivers will be allowed to exit the cars. News on a new possible restarting time will be given at 14:45.
Okay, so we caught the back end of the Eduardo message about 2:45. That's more news to follow then in just under 10 minutes' time.
Right, so two key things now come into play, Johnny. The first is that the race clock is still running.
Yes.
The second is, from this point forward, there may well need to be revisions to minimum driver times.
Well, LMP2 has always been fairly simple this season, as in it's an hour if we're running to the full 4 hours. So generally, we tend to prorata things according to when we're about to restart the race, and therefore how much total possible racing time, or at least safety car time, there's going to be.
Well, what we will do, we do this often when we get this opportunity. It's not an opportunity we're looking for, but I'm sure Steph Wentworth will be switching immediately into action to catch up with people. But please do, in the meantime, reach out to us on Twitter. We're going to be here at the mic and in the booth. At Blackpool Johnny, at DSC Editor, that is at Blackpool, as in the terrible football team, Johnny, and at DSC, as in the excellent website Editor. Ask us at Steph Wentworth _ as well, Steph reminds me. Ask us anything about the European Le Mans Series, and if we can answer some of those questions while we're here on air, live and free, of course, on YouTube, we will do so. And if that means that that's a matter of Steph being tasked with popping down and asking someone a question if she can, I'm sure she'd be more than delighted to do that. It'll keep her warm, because I'm sure
True.
It's not very warm in these conditions down in pit lane. We're nice and toasty, thanks, Steph. In fact, should I switch the air conditioning down just a touch?
Well, I'm getting a bit cold, actually. Yeah, so yeah, just knock it down a bit.
Goosebumps. Oh, there you go.
I know.
But, so for the moment, under red flag, next news will come in about 7 minutes' time, so do reach out. Any questions you've got for us. What we can say, Johnny, is whilst this is not the most positive news at the moment for the European Le Mans Series, there's lots of positive news to come. Let's start with next season. I'm predicting massive oversubscription for what I believe will be a 42-car grid again next year. We've got the first ever defined rookie test here tomorrow, with a variety of teams bringing some of their existing and some potential new drivers. A few headlines to come from that, one of which is Michael Fassbender, whose deal with Porsche ends here this weekend, will be testing an LMP2 car.
Wow.
Here tomorrow. And we're expecting the weather to improve pretty dramatically over the next couple of days here. All sorts of things of interest happening here at the Algarve circuit tomorrow and beyond. It's a circuit that is well known for testing. This is the race official checking for the red armband. That is the defined mechanic. That is the mechanic allowed to approach the cars under red flag conditions, apart FOMO conditions, effectively. You've heard Eduardo Freitas say drivers will be allowed to get out of the car and the mechanic will be allowed to cover the car.
And who is going to be running that LMP2 car for Michael Fassbender? Can we say
it's
that?
a Proton car. Yeah, it's a Proton car.
So it's going to be the same team that he's been with this year and in previous seasons. And they already have, of course, experience with LMP2s in the Proton camp.
Well, one of the first people to reach out is a broadcast legend. I mean, I think it's fair to say legend. Allard Kalf, hello Allard. For so long, the voice of reason in Dutch broadcasting. And then Nelson Valkenburg came along and just ruined everything.
Well, yes.
Absolutely. But Allard, I hope you're keeping well, young man. That's as if it's tea time now. It's always tea time. If only someone would bring us a cup of tea. But hope the weather in the land of the Dutch is better than it is here. That's a fabulous race suit.
More information at 3 o'clock now rather than
Okay.
2:45. So it's you and I talking for at least another 20 or so
Well,
minutes
that's absolutely fine.
before we find out any more. I'm just wondering whether the fact that we've run for 5 minutes before the red flag might be crucial, as in we've done 1/48th of the race. There are 48 times 5 minutes in the
Okay.
race, and we're about to obviously lose 5 more of those. So from a percentage point of view, I'm trying to just work out how much of the race we've done and how much of the race we still need to do to at least award 50% worth of points, which has happened previously.
Does that include under safety car? Because to be awarded points at all, it needs to be two green
flag laps. Yeah, true. But also, it's about well, we need to get beyond I believe the 50% marker for full points, somewhere between 50 and 75, and beyond the 75 point marker, then that can be counted as a result. Basically, you can flag it at 75% and just stop it there. But I agree with you about the 2 green flag laps. There was that Belgian Grand Prix not too long ago that did have 2 green flags, and then the rest of it run behind safety car.
Rather controversially.
Indeed, and they gave it full championship points.
Yes, and didn't refund. Sorry, did I say that out loud?
Well, you don't need to do that here.
No.
Free to get in the grandstands.
Absolutely. Fabulous to see people are here despite these circumstances, and I hope if you can hear us that I'm sure you're not enjoying it as much as you're hoping, but thank you for turning out for this. You did at least get to see some pretty good action in the Michelin Le Mans Cup a little earlier. Answer to one question, by the way, apologies, looking to see who asked it. Yes, indeed, next year it will again be LMP2, LMP2 Pro-Am and LMP3. The big change next year, of course, is the end of the LMGTE formula. And here's a man looking in the back of Francois Perraudot in LMP2 Pro-Am this year, but a multiple GTE AM champion in the FIA World Endurance Championship. That's where he cut his teeth in international endurance racing and GTE, initially with Porsche and latterly and for much longer with Ferrari. But yeah, tipping it down at the moment, Johnny.
Yeah, I took a walk out before we got going to take a little pit stop of my own, thinking this would be quite a long afternoon, probably. We were due to finish, of course, at 5 o'clock on the original schedule, and then there were the podium presentations after that. Now, I'm being corrected, not for the first time, admittedly, by our press officer, Jeff Carter. No 75% rule, he says, so it's going to be about the 50% marker, is it? I've lost the message now,
It's
Graham. So no 75% marker for full points, 2 green flag laps, up to 75% for half points.
Yeah. So,
we have to get beyond 75% to avoid to award the full points.
The clock is now ticking down towards that 25% of the race.
And because we're not going to be racing until at least 3 o'clock, and it's going to be after 3 actually, we're now to 90% of the race that we can possibly complete. Well, what I don't know is, does it include that first 5 minutes of the safety car? It probably does.
Now, am I right that if we get to 50% points, that does have a rather dramatic effect on the championship possibilities? Because it does mean, I think at least one contender can't get there.
Yes. I mean, what I can do, we haven't changed positions yet, have we? So I can give you how things look with half points. But before I delve into numbers that end in 0.5, which is going to be riveting listening to, let's get to somebody far more interesting. Steph Wentworth, who've you caught up with first of all in this red flag?
Well, a very warm welcome to you all from the very wet pit lane. I am here alongside Francois Perodo of the number 83 AF Corsa. You've just jumped out of the car, the session's been red flagged. What are the conditions like on track from your perspective?
They're pretty horrendous. Obviously, we didn't drive fast at all, but even at this pace, we couldn't see anything with the water lifted by the cars in front. So, yeah, it's quite bad. I think I hit like 90 or 100 kilometers per hour just once before T5, and I caught some aquaplaning. So, I think it was the right decision to red flag at this moment. It's just, it's not safe enough. And, yeah, we will see. Hopefully it gets better, but right now it's definitely the right decision.
Definitely. And do you have any information as to what the weather's going to be doing in the next few hours? Any indication about whether we'll be back on track anytime soon?
No, I don't. I think the same as you. We're all looking at weather maps. It doesn't look like it's improving for the next couple of hours. And then I guess we'll hit the nighttime. So it's looking complicated.
Right, we hope to get back on track soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Francois Perodo currently leading the championship on 85 points with his teammate Mathieu Vaxivière. The third driver in that combination has switched a little bit through the year, so won't be champion if they win enough points, or it stays as it is in the LMP2 Pro-Am division. The skies in that direction look a lot more promising, Graham.
Yep, Mr. Blue Sky could well be coming along, we hope, pretty soon. Pascal at Proto competition, replacing Jimmy Bruni. Tweaked his shoulder after Petit Le Mans, we hear, or during Petit Le Mans. What a fabulous result for that team in their GTP Porsche 963, the first ever privateer car in the new combined class, hypercar and GTP, with whether or not you immense or WC money to take a podium. So they get bragging rights over Hertz Team Jota for the moment. It's going to be something to watch. And again, the skies are brightening. Rue Andrade.
Going in a straight line, every lane exit, there's a big puddle. As soon as you go over there, I could hear all over the place. Then, after 3, massive puddle of water. Going up 4, again, massive river. Into 8, massive river. Then 10, 11, the one that goes uphill.
I think what he's trying to say there is massive rivers everywhere.
Mm-hmm. But that was interesting to dive into that conversation, because we can work out where it is worst at this stage. Again, the sky in the distance looks quite a bit brighter from the last time I checked there. All dependent on from which direction the weather is coming in from, of course. Effectively, it's a westerly wind. That's right, isn't it? Westerly wind from the west towards the east, and that's where the storm has come circling its way from the Atlantic Ocean. Storm Barbette. This is the southern bit of it, which started, as far as I can gather, in the United States, and if anything has sort of gained ferocity as it has travelled eastwards. Certainly parts of the UK heavily affected, Germany, bits of France as well, and far down here to the Algarve, south of Portugal.
I think you're saying from the earlier parts of the storm that we absolutely did. We're up in here since Monday. Monday night was absolutely awful, and parts of the ceilings at Farnborough Airport were coming down.
That was on Tuesday, yeah. And significant record-breaking amounts of rainfall in a very short period of time across many different areas. Still conversations being had at Racing Spirit of Le Mans for their LMP3 effort. They are third in the championship, Racing Spirit of Le Mans, with Jacques Wolf and Antoine Duquin.
This is my interpretation of a rule book that I don't understand anything of.
Zachary Robuchon on the right of your shot, or not completely right, but right centre, and Alessio Picariello to the left of him from the number 16 car. Of course, their teammate, Ryan Hardwick, has just done the 2 laps that we have completed behind the safety car.
Absolutely.
5 minutes we had of safety car, but they will not count to the potential of 2 laps that we need to complete. If the race is suspended by the race director and cannot be resumed, no points will be awarded to the crews if the leader has completed fewer than 2 laps without being under a full course yellow and a safety car procedure. Half points will be awarded to the crews if the leader has completed more than 2 laps without being under a full course yellow and a safety car. but if that's less than 75% of the original race time. So it's half points between 2 laps completed, 2 green flag laps completed, and the 75% marker. A minimum of 2 laps must have been completed by the leader outside of safety car procedure. And then if it's full points to be awarded, then we do need to be more than 75% of the proposed race distance. So we need to have been at least either under safety car or full course yellow or green flag for 3 of the 4 hours.
There's one gap, by the way. It's just got a couple of questions coming in from viewers around drive time. And I have to admit, I don't know the answer to part of the question. I know the answer I want to give to the question. It's just I don't know the full answer. What I don't know is, under red flag, does this count as drive time for the person who's in the car? I don't think it does.
No, because normally when we have a lengthy red flag and when it is announced that we're going to come out of that, we get a sheet issued that revises the drive time.
It's always horrendously complex.
It is.
But this should be easier because we're at the start of the race.
Well, it's down to, how much of it is not run under red flag, and you work out a percentage and then you pro rata the times to get them adjusted for the amount of time we're actually going to be racing. A little more now from Steph Wentworth, busy as always in the pit lane.
Welcome back again. I am alongside Renee Binder of the number 30 Duquesne. Renee, tell us about those conditions out there. It's absolutely crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not very nice at the moment. It looks like it gets a little bit less rain. Now I hope we can still do a race, because it wouldn't be nice to finish the championship like that behind the safety car. But yeah, let's cross our fingers for better conditions. At the moment, I understand that they cannot make the race started on the green condition. It's absolutely impossible, but probably we have a bit of luck and still see a bit of racing today.
And what were your visuals like? What could you see while you were on the track, or was it just kind of in the spray of the cars in front of you?
Yeah, I had like 5 cars in front of me. Of course, it's hard. We were not at full speed yet, just driving behind the safety car. It's easier behind the safety cars, so for sure at full speed it will be more tricky, but yeah, let's hope for it. We don't have a lot of time, I think, today with the darkness, so it's very tricky for the race direction, but let's hope we can still see a bit of racing for the fans.
Fingers crossed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Renee Binder for the Duquesne team, Orica. That's car number 30 that's due to start from 6th position on the grid, and obviously has circulated with him at the wheel for a short period of time. They've also got Nico Pino and Neil Jarni in their lineup. Sadly, because they didn't get pole position yesterday, then that rules them out of the championship. TF Sport have decided to switch hobbies from motor racing to fishing, and I'm not quite sure what's going on here.
That's hot air dryer.
Oh, to heat up, yeah, okay.
Yes.
I thought it was sort of remote massage.
That one's going to be in a bin. I'm afraid that one's going to be not very useful, is it?
No.
But
one careful owner.
So questions come tumbling in. Let's have a quick look. Cookie Monster at the WC channel on the RWC Discord channel, there you go, guys and girls, asks, the most wet weekend that you've been a part of. Curious to hear what answers you give. I'm going to hand that one to you. I know what my answer is.
Well, although I'm not from Blackpool, I do have very strong family connections there, and you name your weekend that's not in the summer season, and probably some of them that are, frankly. Otherwise...
Racing weekend?
Family trips to Wales? Oh, no, OK. I remember a particularly damp one at Croft in Darlington.
You do surprise me.
The northeast of England.
Yes.
And going back to the Wales theme, a few weekends doing truck racing at Pembrey about 10 years ago. You know, that's very close to the coast, and it's Wales.
Yeah, it's your life of glamour never ceases to amaze me. For me,
what can I say? My career has come on leaps and bounds since then. I'm now sitting in a very small box with Graham Goodwin.
There you go. And that is something, to be honest with you, many people dream of. Wake up screaming, mind you, but they do dream of it. I was part of the WC TV effort for the race that never was in 2013 with John Hindhoff. Where we, I think, did 7 hours of live broadcasting with a total of 15 laps behind a safety car, and everybody stayed to watch. Absolutely amazing. Oh, look, in the background there, at AF Corsa, that is Bob Berridge And I think he was 2005 Le Mans Series champion in little Lola AER LMP2, later campaigned the LMP1 version of that car, Bob. Still firmly part of motorsport through his BBM Sports company, which is Berridge Briggs and Minassian, restoring fine classic racing cars. So that was me. That's a very challenging weekend on the broadcasting front, but as we're doing now, lots of fan interaction helping all of that out. Yeah, troubles with umbrellas on the grid. Not bothering to cover these GTE cars because, of course, the production base, they'll be all, you know, production seals. They'll be fine.
Yes.
They'll be fine.
And yeah, all of those joints between the body panels incredibly tight and not letting one bit of water in, I'm sure. Jeff Carter is really earning his corn this weekend. Thank you, Jeff. It's always been a team effort, this, to cover these races. And he sends the relevant piece of, or the relevant page from the sporting regulations regarding drive time under a red flag, which we can dig into in a moment or two. But the driver's far better placed to give us a flavour of how conditions were during the 5 minutes. So let's catch up with Steph and see who she's found.
Now, I'm in a very happy garage. I'm with the number 17 Cool Racing driver, Alejandro Garcia. Congratulations, you were crowned champion during the last race a couple of days ago. What was your immediate reactions to that?
Well, yeah, thank you very much in first place. But yeah, it was amazing. I couldn't believe it, to be honest. Thanks to God that we are not deciding the championship today with these tricky conditions. I think Pro AMA and Pro LMP2, they're going to have fun. But yeah, I think we're so happy. We couldn't believe that we are European champions. So yeah.
And you get to relax a little bit now. There you go. You can see champions. You've got Marcos Huber as well. Why don't you jump in, Marcos? How are you feeling when you were crowned champions? I haven't even seen you. Congratulations.
We are good. We are enjoying the day. We don't have the pressure. This is good for sure. But yeah, we want to race as champions today, so it's time to enjoy.
Okay, so you're hoping for the race to get back out underway. It does look like it's brightening up a little bit, so hopefully you guys will be able to get out on track.
Yeah, well, it looks more for this than to race. But yeah, we'll see. At least we are having fun.
Yeah, I mean, this is the fun garage. I might stay here for a while. Thanks, guys.
Cool racing by name, cool racing by nature. They are very chilled indeed. Thumbs up there from Alex Garcia. Nice to have a chat with Marcus Siebert as well. Yes, the underwater goggles, the scuba diving gear, rather more suitable for the conditions right now.
We're going to come back to those drive time adjustments in just a moment, but news on the screens in front of us. 10-minute board will be presented at 3:10. That is in 12 minutes' time. So potential for this race to get back underway in about 22 minutes. But you were about to tell us interesting information. I
wouldn't go that far, but it's of relevance. We know about how we've got under the red flag, so that was to keep the safety car out and then announce the red flag. The safety car had to be out on track in order to do that. While the race is suspended, though, neither the race nor the timekeeping will be halted, so that's the reason why the clock continues to tick down. Driving time during a red flag period will not be counted, and the stewards will confirm the updated driving times before the restart of the race.
Okay.
And if the circumstances so require, the stewards may take the decision to stop and or modify the race time set. This may not exceed the time of the competition provided in Appendix 1, so it's not going to exceed 4 hours, for instance. I think the idea to send out the 10-minute board at 3:10 and then hopefully get going at 3:20 is that we're still aiming to do slightly more than the 3 hours of the 4 originally advertised, and therefore we can attempt to award full points.
Indeed. And Nat Beton there on the right, TCAR Engineering. Happy weekend, despite the challenges here. These efforts in motorsport are grueling, and there's a bit of an end-of-term feeling around the paddock. Looking for 1 or 2 more of the multiple questions are coming in here. James Racing Geek, again on the Discord. channel says, if you could add any circuit to next year's calendar, what would it be, Johnny Palmer? Now, we've got Mugello coming next year, which I'm particularly excited about. I'll be there next weekend. I'll tell you what it's like. I know you've been there before. We've been there together.
We have.
That was a hell of a weekend. There you go. But
it wasn't a private holiday, folks. We were there covering a race, but we did have a good time as well in nearby Florence. And Scarparia, I think, is the town just up the road.
Indeed.
Fabulous pizza there, as you would expect.
Red Bull Ring?
Red Bull Ring
we do miss it.
Too.
They do serve a really good latte.
Yeah.
And there's no shortage of schnitzel opportunities.
I know I'm British, but I'm just desperate for a British round to appear again on the ELMS calendar. So can we get back to Silverstone at some point for
Croft?
Pembrey to support the trucks?
Anglesey?
As long as it didn't rain. No, I mean the Silverstone Super Weekend. Frederic Lucas said to me, I think last year, you know, Silverstone is always on the radar. It's the home of the British Grand Prix. It generates a massive crowd, and we can have an ELMS race on the Saturday, as we always have had, and a WEC race on the Sunday. That would just be awesome to make that return. But we are a little way off that now. It's certainly not going to happen next year, and who knows about 2025. The other one that we have been to with the World Endurance Championship, but I'm not sure whether there's ever been a round in this country for the ELMS, and that's Germany. Could we go to the Nürburgring? Could we go to the Nürburgring? Could we go to Hockenheim?
We could. I mean, increasingly, one of the defining points here is going to be the ability of these circuits to accommodate the number of cars that we're going to have in the European Le Mans Series and in the FIA World Endurance Championship. It's kind of a sort of artificial cap at the moment with the entry numbers, and it is absolutely booming. I'm working my way through the prospects for 2024 for the European Le Mans Series at the moment. 42 cars it is. I'm pretty certain that the organisers are likely to have to turn away close to 20 cars.
Yeah.
That's both amazing, awe-inspiring and frightening.
Well,
actually, in pretty. So drivers making their way back to the car, says Kaitsa striding forward with his Greek-themed overalls. 10-minute board, remember, to be presented at 15:10. That will be in 8 minutes' time as things stand right now. It's a gentleman with common sense, with a coffee. Coffee.
Keeps the concentration as high as possible, and you know, put yourself in the shoes of the drivers that are mid-stint, if you like. Yes, the red flag doesn't count to their driving time, but they are going to be asked to potentially restart in these conditions, and they've had a bit of a break. We had 5 minutes of running behind the safety car. We've had nearly now 30 minutes of nothing happening, but on a short call, they're going to be asked to get back into rather soggy racing cars and potentially going to be asked to go at full racing speed very, very shortly indeed.
But look at the conditions now. Absolutely night and day different to where we were 10 minutes ago. Cracking on with a couple of these questions. This is the one that we've been waiting for, Johnny. Who would win in a kart race between the commentary crew? I think the answer is Steph Wentworth. She's got a massive weight advantage.
Yeah, and that's the only reason. I mean, otherwise, Graham and I would be supersonic. You know, when the championship is done, somebody wins it by, with about 3 rounds to spare. But then we always say, but there's a great battle for 5th in the championship. That'll be me and you. Yeah, absolutely side by side, all the way round.
Battering the heck out of each other.
Indeed.
Dear me. But no, Steph.
Whilst eating pizza.
Steph, I think it's fair to say, would hand our rear ends to us on a platter. But that's nothing to do with driving talent. I'm saying while she's off cans. And everything to do with... Let's go down to speak to Steph. She's down in DKR Engineering's pit, and she's got one of their drivers with her.
And me. I am with Pedro Perino, driver of the number 4 DKR Engineering. You haven't been in the car quite yet, but the conditions, as you can see, were pretty treacherous. But you did race a couple of days ago in the changeable conditions. What did you make of it then?
Then it was all right. It wasn't like this. This is odd, especially in Portugal. We're supposed to have sunny weather. I think it will be a good challenge for all the drivers, though, if we get to race, which I think we will, because it's getting clean, as you can see down there. So I think it will be, if we get to drive at the end, even with slicks and a bit of rain, would be amazing.
you know. But I think it will be good fun for everyone out here.
And this is your home race. You had a great race a couple of days ago, landing on the podium. Are you hoping to replicate that today?
Not only podium, we need to do better, right?
Oh.
So, yeah, of course. I'm hoping for a good result again.
Okay, going for gold. Right, thank you so much. We'll see you later.
See you.
Yeah, the 18-year-old Pedro Perino actually holds dual nationality, and it's great to have another flag of the world on the ELMS grid in Mozambique. So Mozambique and Portugal, but was born in this country. And again, really, from the message from the Portuguese tourist board is, honestly, it doesn't happen very often, this kind of weather. Even in October, we're one of the last ones to cool down in Europe. So maybe he's hiding for cover here as everyone is queuing up going, you told us it was going to be great this weekend, and perfect racing conditions. There are, I think, 4 Portuguese drivers in the entry this weekend. Of course, Algarve Pro Racing going for a big title in their number 25 car as well, run by the British family, if you like, but they are now based in the Algarve. And that's the reason why the blue cars run with the Portuguese flag.
Yeah, just about 4 minutes to go now till the 10-minute board. And hearing from up in the stands that messages to pit lane can be heard up in the top of the stands. Saw Eduardo earlier. His principal concern here, Johnny, is going to be safety. But beyond that, he has got, pardon the pun, a weather eye on the fact that everybody wants to race.
Yeah.
He wants to do that, but he also wants to, he's responsible for the safety of everybody involved in this race, not just the drivers, but on pit lane and people trackside as well. His team of marshals and intervention staff are very high on his list of concerns.
Regulations being read through as well. I'm pleased we're in good company there. So various team members up and down the order probably trying to find out when the adjusted driving times will be issued. And you better hope that they've built a spreadsheet that can be done on a sliding scale now as well, because they'll have to adapt to that as quickly as possible, as we will. Henrik Hedman getting the same treatment as Rui Andrade got as we started to attempt the initial start of this race, as in getting the boots nice and dry so that he doesn't run the risk of his feet slipping off the pedals. That would be a horrible scenario down towards turn 1 if all of a sudden you lose your footing in what was a very tight pedal box at the best of times.
Duncan Cameron striding purposely back towards his number 55 car, again another of the extremely experienced drivers in this field. We're now at the stage, Johnny, where I think it's going to be the ability for this circuit to lose the water that's already on it, rather than the water falling from the skies. That is the defining point. It is still extremely wet out there, but the rain, it's not stopped, but it's absolutely not as torrential as it was. So drivers continuing to come out to their cars.
We're looking now, by the way, if we lose no more than 45 minutes of the race, which by 3:20, that will be the case. So we had 5 minutes under the safety car, and then the 25 minutes up to the top of the hour, a further 20 minutes to 20 past the hour. We're looking at then 81% of the race that potentially could be completed.
So we still could be at full points.
Indeed, because that needs to be above 75%.
So any further red flag, reasonably speaking, will take us into that.
I mean, if we lose another 15 minutes beyond 3:20, then we will be in the territory where it'll be half points at best.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, have to be racing for at least 3 of the 4 hours for 25 points to be awarded for the win.
1 minute now until that 10-minute board presented, so 11 minutes until we expect this race to restart behind the safety car. Thanks for staying with us. If you are still with us, well, if you're not still with us, you've not heard me, so that's sort of pointless. But serious moments here. Not easy driving these race cars at the best of times. TV does make these things look easy. Trust me, it's not. There's good reasons why I don't drive racing cars. one, I can't afford it. Two, I'd be utterly terrible.
I think also because we're treated so often to cars on the track, looking like they're on rails and very rarely tumbling off, it feels like that's what they do automatically. When in actual fact, we've seen on several occasions here, cars in half spins, cars doing full rotations. And then to a certain extent, you're in the lap of the gods, but also it is about terrific reaction speed and car control. And we've seen an awful lot of that as well, particularly coming out of, well, through turn 15. So much movement beneath the cars at 15 where a river has built up. In the words of, who were we hearing from earlier on? Rui Andrade.
Yes.
Total river at turns 1 and 3. Another river at turn 4.
8.
8.
Yes.
15.
Why aren't the rivers at the other turns? Because they're on a slope.
Indeed. And that, yeah,
In the
that's
right
precisely why
direction.
the water isn't,
We are
because it's
10
going to be
minutes.
somewhere else.
To resume the race behind the safety car. We are under 10 minutes to resume the race behind the safety car.
Yeah.
Concerning the question about checking tire pressures, it is not allowed. The purpose of the regulation is to limit it to visual checks on tires and on brakes. Tire pressure is not allowed to be checked.
Making that clear so that nobody gets it wrong. Hearing another comment, by the way, through our social media networks that there's now a crowdfunding effort underway to fund my next racing program. Trust me, that would be a massive waste of your money. There are, I will explain, 2 reasons why I don't race cars. The first is I have absolutely no talent, but tragically, the other part of it is I have absolutely no fear about the fact I have no talent, and that is not a good mix.
Sometimes, folks, that's demonstrated when he's in a road car as well. And I've been alongside him many times as a passenger. And it's an interesting experience. I know what you mean about this sort of false confidence.
I didn't say false confidence.
Well, I would. It's almost 3:15 local time. We're going to get a 5-minute board then. The poncho from Inter-Europol competition. Very stylish indeed, as yet more drying of the race boots takes place. Let's hope that's a new piece of material that has been used to wipe it clean, and or at least it's been wrung out. And the pug-nosed front of the number 17 Cool Racing car there of the Ligier.
Pug? Okay.
As the 17 car, they have absolutely no worries at all with this race. It's a race in isolation for them, and to see how high up in the championship they can get because of the teams championship that they won 2 days ago.
Being hassled here by Iron Lynx, who say if you've never tried an Iron Lynx cappuccino, much better than Red Bull Ring. Well, that sounds like a challenge.
Certainly, I'm game.
Absolutely. I thought, as an Italian team though, surely cappuccino after 11 o'clock, not the done thing.
It is frowned upon, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, it's very much a breakfast beverage, cappuccino, back in Italy, where I believe it was first started. It doesn't sound very Italian, does it? Now, here's the umbrella being utilised because there's conversations being had with the pole-sitting driver, Paul Lafargue. They maybe are coming up with a little bit of strategy here. Barely any fuel has been burned, of course, for the 5 minutes of safety car. So that's the other thing we need to be thinking about is when are you going to be doing your pit stops in the early stages? And also that spreadsheet's going to have to be adjusted for the back timing to the race. We started at 2:30, so we're going to be running until 6:30 or just afterwards. So at least that's not going to be a time that moves, unless, of course, the race has to be red flagged early.
Well, that's not the kind of fuel efficiency we're looking for as a response to climate change, is it? But we are going to be getting back underway, and this does look significantly brighter. Not to say it's not wet, it is tipping wet. And there is still rain falling, but certainly not anything like the quantities that we saw 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, frankly, 5 days ago.
That windscreen wiper doing a very good job, centrally mounted and on just about its highest setting for Michael Fassbender. So engines all now being fired into life.
Look at that, the rear view camera with a great shot of the 72 car, which sits behind the 93 on this grid. So Edec Sport will take this field back behind the safety car. Paul Lafave, Phil Hansen, Manuel Maldonado, Kevin Simpson, Rui Andrade, Rennie Binder and Vlad Lomko. It does strike me, by the way, this is not good news for United Autosports. Because Phil Hansen will be burning a proportion of his gold drive time.
Yes, very good point. The starting drivers were put forward to race control and the organisers of the race. We are at
5 minutes to resume the race behind the safety car. We are under 5 minutes to resume the race behind the safety car. Concerning driving times and all that stuff, once the race has been resumed, then the stewards can make their calculations. Until then, we need to wait.
Well, if it is, let's work on 80% of the race that will be taking place, then a 60-minute drive time becomes a 48-minute drive time. That's still pretty awkward when it comes to LMP2 mileage, though, because at green flag conditions, you won't make 48 minutes.
It certainly won't, bearing in mind they've already done a lap out behind the safety car, so it's not quite a full, not very far from it, but it's not quite a full tank of fuel, and they've come to the grid. So,
but I mean, later on in the race, of course, everybody will have to do. I'm using this as an example. We can't say for sure until we get the driving times, but let's say 48 to 50 minutes. That's just, I mean, if it was 40 minutes, it would be a dream because it would fit really nicely into how long it takes to burn through a full tank of fuel in an LMP2 car, but still far from ideal, that. And a question of whether you do the 2 full stints with, for instance, a bronze or a silver, or whether you do 1.5 stints and just try and force it to work in the strategy.
Absolutely. Scrolling through the information available on the Cosworth steering wheel there. That, I think, is a Ligier. Right-hand drive, as all Ligiers are.
We can see the wind turbines now at the top of the nearby hill, which we wouldn't have had a hope of doing not 30 minutes or so ago. We are now getting word of there being a drive time.
We are at 3 minutes. 3 minutes to resume the race behind the safety car. Under 3 minutes to resume the race behind the safety car.
There's one in circulation with the stewards right now. And I'm sure it'll be roughly based on the calculation that I've just done.
I'm sure you're right. This shows significantly rosier signs of being a more profitable use of everybody's afternoon behind the safety car than it was perhaps a little wee while ago. Even signs that layers are being dispensed with from the hardy fans at the top of the stand. Not quite sure we're at Cornetto and Colbert time yet, but...
So at the moment, the adjusted drive time for all of the LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am drivers is 48 minutes and 43 seconds. More than an LMP2 stint.
Right.
But, well, yeah, what's better, an hour or 48 minutes? You can get your driver out more quickly, but it's not going to help you for getting the race, the car to the finish in a hurry.
Yeah, Unlinkser corrected me and said that whilst they did refer to cappuccino, of course it would be an espresso. They are proper Italians.
Oh, good, good. I'm very pleased to hear
there was a task force heading towards them, I think, in a black helicopter from Italy. Needed to be done. Look at that shot. What a cracker. Looks almost like a video game. Video game, what am I talking about?
Virtual reality, AI.
How old am I?
Well,
very.
Compared to some others. Many years superior. But with that comes experience, Graham.
Does.
Or so you keep telling me.
By the way, before we get underway, because we've got a moment, happy birthday, Stephen Kilby, in the press room. It's not been the best so far.
I'm sure if he'd been given free choice as to exactly what to do in his latest birthday, this would have been high on his list.
Yeah, let's spend a day in the press room at Portimão in the rain.
1 minute board on the grid. 1 minute to resume the race behind the safety car. Please clear the grid immediately. Please clear the grid immediately. All cars with rain lights on. And let's follow the safety car when the time comes.
Good luck, everybody, as we get this race back underway. with 3 hours and 10 minutes left on the clock for the end of the European Le Mans Series of 2023.
30 seconds, under 30 seconds to resume behind the safety car. Please clear the grid immediately.
And I've managed to find our very own copy now of the adjusted drive time, so if you need to reference that, Graham.
Excellent, we'll
I'm
pop
your
into
man.
that later.
Let's keep that on a separate tab so that we can access it very quickly. The miserable sight out of the 65 car of Manuel Maldonado. He hasn't decided to put the windscreen wiper on to the windscreen just yet.
We have resumed the race behind the safety car. We have resumed the race behind the safety car.
Green flag waved from the starters gantry, and we are rolling again. The clock was already ticking by, of course, so at 15:20, note that time down, 45 minutes after the red flag first was issued, we're going again. So we're still on course for over 75% of race distance. By my reckoning, somewhere in the region of 81%. So there is still the possibility of full championship points being awarded by the end of this. However, we will need those 2 green flag laps at some point. They look more and more likely.
Yeah, indeed. And key for me here, Johnny, is how much standing water have we got at various parts of this circuit at the moment. This part of the circuit looks absolutely raceable, he says, sitting in a chair in the comfort of a TV booth. Now, is everybody getting away, or do we have a delay here?
We can't see in front of Crichton Lendudis' car.
I think he's struggling to get away here.
John Hartshorn is in front of him. No, it should be okay. There's still more GTE cars trying to get rolling, and now Claudio Schiavone, who is at the back of the field,
there we go,
begins to roll. So Crichton just waiting for John Hartshorn's TF Sport Aston Martin, Johnny Lawson in front of him, Arnold Robin, Michael Fassbender et al. But all the GTEs are running, and well, everyone kind of gathering their breath again, really, because after a long time in pouring rain, you do fear mainly that the engines won't start. And once that happens, generally speaking, we're A-OK. It's really quite bright in places now, out looking towards turns 4 and before that turn 3.
It's almost spring-like, isn't it? You know, it really is. After looking utterly dire and very autumnal, the sunshine here does tend to brighten more than just the sky. Brightens the soul after the last hour or so. Away we go behind the safety car. This looks immediately more sensible. There are clearly parts of this circuit that are significantly wetter than others, but 40 race cars on wet tyres will start to clear that pretty darn quickly.
So Paul Lafargue leads after his pole position, or the team's pole position yesterday. It was Paul-Luc Chatin who set the time, and in the slightly strange scenario of being 45 minutes into the race, we are surely much closer now to a green flag than we've ever been. Still need a few laps to clear some of that standing water slightly offline, but I would imagine a racing line, a pretty thin, dry racing line, will develop fairly shortly, bearing in mind 40 cars plus the safety car are starting to just up the speed a little bit. There'll be some slow laps, then the safety car driver will be instructed to up the pace, and then fingers crossed for the lights to go out and to be racing for the first time in the final round of the championship for 2023. This is the 4 hours of Portimão, round 6 of the European Le Mans Series. Mo Smith, he's either fallen asleep there or he has fallen asleep, I reckon. Is that because he's got Malte Jakobsen for company?
Malte was telling a long story, I think.
I thought he'd gone into some sort of zen-like state.
Probably.
But then his head started to bobble.
He's thinking about that really tough Christmas Eve he's got coming up. I'll get punched again for that one.
I think you might. Yeah. I think you might. Of course, Christmas night lasts a full year, doesn't it, for Santa? So, yeah, I can understand him being a tired guy after last year. But brilliant to have him back on site, waving goodbye, of course, to his title in 2022.
Did so yesterday.
Yeah.
As well on Friday.
Yeah.
But happy, I'm sure, to hand it over to teammates at Cool Racing. He's something of in the nicest possible way, and I genuinely mean it, mascot for that team. He's such a positive force. It is a delight to see him back if not as a driver, but certainly there to support his team, Cool Racing. Mo, part of the title-winning team in LMP3 last year with Melter Jacobsen and Mikey Benham. If you're listening in, the family Benham from Switzerland, wish you were here. But looking at the weather, I guess you probably don't.
Yeah, there are many people that I'm sure saw the Portuguese round at the end of the year and will have inked that in to attend. And for those that weren't able to get here, very, very grateful.
Came so close to booking a holiday here for this week.
I don't think you were alone. A family holiday. Sorry, everybody. My fault. It was my idea.
Yeah.
You've dodged that bullet.
I did.
So there's still some dark cloud above the track, but I'm more and more encouraged by the blue sky over to the right as you approach turn 13, which is exactly what Manuel Maldonado did a couple of moments ago. This is turn 14. Everybody going pretty high and wide through there to find the higher part of the circuit. And the speed of the safety car is now definitely picking up. So Paul Lafargue has to react. More ways of drying out and heating up. Inventive ways that they've had the time to think about up and down pit road.
It's a world-weary look from that Marshall, wasn't it?
Well, it's been a very long week.
It has.
And obviously extra events held in order to catch up from the much earlier delay this season. And we're eternally grateful, of course, to the track staff here at Portimão at the Algarve International Circuit and to all of the marshalling teams as well, regardless of which duties they've been performing. I had a feeling that gentleman knew he was either had tricks played on him or he was on TV. A joke sleep. As you and I, you caught a photograph of you and I having a bit of a snooze earlier on as we were waiting for things to happen.
Yeah, I woke myself up snoring again. But it's been a delight again to cover this championship. It's always entertaining, always great racing. We did have perhaps a bit of a hick-off at Spa where perhaps things got a little out of control. But the European Le Mans Series, for my money, continues to be some of the best endurance racing on the planet, and I don't see, with what I believe is coming next year, that that's going to change anytime soon. Olivier Panis there. Olivier, the Panis of Panis Racing, of course. One-time Monaco Grand Prix winner.
Here's the sound of the 4.2-litre Gibson V8 of Duquesne teams Orica of René Binder. Some good news regarding the Repton brand earlier on in the weekend.
Yep, absolutely. That we will hear to continue to hear the Repton Rhapsody, the sounds of the very familiar sounds of the 4.2-litre normally aspirated Gibson V8 until the end of the 2030 season at this point. So that will last into the planned replacement for this generation of cars in a couple of seasons' time. Next gen of P2 currently planned around the basic chassis of the same cars that form the basis of the LMDH flavour of hypercars, the GTP cars of the United States. Dallara, Multimatic, Ligier, and of course Orica. This Orica 07 has become the dominant force in LMP2 racing. Chatting away to some of the guys from Orica this week. They've got a spare chassis here this weekend. And I believe that chassis to be numbered 121. Now, it doesn't mean quite that 121 cars have been built, but it's around the 120 mark.
Okay.
That is some record for a car at this level since 2017. For the record, by the way, the 5th one built is in this race. The DKR engineering car that holds the championship in the Asian Le Mans Series, and will race again this year in the Asian Le Mans Series. Still to come later this year. Starts in December in Sepang. But 120 cars at that level.
Pit entry is now open. Pit entry is now open.
Astonishing record for Orica, whose new factory, which will build the current LMP2s, the future LMP2s, their customers with hypercar from Alpine and Acura and GTP, Honda, and the Ferrari 296 GT3s, which they are the assembling and support global partners for, in a brand new facility just across the back of the circuit wall at Paul Ricard. Pit lane is open now. Don't see immediate reason for any takers for that. And the body language of these cars seems to indicate they're expected to be unleashed relatively soon, trying to get some heat if they possibly can into the tyres. Remember, no tyre warmers for these Goodyear tyres in LMP2, LMP2 Pro-Am and GTE, Michelin tyres in LMP3. And the best news of all comes from Steph Wentworth in pit lane. There is no more rain.
Safety car in at the end of this lap. Safety car in at the end of this
racing,
lap.
Johnny Palmer.
No overtaking before the line.
Well, folks, thank you for waiting this long. We were due to start at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and now 2.5 hours later than planned, with 3 hours to go of this motor race. The 4 hours of Portimão is about to get going. Paul Lafargue from the front of the field with the pole position for EDEX Sport, ahead of Phil Hansen in the darker blue for United Autosports, Manuel Maldonado for Panis Racing, then Kiffin Simpson, Rui Andrade,
safety car in the pits.
René Binder, Vlad Lomko, and the rest. No overtaking before the line, but finally, after such a long wait, the final round of the European Le Mans Series is green, green, green. And some very smart moves there from Phil Hansen and Manuel Maldonado to get well out of the spray kicked up from Paul Lafargue, so at least they could see the braking point. And Hansen's going to waste absolutely no time at all in charging down the inside of the Frenchman to take the race lead. He's gold, remember, compared to Paul Lafargue being silver, and this was all part of the game plan of nominating Phil Hansen as the starting driver for United Autosports. They wanted to get the lead, and they ideally wanted to get a decent gap before those first pit stops in LMP2.
So great stuff at the restart. It's order restored, 3 wide and off to the side. Paul Lafargue being eaten up here by the competition behind. He's dropping back and he's down now to what is that 5th place. Phil Hansen away and clear ahead of the Duquesne team car of René Binder. Oh, trouble for the 37 car. That'll be Alexandre Coigny, I think. He's been turned around, drops down through the LMP3 order as he tries to recover at turn 5. That is, I think, going to be a problem area, still standing water there. Aboard here with René Binder, up to 2nd place. Behind Phil Hansen, Manuel Maldonado up to 3rd, Kiffin Simpson 4th. And there's trouble for...
That's the replay. So that's what happened. Phil Hansen ran into the turn 5 far too deep, and the big loser there was Paul Lafargue, losing 3 positions. Quite a melee in LMP3 as well, and now the Duquesne car with a bizarre line through turn 13 for its starting driver René Binder. So these are testing times to find out precisely where any of the grip is. Phil Hansen with a moment, his first run into the hairpin, at least he controlled that. But you're right, 3 abreast for a time. And René Binder has lost 1, 2, 3, 4 places at least, make that 5 now as he slips back to 7th position.
Alexandre Coigny is back up to speed. It appears to be an incident involving himself and Horst Felbermayr that caused that, but he's dropped all the way down, the 37 car in 37th place. Daniel Schneider also struggling in these conditions, as is Fred Portad in the 20 Algar Pro car, the 21 United Autosports car. But aside from that, the other notable, Matthew Richard Bell, in amongst the LMP2 Pro-Am cars. Watching here.
So that was René Binder's moment. I thought he was rejoining at a very peculiar angle, trying to brake as late as possible, maybe to take the race lead from Phil Hansen, but he just asked way too much of those rear tyres and was stopped briefly on the runoff at turn 13, has rejoined and is now in 6th position, having re-overtaken Vlad Lomko, but he dropped all the way back to 7th spot. Really busy in LMP3, and the 2nd place car is the number 17, jostling with Henrik Hedman in the 81 LMP2 car, but the lighter LMP3 with actually the bigger engine, much better in these conditions as it powers its way up the hill out of the hairpin.
Drive-through penalty for Hurst-Felbermeyer for the 15 car, also in that melee, by the way, Rodrigo Sales, and so he's struggling off the road briefly, but luckily not bedded into the gravel for Christian Ried. Straight on, manages to drive through, but that's going to drop the 77 car all the way back down the order.
Going pretty well for Ryan Hardwick in the really early stages. Remember that drive times for the GT drivers has altered as well. If you were bronze and if we were doing the full 100% of the race, then it's an hour and a half, but those drive times have been adjusted now, and we'll update you with those as we go along. Essentially, it's 72 minutes rather than the required 90 originally. Yellow flags being, or certainly yellow boards being illuminated there as we're looking at a scrap within LMP3, the 12 car to the inside line, which has been started by Leo Weiss, son of Georg, who is the Wochenspiegel part of WTM, run by German squad Rinaldi Racing though.
Briefly, yellow flags at turn 13, now withdrawn by the look of things, but they're still all underway. It's the LMP2 Pro-Ams that are struggling at the moment in these conditions. Multiple of those cars dropping back through the order. Proton Competitions, Christian Ried did rejoin, but back in 9th place. Fred Pordad seems to be dropping back rapidly in the number 20 car. I wonder if it's he who had the problem at turn 13. There's Hurst-Felbermeyer. He will be heading down pit lane for that drive-through penalty for the contact with the 37. Turn 5 certainly a danger area. Difficult / impossible to get the power down where these drivers would like to do it, but they're learning with every lap where the grip is and isn't. Phil Hansen away and clear. Panis Racing's Manuel Maldonado 8 seconds back, but under pressure now from Kiffin Simpson in the championship leading car.
So Maldonado, as now Horst Felbermeyer goes side by side again with the 81 car, which really appears to be struggling in these conditions. Joined now, Henrik Hedman, by the 24 car of Rodrigo Sales. Was that the TM car running a bit too deep?
It was too deep, and a big wiggle for the rear end of Leo Weiss's number 12 Duquesne.
They were passing a very slow car on the approach to turn 9 as well. Let's try and work out who that was. DKR Engineering's Tom Van Rompuy, yes, has not come through at the end of Sector 2. So 5th position for that car in LMP2. The Pro-Am LMP2 cars particularly are very, very slow because they just can't lay their power down. Not enough downforce and way too much power and torque from the rear wheels.
Van Rompuy has got it back underway. Here is the battle between Rennie Binder and Kiffin Simpson. Binder goes to the outside. Is he going to be able to take that place into turn 1? He's chosen the high line and it's made it this time. So Kiffin Simpson drops back to 4th in this early running.
So much spray being kicked into the face of Rene Binder, who's had a well and truly up and down race. He was as high as 2nd, he was back down to 7th, he's now running 3rd with the Manuel Maldonado driven Panis racing car just up ahead, and Binder's run again. Remember, Rene Binder gold up against Maldonado, who is silver. So on paper, it should be reasonably easy for Rene Binder to get through. And actually, Manuel Maldonado realises, well, this is not a fight that I need to necessarily concern myself with. However, having said that, here comes Manuel back on the inside line for the kink at turn 6. The track now turns right on 2 occasions, though, and Rene Binder back where he started into 2nd.
Yeah, Rene Binder on a bit of a mission here. The championship hopes went in qualifying yesterday, but they're in this for the race win. Yep, excitement, quite rightly too. No, don't worry, you show some excitement. It is exciting. Fastest lap of the race at the moment at 1:54.572 from Phil Hansen, and going quicker again this time around. He's pulling away 13 seconds to the good at the moment. 3-car battle, meanwhile, in GTE. This is a battle for 3rd between the Spirit of Race Ferrari of Duncan Cameron, Jens Müller in the 44 Aston Martin, and it'll be Takeshi Kimura, I think, in the 57 car.
And Kimura's lost places, hasn't he? Because through the last split he was 2nd. He's now back to 4th, I reckon, with Duncan Cameron now up to 2nd. Jens Müller 3rd, and the Kessel Racing car guy car down to 4th, which is the last thing that the 57 crew wanted. They trail the Proton Competition 16 by 15 points coming into this race. Now, what happened here over the 17?
That's a touch on the championship winning car, more than a touch from the 35 Ultimate car. There's another car off at the exit there. Was that the 83 car?
It couldn't. I didn't grab too much of a sight of it. We are waiting for Francois Perrodo to come through, and he has done at the end of Sector 3, so it can't have been Francois Perrodo. Just trying to work out who that was likely to have been. Likely to be heavily delayed in the final sector. Here's Phil Hansen, the race leader, now leading by 13.8 seconds. You might be thinking, how on earth is that possible? Well, principally he's up against silver-rated drivers, whereas he is a gold. René Binder now wriggling free of those silver-rated drivers. Binder might now be able to close that gap a little bit.
Just goes to show, doesn't it, just how tricky these conditions are. Saw a shot a little while ago of this group trying to get to terms with Daniel Schneider ahead of them. He is in 26th position at the moment, the 21 United Autosports car, and struggling with the prevailing conditions.
Very slow lap for Sally Jolic, I'm noticing, in the number 34, 2:06.
Was it him?
So was it him that was stranded briefly at turn 13? There's no one else. Well, 2:05 for Adrian Schiller. Well, that was the 17 car.
Yeah, that's not that far off the pace at the moment, though.
And also very slow for Daniel Schneider in the 21 car, so it could be all manner of vehicles, basically.
Daniel is just struggling with these conditions. You know, don't blame him.
Certainly not.
Not struggling, though, is Phil Hansen, still 13 seconds to the good. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. Just handed that over, by the way, to René Binder in the Duquesne car. The best lap of the race now, a 1:53.689.
As the sunshine really starts to burn through some of that lower cloud now. And Dragon Speed, side-by-side blow with the number 7 Nielsen racing car. It goes to the high side, Tony Wells. And Tony got ahead of Henrik Hedman. That was a move for position. LMP3 overtaking LMP2 Pro-Am for 22nd place.
We got yellow flags briefly at turn 13. While we're talking about LMP3s and Tony Wells, leading LMP3 and ahead of all of the P2 Pro-Am cars is Matthew Richard Bell in the 11 Euro International car. That is some performance at the moment. Experienced radical racer, Matthew. One of 3 Matt Bells in the world of international endurance racing. Can be confusing at times, so we designate him with his middle name as well, Matthew Richard Bell. But the 11 Euro International car, 8th overall at the moment. And only 3 seconds back from Land Lonco in the 7th place 47 car. Some drive this.
Yeah, it is, but also testament to actually how much drivers would favour an LMP3 car over an LMP2 in these horrible conditions, because the LMP3 is heavier. It's got a slightly more powerful engine compared to the Gibson, but the LMP2s, what do they weigh? 900 kilos?
It's less power for the LMP3s. It's about
less power but a bigger engine, so more weight, and it's pushing it down and therefore getting more mechanical grip.
Yes.
So I think that's part of the reason why, you know, we've got an LMP3 that's 8th overall, 11th overall, 13th and 14th overall. I think a tremendous run.
This is a guy, Matthew Richard Bell, who's done so much racing in the likes of the Radicals. We had the Radical World Finals here on the bill this weekend. It's a downforce prototype, and let's face it, he's raced in our home country, and a wet race will not be a stranger to him.
Certainly not, no. Yeah, right, racing in his backyard, perhaps. And 8th place could be about to become 7th if he can start to trouble Vlad Lomko for what would be a massive moment if an LMP3 could actually overtake an LMP2 in the race. We've had LMP2 Pro-Ams overtaken, but LMP2, an entirely different story. Remember, there's no difference in specification, technical specification between a P2 and a P2 Pro-Am. It's all instead about driver makeup. Here's the Pro-Am version of the United Autosports crew, so that is Daniel Schneider, car number 21.
Just been taken by Johnny Lawson in the number 50 car, so it drops back another place. He's for 28th place overall, so he is really not enjoying the conditions here at all. Phil Hansen, 13.6 seconds, still ahead of Rennie Binder. He and Binder are trading fastest sector times, fastest lap times. This, though, is the Prototype competition car being chased by the Team Virage car. This is for the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. 9th overall, Giorgio Roda, Alexander Matchell. These two guys amongst the cream of the crop for the bronzes. The car behind them, by the way, in the hands of Miguel Cristovo, is the 13 car. That is for position, second place in LMP2, keeping tabs at the moment on two leading LMP2 Pro-Am cars.
Giorgio Roda, Alexander Matchell, first and second in LMP2 Pro-Am, tucked in behind Miguel Cristovo, as Graham mentioned, so 9th, 10th and 11th in the overall standings. But as these two bronze drivers go hammer and tongs with one another, it's the two pole sitters from this weekend, isn't it? Giorgio Roda and Alexander Matchell, and they've shown really good speed regardless of the track condition through the course of 4 days of sustained running on the Algarve International Circuit. Racing Team Turkey's number 34 still hanging on to third position, Sally Yollet. She's got 4 seconds to try and find in order to get in amongst these two. And we're speculating that Sally had a bit of a moment at the top of the hill at turn 13, yet to be confirmed, but there was certainly an errant lap time in amongst otherwise some very decent ones being posted. That 2:06 rather indicative of a half spin perhaps, but by the sounds of things, a very swift recovery.
I think what you're going to see in the minutes that follow here is the more experienced gentleman drivers finding more confidence with the grip in these LMP2 Pro-Am cars and starting to get more onto terms with the LMP3 cars, a couple of which are in the hands of their pro drivers. There's the number 4 from DKR, 31 from Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Duquesne and Ligier, very different looking cars, identical sounding because it's the same powertrain, engine and gearbox. Whilst said about the new engine, or new engine deal rather, will keep Gibson as the engine supplier for LMP2 for many years to come. There's a brand new engine coming to LMP3 after next season. Twin turbo V6 will be supplied by Orica. Believe that is a Toyota based engine, still yet to be officially confirmed. The hill they go. Another fastest lap of the race, again this time to Phil Hansen, now almost 15 seconds to good. So after a spirited challenge from Rennie Binder, seems at the moment as if Hansen has got the bit between his teeth again and is beginning to extend, eke out an advantage once again.
So 2 GT cars in that shot. That's the 57 car guy of Takeshi Kimura, his Ferrari, ahead of Arnold Robin, the 72 Aston Martin with the bright yellow day glow door mirrors. There's Johnny Lawson, opening stint for the Formula Racing Ferrari, number 50. And remember, bronze drivers, even taking out the red flag period, will have to do just above 70 minutes of drive time now. And the red flag does not count towards that. However, the 5 minutes of safety car that we had right at the start of the race will do.
Yes, indeed.
So we need to factor that in as well. 45 minutes of red flag, which we were denied racing and therefore cannot be counted towards drive time. But the drive time has been adjusted with, I reckon, 81% of the race possible when we got going again at 3:20. So times the original drive times by 0.8, and that should give you the new figure. Proton up against Virage at the sharp end of LMP2 Pro-Am. That's Giorgio Roda, Alexander Matchell. What about Sally Yollet? She's closer again to Miguel Cristobal, yes, who is the second of the LMP3s, but that's a good yardstick for us to be measuring, because actually Cristoval's pace is about the same as Alexander Matchell in an LMP2 car.
Well, there's an argument to say that Matchell is actually holding him up. He may choose not to try to challenge the potentially quicker car ahead. There are parts of this circuit where the P2 package is clearly more superior, but definitely Sally Yollet is now closing on this group. This is heading towards quite an interesting period of this race, where you would hope that a couple, as I say, the more experienced gentlemen drivers will start to find their feet in these incredibly tricky conditions. Down the hill, Christophe is at a point where he loses a little bit of ground to the Orica ahead. Better aero, more power for the engine. Just looking to see just what the lap times are for this group. Christophe thrown a 1:59.2, Jolic a 1:58.1, so he is catching.
Again, trying to keep tabs on how long these LMP2 cars at the head of the order might be able to do on their opening stint. They did the run to the grid. We then didn't have any formation laps because we went straight into the race at what time did we try it? First of all, 2:30, wasn't it? With the race time therefore set to elapse and complete its 4 hours at 6:30 tonight. Great tussling here, and this is the fight between the 28 car of Paul Lafargue and Vlad Lomko, who has to go to the high side of the GMB Motorsport Aston Martin, and Jens Moller sensibly staying well over to the right to allow these two cars through. 6th and 7th places. Phil Hansen has a 12.5-second lead over René Binder, quite a bit further up the track from these two, and then it's a 14-second gap back to Manuel Maldonado. Kiffin Simpson is a further half-second behind. No further action between the Ultimate and the 17 Cool Racing collision that happened at the top of the hill at turn 13. So 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, perhaps.
Well, that's the call. The race control have got their hands full of all sorts of things. We'll move beyond that one. I am surprised at it.
We didn't see the build-up.
We didn't.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of the build-up.
Side by side, 55 and 44. This is the battle for second place, and it does reverse. It goes the way of Jens Muller. Ryan Hardwick away and clear. Johnny Lawson is 5 seconds back from that battle. Another battle here, Nielsen Racing and DKR. This is the battle for 5th in LMP2 Pro-Am.
So Rodrigo Sales, an attempt to go up the inside of Tom van Rompuy, which he managed to do into turn 14. And yes, get 5th position in LMP2 Pro-Am. Vlad Lomko trying every which way to get in front of Paul Lafargue. So this is a cool arm wrestle to keep our eyes on between the two silver-rated drivers. Vlad Lomko with Richard de Gueres and Jose Maria Lopez as part of the lineup in car number 47. Through the left-hander at turn 9, known as Craig Jones, and now up to the top of the hill at Portimão, the double right-hander turns 10 and 11, as this epic circuit goes through various changes of elevation. Full throttle through turn 12, but then leap on the brakes to arrest the speed in time for an awkward turn 13 that instantly wants to send you off straight on and towards the barrier.
This time, Lomko tries around the outside. It's a long way around. Has a better run down the hill, but is he too far back here? I think he might be, but it's a good run through turn 15. Not quite close enough, I don't think, though. Traffic still to come, though. Crichton Lentudis it is. That is the first car that this pair are going to have to deal with. 28 car will certainly get by. Is the room still for the 47 to make it by before turn 1? I think we'll do that under the superior braking of the Orica.
Another very good lap from the race leader, Phil Hansen, a full 2 seconds quicker than René Binder. And speaking of which, although he made an error into turn 5 at the hairpin, so just ran a little bit too deep. This lap potentially then is going to be significantly slower than that. And we are now 17 laps in. So 17 laps on the stint. Remember, there was a red flag after just 1 lap of the, or 2 laps of the safety car rather, and 45 minutes of sitting on the grid, enabling the rain to lessen. And now let's keep our fingers crossed, because the forecast looks okay between now and 6:30 tonight, that we can at least keep the cars running round.
Well, we should start to see a drying line if the rain stays off, Johnny. There's plenty of tyre being applied to this. There's a change, by the way. Miguel Cristovo has made his way by Alexander Matchell for 10th overall. So Matchell has now got a rapidly closing Sally Jelic to deal with for what would be second in LMP2 Pro-Am. So good run from Cristovo, who's heading off in pursuit. 11 seconds up the road, and with the LMP2 Pro-Am leading Giorgio Roda between him and the leader in LMP3, Matthew Bell.
So Lomco a touch wide there. Still the scrapping ongoing between Jens Moller and Duncan Cameron. They're having a really good tussle, these guys. And the front-engined GTE car, the Aston Martin Vantage from Danish squad GMB Motorsport, is now back ahead of Duncan Cameron's green and white Ferrari.
Both the Cool Racing LMP2 cars together, and that is the 47 up the inside, taking that position at that point. But there's a better run out of that corner from Paul Lafargue. Is he going to get it back? We've seen this time and again this weekend. Can he toughen up the inside here? Need to be sensible.
Lomco deliberately going wide all the way through turn 3, and it gives him the inside line now for turn 4, but he can't quite get the pedal down as readily as Paul Lafargue, who is on the drier part of the track. And so it proves the 28 car from Edex Sport is ahead, albeit briefly, because Vlad Lomco's now going to pick him off into turn 5, the hairpin, and sort of stops the car right in the middle of the corner to prevent Paul Lafargue from getting on the... Oh, there's contact there as Lomco tried to just shade off the line of Paul Lafargue. Well held, but possibly a touch naughty there from Vlad Lomco, because he wasn't clear of Paul Lafargue and was squeezing him towards the apex. That does decide it, though, and the 47 car now up to 6th.
So that was an engaging battle. Let's see again. Corner after corner. Completely different lines. This is where the squeeze came.
Wasn't really anywhere that Paul Lafargue could go in that instance, other than mounting the curb. So he will argue that he was rather forced out of that. I wonder whether race control will take another look from some better angles. Way over to the right there was the Duquesne car of René Binder. To the left and going a lap down, the 81 of Henrik Hedman for Dragon Speed USA. As there's the Panis Racing 65 car getting past 72 Aston Martin. And how's that doing? Running 6th at the moment in GTE with Arnold Robin.
Kevin Simpson there, tucked into 4th. Pretty conservative run so far for the 25 car. They don't need any immediate heroics here. They have a big points lead to defend, and that was very close with the 57 car, with young Mr. Maldonado. Kiffin Simpson keeping him in sight. Nervy time in the Algarve Pro Racing garage.
It always was going to be, despite a lead of 20 points heading into this final race of the season, 25 available. So at the moment, even though the Algarve Pro car is 3 places back from its main championship rival, there'll still be 7 points ahead come the end of the season. And I suppose that's the benefit of having 7 cars in LMP2. As long as you get to the finish, there is a chance of scoring points for 7th position.
93 on board briefly there with Michael Fassbender, getting on to terms with Martin Berry. Porsche on Ferrari, Proton on JMW. It is Aston Martin, Ferrari, Porsche in that train, the 3 marks that are represented in this final season of GTE for the European Le Mans Series. Arnaud Robin, Martin Berry and Michael Fassbender, all 3 of them bronze-ranked drivers.
With that LMP2 thought in mind, in fact, it doesn't really matter how far down the number 25 car may tumble, as long as it's got the right amount of percentage of the race completed and it finishes the race, then points for 7th are enough, even if the 22 car wins the race. So that's how much they have up their sleeve. But of course, if the car ends up in the gravel or has a mechanical problem, then it's an entirely different story. Again, a drag race out of turn 5 with briefly the LMP3 Duquesne with a slightly better traction coming out of the hairpin over Phil Hansen. So good little fight there with Alexander Bukantsov, but Bukantsov far more concerned with the advances of Tony Wells for 7th and 8th places in LMP3.
Yeah, 22 car jets away, almost 20 seconds to the good through the last timing beam. As the LMP2 car tries to leapfrog through. Yellow flags at turn 5 at the moment. They've gone away, someone's had a moment and recovered. You see Michael Fassbender trying to find out whether or not there's room to get alongside, get by Martin Berry. Arnaud Rabat just a little further down the road.
Here's the number 5 car from RLR M Sport. That's running a bit deep as Leo Weiss pits from the LMP3 field, and Henrik Hedman with a half spin, and that sends the GTE race leader and championship leader very, very wide indeed in avoidance. You can have everything planned in your race and thought it all out, and then someone has a moment in front of you and you have to make a decision incredibly quickly. Precisely. The 16 car lost how much time? A full second in the middle sector, and we only knew that when Ryan completed sector 2. And here come the cavalry, because desperate to try and get the class lead is Jens Moller in the GMB Motorsport car, and of course he's been battling with Duncan Cameron almost from the restart of the race.
So 1, 2, 3 in GTE, fully together. So it's going to be LMP2 traffic as well involved in this battle, and we know that that can have its swings and its roundabouts, and that's off for Daniel Schneider. Luckily doesn't make the gravel trap, but it's just as this GT lead battle approaches, stays out the way there. Will need to, a great place there to get the car turned around either, is he?
Certainly not. If it stalled it, then even more of a difficulty. He's got it going again, but of course you can go forward only so much, all on his own, unfortunately, for the Brazilian racer, Daniel Schneider, and then facing the gravel trap. So inch it forward, maybe try and locate reverse, but that's very, very difficult to do on a hot race car. He is just easing it back now.
He's done that well, actually, under pressure.
There's Rui Andrade side by side with Vlad Lonko. So Lonko, remember, with a prolonged battle with Paul Lafargue, who started from pole position. And now Lonko looking for a way by Andrade, who was having the boots dried before the race in his Inter-Europol competition, Orica 07. Warning flag for Vlad Lonko for the contact with car 28. So that was, yes, when they were scrapping away.
After turn 5 up the hill and the move across on the other car, I think that's perfectly fair comment. Just making it clear that this is not the kind of behaviour that's going to be accepted by race control. And that's the kind of message that we need in motorsport. Okay, you've had your fun. That could have been a lot worse, couldn't it, Sunshine?
Yeah.
Let's get on with it.
And I actually don't think in that case it was deliberate. It was just a case of, I think unclear, but actually not. And if he'd stayed to his racing line, he was likely then to have the advantage into turn 7 and 8 anyway, but was just trying to complete the manoeuvre earlier than he needed to. So Vlad Lonko's now managed to pick off Rui Andrade, a terrific overtake around the outside of Craig Jones.
That shows he's learning where the grip is.
Yeah. Real bravery, and if you're willing to go to that extent, then the reward is the inside line into Portimão, and now 5th place for Vlad Lonko. Here's the race leader, Phil Hansen, leading René Binder by almost 20 seconds now, although we're seeing good speed from the 3rd and 4th place cars of Manuel Maldonado and Kyffin Simpson. They've just gone through the first sector quicker than they've managed all race. So really is starting to dry up, I get the sense now, and also a bit more confidence for those silver drivers.
The instruction to Kyffin Simpson at the moment is stay in contact with this lead group. Don't get involved in anybody else's fight. It's a zero-risk game, as much as international motorsport ever can be. We are going to get pretty rapidly into pit stops for these LMP2 cars.
23 laps now completed for Phil Hansen. Often I judge it on time-wise, but of course we're well out of kilter with that, with the stray 5 minutes at the start of the race and then 45 minutes when we weren't actually doing any competitive action.
44 car of Jens Moller has dropped back in this battle, and all of a sudden it's Duncan Cameron with Ryan Hardwick for the lead of the GTE race.
Hardwick deliberately trying to seek out, again, the grippier parts of the circuit. So many times cars in various different categories have entirely missed the apex at turn 14. That is deliberate, braking a little bit late and then going right around the high side of turn 14. It is thankfully a corner with camber in your favour, so that should, so long as you don't push it too hard, provide a bit of angle to make sure the car stays on the straight and narrow. And heading through 14 and 15 will go the sky blue and black Porsche number 16. Cameron right with him. What therefore has happened to Jens Moller? Fallen behind the Ferrari, yeah. And just struggling a touch, 2 seconds away from Horst Felbermeyer.
That's the 5 car off the circuit.
So the RLR M Sport car that's been started by James Dayson goes for a rotation. Here's what happened to Jens Moller, deep into turn 5 at the hairpin, and that's what's lost him even more ground.
It's been a tricky part of the circuit, hasn't it? He's still in contact, but he's out of that fight for the moment. First of the major runners to pits, it is Rui Andrade in the 43 car, also Sally Jolic down pit lane, and Francois Perrodo. So they're the early takers here.
New fastest lap of the race for Phil Hansen, the race leader, 152.4, finding lots of speed through the final sector now. And Vlad Lonko's just gone quicker than anybody else in the middle sector between turns 5 and 10. Very tight and technical, that part of the circuit. And you're also dealing with an awful lot of gradient change too. So 34, Sally Jolic on the dolly jacks, just being wheeled into the correct position. They are going to be doing a driver change here as well. Jolic out, and new driver in, quite possibly Charlie Eastwood. Remember, 48 minutes and 43 seconds, the minimum drive time.
Oh, he's run over the foot of the car controller.
Ouch.
That will have hurt.
And the problem is the car controller fell over with the foot still underneath the wheel, so that will have been incredibly painful.
So this is the 20 car, Fred Pordad coming in. Fred recovered pretty well after struggling with those conditions in the early part of the race. Algarve Pro Racing team go, and there is going to be a driver change there too.
So just trying to work out now, 97 minutes of the race have been completed, but we lost 45 under the checkered flag, under the red flag, I should say. Here's the 65 going wide into, and almost following suit into turn 5, Manuel Maldonado, and behind the 43 car, that was a rejoining Ollie Caldwell, in fact, now down in 7th position because that car's just on its out lap.
Giorgio Roda out of the number 99 car, and who climbs aboard? I think that might be Jonas Reed. Climbing aboard, 3rd generation of the Reed family, with the family-owned and run Proton competition team. Still, this battle for GTE supremacy at this stage is between Ryan Hardwick, championship leader, and Duncan Cameron. Porsche versus Ferrari, Proton competition versus the Spirit of Race AF Corsa car, the dominant teams in the history of the European Le Mans Series in GTE. This is a fitting battle to bring this episode to a close, isn't it?
So Racing Team Turkey and also Inter-Europol competition, they say, and quite rightly I think, that their opening stints are done and you don't need to get those start drivers back in again, because 96 minutes minus the 45 gives you over the 48 marker that everyone now has to do on the adjusted times. So it's no longer a minimum drive time of 60 minutes, closer to 49 minutes in total. And so Sally Jolic, his afternoon should now be complete, and the same goes for Rui Andrade out of the 43 into Europol competition.
Rui is not a bronze.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, sorry, it's every driver. My apologies.
Matter. Yeah, it's an hour for everybody. Round the outside for the GTE lead, and Duncan Cameron will get it on Ryan Hardwick.
Great
so we'll
run.
need to do a recalculation now on the order for the time being. I can do that relatively easily, but a brilliant overtake, and clearly Duncan knew there was some grip out there.
Yeah, Duncan going very well indeed. Having one of those days, Duncan Cameron. Thoroughly enjoying his day, I'm sure. Last competitive trip for his 55 Ferrari 488 as into the pit lane comes the number 24 Nielsen racing car. It's another team, by the way, looking to double up in LMP2 next year. Bumper bundle of new prospects in that class, some of whom we'll see in action tomorrow here at the inaugural rookie test for the ELMS. 72, 66 and 93, Michael Fassbender going way wide. Michael will be involved in that LMP2 test tomorrow, by the way, with Proton competition.
Still the championship going in the direction of the 16 car as things stand very early on, 2 hours and 20 minutes still to go, but that drop to second place won't affect the points too much. They, remember, have only a 4-point lead, but it is because so far the 60 car's not really featuring. Claudia Schiavone outside the points in 11th position, and the 77 after that off for Christian Reed into the gravel trap at turn 5 is only 9th. So those involved with the 16 car will be willing for things to stay that way, and they're getting even worse for the 60 car now. Claudia Schiavone off into the gravel at the first corner. Yeah,
and that will, I'm sure, cede that position to, yes it does, John Hartshorn in the background there. So it's not just time, it's a position lost for Claudia Schiavone. Look at the water there. Just goes to show just how much rainfall we've had today. Mercifully, it also helped her to get through and out of the gravel trap. Could have been a lot worse.
He'll have to put that out of his mind. Did Arnold Robin also have a moment, skating very wide at the 13th corner and losing the car as well, as the 66 JMW Motorsport car was able to benefit from that. So Robin in the Aston, Martin Berry in the bright yellow Ferrari. And there is Phil Hansen putting a lap now on the 34 car, which, did we say that was Charlie Eastwood? Yeah.
Charlie will be out on stone cold tyres, remember, so that will account for the ease with which one pro went by another. We'll be seeing, I'm sure, a lot more LMP2 action on pit lane very shortly indeed. This is Formula Racing and Kessel Racing in a bit of a battle. This is for 4th in GTE. Kessel take that position. That is Johnny Larson on Takeshi Kimura. Martin Berry is not that much further back. Yet another Ferrari, the JMW car. Duquesne team, Billy Binder, he's had a really good go at this, but 32 seconds back as he pits with 2 hours and 18 minutes to go. So Phil Hansen has opened up that gap hugely. TF Sports 72 car, the latest to be off the road at turn 5. They are struggling, aren't they, to find any grip at all.
That's two smallish errors for Arnold Robin and as many laps, I reckon. Here's the 65 Panis car, just ahead of the 25 for second position. So Manuel Maldonado making the move on Kiffin Simpson through turns 1, 2 and 3.
There's an error there from Maldonado coming into that previous turn, and that's given Kiffin Simpson a bit of a sniff at this. Also closing rapidly, by the way. Vlad Lomko is right there with them. So
yeah, but he went wide in the background. Yep. So turn 5 is horrible, regardless of what category you're in. Lomko losing a hatful of time there. But as you say, the error from Maldonado really now gives Kiffin Simpson the chance, certainly pressurising the Venezuelan, although running on the British licence for this year's ELMS.
Yeah. So Kiffin Simpson looking now for a way by, 3rd to 2nd, and we'll be doing that principally because the 47 is closing too. This is the time to make the move, and there's just one thing to think about. That's the man ahead of you, rather than two. Team Virage and AF Corsa here in LMP2 Pro-Am. That is a battle for 4th in class.
We'll grab a glimpse in a moment of Phil Hanson's pit stop. Here it is, and they are going to get Phil out of there because, again, he's done north of the new drive limit, the drive minimum time of just about 49 minutes. There are also some concern about some debris on the start-finish straight, and there it is. Drivers left, right on the racing line.
Possible debris on the start-finish. Possible debris on the start-finish.
Also, just being told about an incident between the 72 Aston and the 93 Porsche of Michael Fassbender. Now, we only caught the tail end of that, I think. Robin was wide.
Left on the start-finish straight. Debris on track, drivers left on the start-finish straight.
The suggestion is that he has had some contact with Michael Fassbender, and Fassbender's car it is to blame for that damage then, and the debris on the main straight.
So that was with the 72 car, so that seems significant enough that that is going to need to be attended to. Might well be getting the meatball flag, the go fix it flag.
And still way too early to be thinking about getting Michael out of that car, I would think. Actually, I'd have to do some calculation on that, because he would normally have to do a minimum of an hour and a half. That becomes something like 72, 73 minutes on the adjusted times. We've had a total of 105 minutes now, minus the 45. Yeah, so we've done about an hour's worth of the bronze time in GTE. He needs to do another 15 minutes yet.
Yeah, so that's not going well for the number 93 squad. My prediction that he might well win a race before the end of this season, looking less and less likely.
I think that is the case, unfortunately. But exciting times tomorrow, potentially for the Hollywood Star, with a test planned in an LMP2 car. More wet weather tyres for the EDEX Sport 28. Remember, the only category in this race that has intermediates at their disposal are the GTEs.
Oh, trouble.
Now we've got the 34 car of Charlie Eastwood stuck at turn 5, and he's clashed, I can only assume, with the 66 Ferrari of Martin Berry. At least both have ended up in a similar spot. And
I wonder if it's actually as simple as he's gone off in front of him and Berry can't get around him.
Could well be.
There's the damage. There's maybe damage on the right-hand side of that car. There's definitely been an impact on the right-hand side of the car. So it'd be good to see that again. It's about a 15-point turn here from the Racing Team Turkey car, but can Berry rejoin? He just couldn't rejoin, could he? What happened here? It was Berry on Eastwood rather.
Didn't see that possibly as far back as we needed to, but the camera was elsewhere, concentrating on other scraps, and yes, a slight misjudgment maybe from the Singaporean driver Martin Berry, and into the side of Charlie Eastwood. Does look like both cars will be able to rejoin, and that's instantly going to be looked at again. But the key thing now for the LMP2 Pro-Am battle, which, by the way, the race leader in that is, if it was an LMP3 car, it would be 7th.
Yes.
Unbelievable pace from LMP3. I know we're in the middle of the stops for the LMP2, so it's slightly misrepresentative, but I mean, we now have an LMP3 car 2nd overall. Matthew Richard Bell in the Euro International car is only 45 seconds away from our current race leader in P2, Marino Sato.
Stunning things from him here. And at the moment, behind him, Miguel Cristovo is 2 seconds a lap quicker than him as well. So the gap between them for the lead in LMP3 is 1.8 seconds. So it is a real-life battle in LMP3, and that is actually the battle for 2nd overall.
So, by my reckoning, Charlie Eastwood, after rejoining, is now all the way down in 8th position in LMP2 Pro-Am. The 83 car of Mathieu Vaxavier, current championship leader, 3rd, and on course for 100 points were he to stay there. So they're doing all that they need to do, with no near championship rivals ahead of them on the road now. 24 was semi-involved with the championship fight, but 25 points back before we got going. So a real long shot for 24 to do anything.
4-course yellow is going to be coming. That will be for recovery of that debris on the pit straight. That debris has come. If you look at the wheel arch covering through the in-car camera there for Michael Fassbender, see that's That's where the damage has come from.
For full course yellow.
It's the front bodywork, the air getting into the front of the car. It's playing havoc with the wheel cover.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. Full course yellow. On the start-finish straight, please bear totally to the right.
Now, gone are the days where you used to be able to pit during a full course yellow and get some opportunistic stops and fueling out of the way.
On the start-finish straight, bear totally right. I'm sending marshals on the left. On the start-finish straight, bear totally to the right. I'm sending marshals on the left.
That was the end of the incident where presumably Fassbender caught the tail of Arnold Robin's Aston Martin, the two ending up again exactly where Charlie Eastwood and Martin Berry were stopped on the outside of turn 5, the hairpin. Meanwhile, down at Iron Links, they're thinking about maybe a pit stop to get Claudio Schiavone out of the car.
What I would say, by the way, is when this car does come in, that is a very modular bodywork system. It will be pretty quick to change that bodywork. It looks to me like it is the front clip plus the, obviously, the light enclosure and wheel cover. But no sign that, well, they're not going to pit at this point. He's going to try and get as close as he possibly can, isn't he?
The other thing is you can't pit unless you label it as emergency service. It does look like the debris has been recovered, though, from the main straight. And we go back to green straight away. So really short full course yellow there, less than a lap. And it is 30 laps up now for Marino Sato, who has a big advantage over the next LMP2 car, who is Tijmen van der Helm for Panis Racing, number 65.
This is the number 65, and I think he's back up in second place now. Matthew Richard Bell was in that second slot. I think he may well have ceded that spot as we went back to green.
Okay, well, there was only a second between them under full course yellow, so it won't have taken much at all to catch and overtake the Dutchman on the Brit for Euro International. Here's the scrap for second position in LMP2 Pro-Am. It's Sebastian Alvarez versus Mathieu Vaxivière. And if Vaxivière, who's taken over from Francois Perrodo, who started that car, Perrodo's done his minimum drive time, and Vaxivière and fellow Frenchman Perrodo on course at the moment for a championship. It would look even rosier if they can squeeze into second position. We are now hearing about the mechanical warning flag, though, being waved in the direction of Michael Fassbender, Graham.
Indeed, black and orange flag to the number 93 crew to repair the front of the car. That will be to try to avoid any further debris peeling off what is clearly a very aero-affected bit of damage. Already had one full course yellow for the first chunk. They would like not to have to do a second for any more. That was, we saw Richard Leitz talking to the crew, asking what the plan is here. Michael's still short of his drive time, of course, so this is not going to plan. Race control will expect that to be done in pretty good order. So you expect to see the 93 car on pit lane fairly soon, as round the outside tries Mathieu Vaxivière. No room there to get by Sebastian Alvarez. Tries again, gets a better run and a great run around the outside. Is there room to complete the manoeuvre, though? I think we're going to see, we do, the 83 car through and clear and up into second place in LMP2 Pro-Am. This is going to plan at the moment for AF Corse, Johnny.
With regard to the bronze drivers in GTE, I reckon when we get to 2 hours and 2 minutes remaining, that's the point, or afterwards, where you can get your bronze driver out. So we need to get to 118 minutes in the race.
The 5 more minutes.
So 5 more minutes from now, and then it'll no doubt be a big presence on pit road of the GTEs, and already thinking about a change.
So it's this
lap, Formula Racing car.
Yeah, it's this lap and 2 more, therefore, for Michael Fassbender, if he can get that far. And he doesn't want to fall foul of being black flagged for ignoring an instruction.
You normally get 3 laps to respond to something like a mechanical warning flag.
It might be 1 lap too many.
indeed. So a question, unfortunately, of trying to sort all that bodywork out. And then, well, would they think about a driver change and then put Michael in again later on? Just hope for some sort of... Well, you can't even hope for a caution now for a stray pit stop, because you're going to be locked out of the pits unless it's a lengthy safety car. So it might have to be 2 separate stops there. One to respond to the mechanical warning flag and fix the damage. One to then get Michael Fassbender out after his required 1 hour, 13 minutes and 4 seconds of drive time. And that's the case for all of the bronzes that have to do what was originally planned to be 90 minutes. It's now 73 minutes and 4 seconds to be exact.
93 on pit road, pit straight now. Are they going to pit at this time of asking? And the answer is they are not.
There is the race leader in LMP3, still Matthew Bell doing a cracking job.
And the race leader in GTE as well.
Yeah.
Kiffin Simpson in amongst them and that.
He's third in LMP2.
So it's James Allen now.
That's a change for position, or will be, if and when James Allen gets in front of Matthew Bell. So yes, James Allen taking over from Kiffin Simpson during the first pit stop for Algarve Pro Racing.
That's the Duquesne team car in contention for the same positions here. So this is a battle, 3-car battle, we'll call it that for the moment. Allen goes ahead of the flying into your international number 11 car. Goes up into third place, but Duquesne team's Nico Pino is pushing hard.
Pino to the inside of turn 13, daring enough to drop a tyre or two onto the curb there. Still running pretty much all the LMP2s on the wet weather Goodyear tyres. As mentioned, you can't go with a cut slick anymore, so have to be very, very confident that a slick tyre is the direction to go, but it's way too early for that, I would suggest. There's parts of the track that you will be fine, like this on the start-finish straight, but there's still a little bit of spray from the rear deck of each of the LMP2s, so but far more concerning through the mid and high-speed corners.
Yeah, Pino is through and into fourth place. Matthew Bell is still under pressure, you know, from Miguel Cristofo. He's just 1.3 seconds back in what is a lead battle in LMP3. There they are together underneath the Goodyear banner.
Out of turn 4 goes the pursuing Nico Pino, and wants to try and hang on to the coattails where possible of James Allen, who again deliberately misses the turn 5 apex. Meanwhile in GTE, the fight for second position is really starting to liven up now. Ryan Hardwick versus Jens Moller. These guys have got another 90 seconds or so still to do to complete their required driving time. And I just wonder whether the extra weight that the number 16 Porsche has got to carry for this final race of the weekend, an extra 30 kilos, may be starting to tell now on some weather-beaten, wet weather Goodyear tyres beneath him.
Yeah, it was a great start to this race from Ryan Hardwick. He's caught and passed by Duncan Cameron, now on pit lane, and too early for the drive time for Michael Fassbender as they take a look at the damage as to what is going to be required here. This is where it happened, and it was way too hot in there for Michael Fassbender.
Yeah, a case of seeing it happen from a long way off, but really powerless because the science was against him. They are going to do the driver change now, but for me, this is just a tad too early, so there's going to be an extra bit of time for Michael Fassbender to fulfill, but seeing as, well, they've torn off all the broken bits of the car, and I think they're just going to leave it at that, are they? Oh no, they are going to take the front piece off.
They've not taken anything off. That's what was left.
True. No, I thought they'd taken the stray bits off.
I think what you're going to see here is they're going to try and use the tape to secure the bib, if you like, of the car to the wheel cover that's got a broken mounting point by the look of things.
Well, 73 minutes required, plus the 45 that we had for the red flag, takes us to 118 minutes. We're only at that now.
Yeah, going a lap down here as well.
And going a lap down, but should Fassbender want the championship points, as these two now go side by side, I reckon he'll have to get back in the car. But the Aston Martin to the high side for Jens Moller. Porsche deliberately driving right down the middle of the road. Great to see the sun glinting off these cars as Moller pushes it a bit too hard into turn 3. And that's almost providing an opportunity now for the 4th place car of Takeshi Kimura, which is desperate for championship points. The 57 not out of it in terms of winning GTE, the final year of GTE in the European Le Mans Series.
It will be triple bad luck for the number 93 car, because there'll also be a stop and go penalty for car 93, so there'll be 2 more stops to come. One is the routine stop to take Michael Fassbender out of the car. The other will be a stop and go for the contact with 72 that caused the incident, that caused the damage in the first place. Also a drive-through penalty for the number 66 car. That's JMW Motorsport for the contact we saw with Charlie Eastwood's racing team Turkey, Orica. New fastest lap of the race, by the way, lap 33. Jack Hawksworth is now aboard the number 20 Algarve Pro racing car in LMP2 Pro-Am as they recover. They're up to 7th in class, 21st overall.
So the first legitimate bronze stints in GTE have been completed. Johnny Lawson in the number 50 car, also in pit road. Crichton Lentdudis in the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. How long will Duncan Cameron leave it, I wonder? I think he's going to be in pretty soon, although enjoying the race lead for Spirit of Race. Here's the 51 AF Corsa entry with the Greek flag.
That's the indication that we are in the window for GTE stops.
And Duncan Cameron does come in just short of the 2-hour marker, which we hit now.
Which also means drive time done for Duncan Cameron.
Exactly. So Cameron in. Ryan Hardwick surely is going to follow suit. He may well have stayed out, though, for an extra lap. It's quite busy in pit lane. Yes, he has. So the Proton competition car now to the front. He is also convincing, convincing Jens Moller to stay out with him in this red and black GMB Motorsport Aston Martin. But the earlier race leader, the race leader prior to the stops, Duncan Cameron, down pit road, and he's brought another Ferrari with him in the form of Takeshi Kimura, who can also exit the Kessel Racing Ferrari now.
So yet again, cracking little battles up and down the field in GTE. Proto Competitions 99 car powers through. There's that car in the order. In his 17th overall, 5th in Pro-Am. Jonas Rieder is aboard that car. A big incident earlier in the week, top of the hill. Took just about every body panel off that car, but it was for the most part just body work that was the issue. The car was back together for track action the following day. Aboard the Duquesne team car now. This is the 4th place car, Nico Pignot, and he's chasing James Allen, who's just improved the fastest lap of the race to a 1:51.509. 25 Algarve Pro, 3rd place, closing on Tijmen van der Helm for 2nd, but Marino Sato is over a minute's gap.
Yeah, really good driving from the young Japanese. Tijmen van der Helm, it seems, with no real answer, although we are really starting again to see a good chunk of lap time starting to ebb away. So Ollie Caldwell's just done 2 absolute bests on the same lap. Laurence Hoare through the final sector goes quicker than anybody else. So new fastest lap of the race just been set by Caldwell, as here comes the Aston Martin of Jens Moller. Because Ryan Hardwick needed to get to the pit lane, it will be the Aston Martin who now leads, and GMB Motorsport happy to head a bit further into this bronze stint.
Yep, 44 leads, 16 has led this race, 55 has led this race, and now the 44 Aston Martin leads this race side by side here for 3rd. Danger close for Algarve Pro Racing. Round the outside of the new GTE leader, James Allen makes it by as the tail wags on the Aston Martin going down the hill. No drama further than just the visual drama. Takeshi Kimura goes wide. Is that going to allow Johnny Larson to get stuck in here?
Now, there was contact between the rejoining 57 and the Hawksworth Algarve Pro Racing car. So 57 now being driven by Scott Huffaker, and that will have done damage, I'm sure, to the front left corner of that car. Hawksworth in the 20 APR car, trying to clear a rejoining machine. I thought it was at first Scott Huffaker had crossed the blend line, but there is a little kick to that which goes left, and he was fine in that regard for me. But right on the apex of turn 1, the Ferrari spins, and Hawksworth did incredibly well to hang on to it in the number 20 car.
Yeah, that would be an interesting one to see the way that race control go on that one. GMP Motorsport's 44 car, where are they? Coming back around for what will surely be the final lap of the stint from Jens Müller. Proto competition 16 away and out of the pits, 77 on pit lane, James W on pit lane. Castle Racing, we just saw, had a rather dramatic exit from their pit stop. Claudio Schiavone has been on pit lane for some time.
Here is Nico Pino, fourth in the Duquesne team car. The AEPR, Algarve Pro Racing's James Allen, just up ahead. Not too much real estate between these two. 0.7 of a second as Pino continues to find a bit more speed than James Allen. A 10th here, a 10th there. Also Mathieu Vaxivière throwing down the gauntlet. He's got a gap of, well, he's right with, no, beg pardon, he's...
yes, it's with Besh.
He's right with Besh. I thought I was reading that correctly. So they are nose to tail. But and of course, the 83 car's trying to get the race lead here to score maximum points. They don't necessarily need that.
But the 24 car has just lost that lead, but around the outside and off goes the 83. 24 car will be getting 10 seconds added to their next pit stop for a pit stop infringement for the first time they're asking down pit lane. So this is in real time. Actually, the 83 is ahead. Drive-through penalty as well for car 57. The Scott Huffaker being blamed for that incident with Jack Hawksworth.
Well, that's down to a little bit of seeding to the car that's already on the racetrack, and clearly Huffaker expecting to just go through turn one without necessarily being aware of what was around him. Hawksworth was fully committed by that point, I suppose. Again, the 83 car trying around the outside this time of Matthias Besch. And Mathieu Vaxivière, as late as he dares on the brakes, right around the outside. An element of that was the number 5 car, possibly balking Matthias Besch. Besch going to go around the inside now of the number 5 that was started by James Dayson. It's still James driving, in fact. But there is the lead change in LMP2 Pro-Am. Matthias Besch, we know, is going to have 10 extra seconds added to the number 24's next pit stop. But car 83... and for its 3 drivers, Francois Perrodo, Mathieu Vaxivière and Alessio Rivera, in a killer position now. They didn't necessarily have to win this race, but they are doing so for Perrodo and Vaxivière, who are started 2 points ahead of everybody else.
Changes afoot in LMP2 for the overall, because Nico Pino has gone by James Allen for 3rd place and is now all over the rear of the Planet Racing, going side by side with Taumann van der Helm for 2nd overall. Hasn't made it there. We'll try the cut back here. Has the better drive.
Amazingly, the glare of the sun is now a big problem, and that place change does happen, but that was at turn 15. Here, though, on the fight back. Here comes the 65, and I wonder whether the 30 was trying to get in the pit road there, but no, it was just in 2 minds. And who's this arriving on the scene? That's the 25 car of James Allen as well. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all together. You could throw a blanket over them as they arrive at a very sunny turns 1, 2 and 3.
And at top of the hill, you would not have bet on the 65 car retaining that place, but it's almost it seemed like Nico Pino was drawn into the traffic. Watch this with the 66 car. He left it too late to take the position to go to around the outside. That place already taken by the 65 car. You have to wait till the gap opened up the inside, and then side by side they went, and side by side they are again. And this time the position goes once again to Nico Pino.
So impressive stuff from the Chilean driver from Santiago, still only 19 years old, so doesn't have the experience of perhaps others that are punching well in this race. Though Marino Sato, of course, we're talking a great deal about him, relatively new to prototypes too, now having a nearly 65-second lead over the new 2nd place car of Nico Pino. Taumann van der Helm having to keep his eyes in the door mirrors, because this man, very experienced, James Allen, and they are on course again to score very well in this championship. They were already well ahead. Now, what happened a few moments ago in GTE, This is the 44 in the 16 cars.
Up the inside, I think this is going to be a change of position for second behind what is now Matt Griffin. Zach Robichon up the inside of Gustav Berg and takes that position back. Gap to Matt Griffin is 7 seconds. Meantime, Matthew Bell has pitted what has been the long time leader in LMP3, and Europol go to the lead but have not yet pitted.
And I'm now tempted to have a look at exactly how long Matt Bell needed to do in the race. Revised driving times, remember, because of a red flag. 1 hour, 25 minutes and 15 seconds in total. You have to, you're not just necessarily taking the race time that we have, we're taking 45 minutes away from that because drive time does not count in as to driving time.
Some Cox there. Stress levels beginning to rise as we get deeper into this race. This really, really matters. It is the European Le Mans Series title. It is the championship. It is the opportunity for a first title here for this family-run team and for an automatic invitation to the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Just wonder whether Matthew Bell's possibly a bit tight on driving time. If anything, he's done exactly 1 hour and 25 minutes, but it's 1 hour and 25 and 15 seconds that are required. So it'd be interesting to see how that car re-emerges. It's still... Did you say that that car was in the pits, number 11?
He's pitted, so he's come back out again.
So he stayed at the wheel, yeah.
Remember, it's only a 2-driver squad for that car.
Precisely. So they're going to go ahead of the necessary drive time of Matthew Bell, but he's looked so good so far. That's not necessarily a bad bet. Adam Alley is the second driver in the Euro International. Almost side by side again, and this is James Allen possibly being in the same position as Nico Pino a few laps ago, and Allen has to get out of it because of the number 7 car, Tony Wells, on the inside of the bend. And a flick of the windscreen wiper there from Tymon von der Helm, staying in front for the time being. No doubt, I think James Allen's slightly quicker of these two cars, but he's got to bide his time considering they're racing for a championship.
Yep, it is all about getting home as quickly as you can. Trouble-free. New fastest lap of the race. This time goes to Ollie Caldwell again, the 43 car, 5th place, 1:49.832. Lap times are coming down. Track is drying out.
And now the 50 Formula Racing car scrapping with Gustav Berg, and Konrad Lausen was able to get through at turn 5, and that will give the burgundy-coloured Formula Racing Ferrari 3rd position ahead of the GMB Motorsport Aston. It's Gianmarco Lavorato who has taken over the number 77 Proton competition car. That's looking much better now. It had dropped to 9th in the hands of Christian Reed, and that was climbing to 5th.
That was because of that long off at turn 5 early in the stint for him, and that damage is still there with a 27-second gap to fill for Lavorato with what is now Gustav Berg ahead. Finally, Miguel Cristavo stops in the 13 car. I think that will be his stint time done, won't it? So 13 from the lead of LMP3 will now start to drop a little bit down the order. It's another fastest lap of the race, but this time it's not only Caldwell, it's Lawrence Herr who is working to get onto terms with Caldwell. He's 6th overall in the Index Sport 28 car, and he is flying. On board with Tymon van der Helm. He's got eyes forward at the moment, 5 seconds back from Nico Pino. But it's all about the car that's behind him on the road. But it's not behind him on the road anymore because James Allen is up to 3rd. And that will be, I suspect, a far more comfortable place for him to be. Pino adds his name to the drivers that have set a fastest lap in this race. It's a 1:49.644 now. Full dry line beginning to appear here, Johnny.
With regard to Miguel Cristobal, the 35 Ultimate car now is spinning at the 3rd corner, and that is an outlap for Jean-Baptiste Le Hay. So cold tyres, you have to imagine, all on his own. Yes, it was, unfortunately, for the Frenchman. Jean-Baptiste Le Hay, perhaps unusually put out for qualifying yesterday, and was well up there for a long period of time.
Lest we forget, by the way, this is the car that leads the race and is 57 seconds clear. It's been a heck of an early stint after we didn't think we was quite get underway, Johnny. Lots to talk about what's gone before.
So, absolutely pouring down at around lunchtime today. We were scheduled to start at 1 o'clock, but there wasn't a hope of doing that. And slowly and surely, the race time slipped further and further back by 30-minute increments. Eventually, we were rolling at 2:30 behind a safety car, but still rivers apparent in all corners of the Algarve International Circuit. And after only 5 minutes of safety car running, the decision was taken to throw the red flag. But crucially, the race clock had begun, and from 2:30 through to what we're expecting now to be a 6:30 finish, eventually we did get racing, but drivers, whilst the red flag was out for 45 minutes, were told to try and get warm and try and get dry before they were recalled to the cars that hopefully in the most cases had been covered. And relatively dry race cars then found drivers climbing on board them once more. And we got going again at 3:20. We lost 45 minutes, but crucially still on course to complete something like 80% of the race and wasting no time at all on the first green flag lap. Phil Hansen down the inside of Paul Lafargue. United needed to do that, and as quick as possible, because Phil Hansen had been the nominated starting driver, and as the gold, he wanted to clear the silvers sooner rather than later. Really good battling between René Binder and the 25 car of Kiffin Simpson. Binder later on the brakes into the first corner. Tough to do that in these wet weather conditions, especially as the track drops away from you as you enter turn 1. But the 30 car slicing through the field, in fact, and wasted no time at all in overtaking the starting driver in 65, Panis of Manuel Maldonado. So that all went very well, all went down very well at Duquesne. René Binder actually slipped back to 7th from memory, but then he climbed back up the order into 2nd position at the time. That car's now been handed over to his teammate Nico Pino. Good dicing, as always, in the outgoing GTE category. Duncan Cameron right around the outside of Ryan Hardwick to grab the lead in the white and green Spirit of Race Ferrari. And also side-by-side LMP2 action between Tymon van der Helm and Nico Pino. So 65 Panis, the 30 Duquesne, and the Algarve Pro Racing crew, who are likely at this stage to take this year's LMP2 title, and with it an automatic invitation to next year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. But we still have an hour and 43 minutes still to go, so certainly certain people associated with APR will not want me speaking too early about that. Diving up the inside of the AF Corsa Ferrari, still the duelling continued, and it means that at the moment the 25 car is running in 3rd position, Duquesne a 2nd, but it's United Autosports that lead the motor race.
Yeah, engaging stuff, and sunshine playing on this fabulous circuit here, the Algarve International Circuit, just outside Portimão in Portugal. Getting back towards the kind of sights that we would normally expect here at Portimão. Rino Sato beginning to find his feet here, putting in quick lap times as the grip comes back into this track, but he is dropping a little bit of time to a charging Nico Pino. Pino in the 49s at the moment. That is the overall classification as we took this snapshot. 45 laps done, 55 seconds up. United Autosports from Duquesne team. Algarve Pro a further 10 seconds back, having just taken that position from Panis Racing. Into Europol, Ollie Caldwell charging along and trying to get into that group, as is Lawrence Herr hurtling towards Ollie Caldwell. AF Corsa in a very strong position in the LMP2 Pro-Am Stakes. They lead from Nielsen Racing, DKR Engineering, Team Virage and Proton Competition. And in LMP3, it's been a fantastic start from both Euro International and into Europol competition. But after the first pit stops, it's the Polish Racing Bakers that lead the way. It's RLRM Sports Hurst Felbermeyer on pit lane as I speak, ahead of the WTM by Rinaldi Racing Duquesne. In GTE, the final race in Europe for this fabulous class, Duncan Cameron took the lead, handed that car to Matt Griffin. He leads Zach Robichon 55 Ferrari for split of race ahead of the 16 Proton competition. Porsche. Formula Racing's Conrad Lauersen is looking to get into that fight and is pushing forward in the 50 Ferrari.
Kai Aski's really lighting up the LMP3 timing screen now. He's just done that class's fastest lap of the race with a 1:56.4. He's looking to try and extend the gap over Matthew Bell. 25 seconds is where it stands. These are the points projections with the current positions then, and the 25 Algarve Pro Racing crew on course to win the title by 10 points over the current race leaders, United Autosports. United, with their win, if they hang on to it, will of course score a further 25 points, but it won't be enough. However, now there's an issue for the number 19 Pro-Am car from Virage.
Yeah, Tatiana Calderon brought the car down pit lane. The car has gone into the garage. So we'll wait and see what the word is from Julian Gerby and crew. What a great day today. We're clinching the Michelin Le Mans Cup title. Dramatic circumstances earlier today, but let's hope they can continue that momentum and get this car back out there.
Also, AF Corsa couldn't have wished for a better opening couple of hours, really. Yes, they were sitting still under the red flag for 45 minutes like everybody else, but they've muscled their way to the front of LMP2 Pro-Am and on course for maximum points. That'll also take them to 110 provisionally. Lots to change yet, and that car absolutely filthy, the Zebra livery, but they are a good point, something like 13 points clear of Cool Racing, who are currently 7th.
And just took a position on track there from the 7th place car in LMP2 overall. So just going by Rashid De Juris, takes 7th place, and Mathieu Vazivier's next target, if a target he chooses to make it, is the next sport car of Lancer, but that's more than half a minute clear. Keeping an eye on this lead gap, by the way, 52 seconds now. Nico Pino is making inroads into that gap.
Here's the points standings, the live standings for GTE, and the 16 Proton competition car will win by 11 points, by 21 points rather, over the 21 points, yeah, over the second sister car of Proton competition, the 77. And, well, how many cars will potentially be invited to Le Mans next year from GTE? Is it just the winner? One, okay, because I noticed that second and third in this points championship are level on 77, so thankfully it doesn't matter at this stage. And a reminder that Friday's race saw Cool Racing win the title with a round to spare. Here they are, car number 17, currently on the road, 5th for Alejandro Garcia.
Well, they'll want to bring this home. It would be great for them to be able to celebrate their championship from a podium position, wouldn't it? And we know that kind of pendular, this LMP3 battles with the 2 longer pit stops that have to be served. The point about the 2nd, 3rd, 4th placings, etc., is remember the other aspect beyond the automatic invitations for Le Mans are attracting the attention of the selection committee. Best way of doing that is to show that you've got a competitive race car, and 2nd place in a battle as hotly contested as this will be no bad thing. All 3, by the way, of those top 3 cars, the 16, the 77 and the 60, whilst the 60 entered by Iron Lynx and does have some Iron Lynx involvement in that, certainly it is a Proton owned car, and with some Proton expertise being put into place to help. That is a change of position between the 20 and the 81. That is Jack Hawksworth going ahead of Juan Pablo Montoya. So Hawksworth, after that clash at turn 1 with the emerging 57 car, is back up to flying form.
How on earth did they all both get round the number 5? I wasn't sure Montoya did, actually. Maybe there was just a slight brush, but yes, Hawksworth charging down the inside of Montoya at the first corner, and that place change is cemented for the Yorkshireman.
It's the 2 RR cars behind them together on track at the moment, 5 and 15, but I think maybe on different laps. No, they're not. That is a battle between Jack Manchester in the number 5 car and Matthias Caprich. My apologies, Matthias, constantly struggle with your name. That's my fault, not yours, pretty clearly. Good to see Jack Manchester back in an LMP car. It's the fine effort we had with Carlin Motorsports Thunderhead Carlin in the Dallara LMP2 in Europe and in Asia. Came very close to an Asian Le Mans Series title in that car. And then Jack taking a couple of years out.
I've no idea what that was in the sky a few moments ago.
Don't know, not seen it all week.
No. But brings good memories of previous visits to the south of Portugal, certainly. That's a 10-second penalty being served by the number 31 car. Now, I had that on my list from a long, long time ago. This is probably the first time.
Oh, trouble for the 65.
65 from what was third or fourth position. It was fourth. Timon von der Helm, so he hasn't lost a place yet, but creeping through surely in the background there. Yeah, Ollie Caldwell, Laurence Hors got by too. Timon von der Helm. Now, was that just a mistake? Or was that some contact to force him off?
Crew are ready, so whatever it is, the reason for concern. Rear end are gone, so what is that?
Nobody close enough to have affected it though. And through went the 25 car of James Allen to give him a position. Another new fastest lap of the race for Nico Pino last time around, 148.6. And we've also just seen a really good time in LMP2 Pro-Am as well. That's, I think, a class best for Jack Hawksworth.
I think that was actually the 20 that went through, not the 25.
I beg your pardon.
I think 25 was already ahead of him.
Yes, agreed.
So
Caldwell got through. Laurence Hors got ahead of Timon von der Helm in amongst that spin. But yes, the 20 car, although creeping by, was not on the same lap. It is in 5th position for Jack Hawksworth.
Yeah, catching Jonas Reed now, Jack Hawksworth.
As conditions are getting better and better. Mathieu Vaxivière now fastest in LMP2 Pro-Am, and a new really good lap from Kai Aski, doing a 155.5, although Jean-Baptiste Lehay's just gone even quicker in the number 35 Ultimate car.
We're going to get to the stage pretty quickly here where those on the wet weather tyres are going to be looking to cool these tyres, because this is drying very rapidly.
This is the fight between Martin Rump in the 93 car and Ben Tuck in the Aston Martin. They're separated by nothing at all for 8th and 9th positions. Here's Juan Pablo Montoya and Nico Lapierre. Dragon Speed up against Cool Racing. So Pro-Am cars, but now very much with the pros on board. And Montoya heading into the first corner. Lapierre tucked in behind in 7th place.
Laurence Hurt in this battle as well, looking to put a lap on this pair. And he's in his own battle, trying to catch Ollie Caldwell, who's just 2.7 seconds ahead, and just seen him going out. Oh, big twitch there for the young German as he tried to find the inside line for Nico Lapierre. Caldwell just out of shot, and a highly defensive Juan Pablo Montoya gives best there, but will try to get the cut back if he can. Not there, he won't. Cool Racing pits look on.
Can't be too far away from the next batch of LMP2 pit stops, by the way, because the stint for Marino Sato, even though we had a full course yellow within it, began at just about 4:15. So he's nearing 45 minutes now since he was last in. I think we're going to bring, very shortly, Sato will be in. Nico Pino, that pitted roughly the same sort of time, should be in. James Allen, likewise, from 3rd position. But we had noted that there was an issue for one of the LMP2 Pro-Am cars being wheeled into the garage, and Steph Wentworth has hunted down what exactly the issue is.
I am joined by Tatiana Calderon of the number 19 at Team Virage. Now just tell us, we can see the car behind you, it's such a shame that it's retired.
Oh, so frustrating, you know. I think we were looking good to at least fight for the podium, and unfortunately I start to feel like the upshift are not coming up, so yeah, I just decided to box, and we're finding out the gearbox is maybe giving up on us, so it's a shame. I mean, after this crazy race, crazy weather, the podium was on the table for us today.
And it's such a shame as well, because you were running really well in your stint. Obviously, you said there was an opportunity for that podium there, and it's such a crazy race to capitalise. It's such a shame, really.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we were trying different lines to see where we had a bit more grip. The track was changing lap after lap. We had a few fights with with Proton at the start of the stint. That was a lot of fun. So I think we were going to be in the mix. I think that's the positive side of it, that we showed progress. Alex was on pole yesterday. Today we were looking like we could be on the podium, and we got to take those positives.
Yeah, positive end to the season. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Great stuff there from Steph Wentworth, with Tatiana Calderon putting a smiling face on. And a bit of a plug for the sponsor too. Well done, Tatiana. What must be a disappointing, well, apparently an end, but they are still working on that car, Johnny. Meantime, as we watch a battle underway between the 95 Aston Martin and the 93 Porsche. That's two cars that have had their delays. Martin Runt and Ben Tuck. Fastest lap of the race to Ollie Caldwell. He's trying to chase down James Allen, but the chase I'm watching is Nico Pino. He's now got the lead battle down to 42 seconds. He's taken over 20 seconds out of Marino Sato on this stint.
Yeah, very impressive, and these will be in laps, as I suggest, because we haven't had a lot of caution during the 23 laps now completed by Marino Sato. It'll be 24 laps completed by Nico Pino next time around. That's 51 laps now in the books. Remember, though, we were denied 45 minutes worth of running because of the red flag earlier on that came only 5 minutes into the race, but we had started the race clock by that time. Distinct change in light down at turn 5. That might be more of a camera sort of white balance issue, though, rather than the weather turning. And here, as I thought, we're very, very close to LMP2 pit stops, and the first to blink is Ollie Caldwell and this Cool Racing car.
Yeah, but I think there's been drama out for James Allen. It's a slow lap time from James, at 2 minutes and 2 seconds. So I think he's been off the circuit for a little wee while. But back up and running now. Lawrence Hurt moves up to third place with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:47.632. This is the number 12 car coming out of pit lane, coming down with the number 50 Formula Racing car.
More about the twitch from the 12,
big
I think.
twitch,
and then a spin further around the corner. So the car rejoining with new driver Torsten Kratz. That car was started by Leo Weiss.
Torsten, normally a really safe pair of hands. He had a bit of a crash-tastic Michelin Le Mans Cup race earlier, but was clearly struggling on, I presume, stone cold Michelin tyres there. But James Allen is absolutely back up to speed, but I think has had a bit of a misadventure somewhere.
Clearly nothing wrong with the car, because he's just set a personal best through the middle sector, and this again may well be his final lap of this particular stint. Marino Sato happy to stay out, but will we be seeing him on pit road at the end of lap 53?
His pace is good, by the way. Marino Sato not many miles away from the ultimate pace here.
Sato, Pino, Hoare, the top three in LMP2. This is the 15 into Europol competition car. This is the 13 car, beg your pardon, getting my numbers mixed up with the Michelin Le Mans Cup there. So Kai Aski, who's really been doing well in that particular stint. Yes, the track was drying, but it's a little bit of a question of how hard are you willing to push. And both Kai and Matthew Richard Bell were trading quick times in that class. It's now Bell back to the sharp end.
The tricky thing, of course, here for some of these cars, and it will explain what happened with the 12, is they're having to stick to their strategy for drive time, but they're having, in those pit stops, to take the gamble on the tyre. You've got to go now with slicks. I think the track is drying that quickly, but it's not fully dry, and they're cold slicks up there as well. So I think you're going to see a number of people with pretty squirrely moments. There's still puddles out there. Duquesne team are ready for this car. In he comes. Been a fine stint from Nico Pino. He's going to pit 41 seconds behind Marino Sato. That gap was over a minute when they came to the came out of pit lane last time. Jack Hawksworth, meanwhile, grabs the fastest lap of the race now, 1:47.250 for Algarve Pro Racing. Back up in a fourth place, by the way, in LMP2 Prime. It's been a great stint from him. Yellow flag's turn 3 at the moment, so we'll see who's had the whoopsie there.
The other crucial thing, as you said, for Nico Pino is that he has to complete 48 minutes of drive time. He took over that car at 4:15 here in Portugal, and at 2 and a bit minutes past 5, I reckon he's okay for drive time there, having done the required 48 minutes. So quite a bit of, I don't know, clever management needing to be done here to extend the pit window. The wet track has helped because you burn far less fuel on a wet track compared to a dry track. Here's the 7 Nielsen racing car, though, off the road. And it doesn't look like the steering's particularly straight on that car at the moment. Has it had a coming together with somebody else? Is that the 20?
No, it was. I think he was hit by
the 20 car to his right-hand side.
Yeah, I think he was hit by the 35 because there's damage to the rear of the car as well. So he's hit by the 35 and cannoned into the 20. That was the problem. So it's the ultimate car that hit him. That's why there's the damage to the rear of the car, and that cannoned him into a luckless Jack Hawksworth. We were just saying what a great run he'd been having. But Jack Hawksworth is he able to continue? Where is the 20 car?
Still being shown as in 3rd position and having completed that lap.
He has.
So he's got further than the contact point, but yes, slower.
Yes, it's a slow lap because of the contact, 10 seconds down on what you normally see. Here is Marino Sato on pit lane from the lead. Came in 40 plus seconds to the good over the chasing Duquesne team. Neil Janney, by the way, has taken over the wheel of the number 30 car, is now back out there.
Well, Janney is back out there and was a bit slow getting to the end of the first sector, but that might be because he backed off doing the to obey the yellow flags that still sit at turn 5. That is because of the stranded number 7 car of Ryan Harper-Ellam after the contact with initially the 35 and then the Jack Hawksworth car to his outside. Here is the race leader currently, Laurence Roux, lap 56, as Marino Sato does finally pit. And again, that was all about fuel saving to make sure that Marino had done his 48 minutes. And he makes 48 minutes and 59 seconds, which is more than enough.
22 car is rolling, emerges from pit lane now and confirms Ollie Jarvis is at the wheel of this car with an hour and 24 minutes to go. It's the 31 car, big lock up there from the Racing Spirit on the 1 car. The warning we've got, by the way, on pits for yeah, they've just corrected that. There you go. He's extremely annoyed. Ryan Harper-Ellam. I think he was an innocent party there.
Totally. I'd like to see that again, but I agree with you that it was a bit of pinball action. And the 35 car on the inside of turn 4. So that's the 2nd placed LMP3 car of Jean-Baptiste Lehay. Here it was again.
So there's the first impact. Pitched Ryan Harper-Ellam into the side of the 20. It was a hit to the rear of the 7 from the 35, which then cannoned the Nielsen car into the Orica.
I hear what you're saying.
He was slow through the corner, though.
He was.
I wonder if he I think had seen the LMP2 car coming, was trying to give racing room. Maybe that just surprised the 35 car, that he wasn't carrying the speed through the corner he expected.
Yeah. It's difficult from that angle to be positive about the initial contact from 35. It looks like it, but I'd like to see it almost from a reverse angle to be sure. Is Ryan Harper-Ellam thinking, I made that mistake all on my own, or did he get a push from Jean-Baptiste Lehay? Here's the 77 Porsche from Proton Competition, though, down the inside of the 51 Ferrari, so that's Gianmarco Lavorato gaining 5th position now from the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Yep. Again, 77, eager for points.
Needs to be ahead of the 16, though.
Yeah.
And isn't at the moment. 16 car running up in 2nd place. Still got yellow flags for what will, I think, be recovery of the number 7 car eventually. That's incident under investigation. Paddy's Racing make the switch. Tiemann van der Helm steps out of the car. Straight across to the pit perch. Ollie Jarvis cycled back to the lead, as Lawrence Hurt, James Allen, Tiemann van der Helm and Richard de Geras all on pit lane now.
And the 21 United Autosports car is now way off the road, deep into the gravel trap. That's at possibly turn 5. Now the Ryan Harper LM car is there.
Nelson Piquet Jr.
And I'm just trying to work out where on the track that has happened. It's not turn 5. Through Craig Jones a moment or two ago. Went
snapped
Nelson
away.
Piquet Jr. and fully, that's a huge off. Similar part of the track where Michael Fassbender left the road, but he didn't make it that far and almost slaps the barrier. And I think that was down to maybe Nelson misjudging how much grip there was, just slightly offline through that very fast left-hander at turn 9. So now yellows at 5 and at turn 9. And this is potentially a good time to try and make a pit stop, because if you get in now ahead of maybe the recovery of 2 cars, you might jump that locking of the pit lane, which will automatically happen when a safety car or a full course yellow is called.
So safety car
It's a safety car. So if anybody did dive in, Jack Hawksworth was kind of already there. Others have made their pit stop and are now on outlaps. So Paul-Luc Chatin for EDEC, number 28. Alex Lynn for Algarve Pro. Job van Outert has now taken charge of the Panis car, and Jose Maria Lopez in the 47.
Keep a look at where the grip goes away. I wonder if this is cold slicks and a wet track.
Well, there was a big plume of water.
I'm sure he's probably his first flying lap after pit stop.
But also, he wasn't over to the right, because that's where the DKR Engineering LMP3 car was. And obviously, that car's got to go through the corner as well. But whereas normally in the dry or drier conditions, you could make that corner no problem, Nelson Piquet Jr. gets no warning at all of the car snapping away. That's what's left of the Ryan Harper LM car as well for Nielsen Racing. 2 cars to be recovered, and that's the reason why we've gone safety car. This will also involve a full wave bike to reset the field.
This is terrible news for United Autosports. Worked so hard for that lead. The start of the race, Phil Hansen, that work is going to be undone. Lots of debris, small and large, as a result of that 3-car incident between the 35, the 7 and the 20. 20, by the way, in and out of the pits after service, and I'm sure replacement front clip for that car. That took just 1 minute and 39 seconds. That's a very quick turnaround from Algarve Pro Racing, Stewie Cox's very well-drilled crew. That would be disappointing, though. Jack Hawksworth, one of the stints of the race so far for me.
Yeah, terrific stuff up until that point, and really driven into, but because of Ryan Harper LM either receiving contact from the 35 or the merest of slides from the number 7 car.
Now the key thing here is who gets the wave by in these classes. Leading car has not been picked up yet, have they?
Well, where in relation to the overall leader is Jean-Baptiste Lahaye for Ultimate and Kai Askey in the Inter-Europol competition car, and where are we in terms of a pit stops on that? I think Ultimate still need to do their 2nd stop, so slightly better placed should be into Europol competition.
Leader is picked up, so there are going to be no P2 cars to be waved by here. And just looking to see who's been picked up, 35 is the leader, who is ahead of him in that train. 13, Kayaski will be behind him in that train. So too will Adam Ali. I think he's in reasonably good shape here, the LMP3 leader. Key for me might just be what goes on with GTE. That's led by Matt Griffin, the 55 car. They've had a fine run as the tow car arrives to attend to Nelson Piquet Jr. Thank you very much, as always, the marshals. After the collection of bodywork, I'm sure, is nailed to the side of the shed. 55, now who's ahead of him? Michael Fassbender is ahead of him in the queue. 44 is ahead of him in the queue. 77, the 51. 66, there's a lot of cars going to get a wave by here in GTE. Where is the 60? And the 60 is, I think, behind the leader, will not get a wave by here.
I'm interested in why the Kai Aski car has done 2 stops already. There was a short stop in the middle of that for the 13 of only 9 laps. They've done 1 long stop, the 110-second minimum, but the second stop for car 13 wasn't sufficiently long enough. So 1 cleared for both of those cars, Ultimate and into Europol competition.
And how long on pit lane for that stop, the second stop?
Well,
it'd be the one we've got.
It's the one we've got, which is a long stop, but the first one was 1 minute and 15, and therefore not long enough to tick off. I wonder whether that's the game they were playing, but actually the first stop's way too short. So, but that will have been a fuel stop, I reckon. The confusion is why it came in 9 laps later, unless they spotted an opportunity to tick off a longer stop and not lose a lap.
Well, LMP2 field, pretty neat and tidy. It is the 7 LMP2 class cars, 1st to 7th now. Ben Barneycoat is 8th in the first of the LMP2 programs, and 8 of the 10 of those are in line of stern. So that's 1st to 15th in this race are still LMP2 cars. We've got the one, we believe, retirement with Team Virage, and then the delayed 21 car on the bottom of timing and scoring. Nielsen Racing's number 7 LMP3 is out of the race. And then we've got a real mix-up between the LMP3s and the GTEs, Johnny. 16th overall for Ultimate. The 35 car lead the way with Jean-Baptiste Lehay at the wheel of that car. Into Europol competitions, Kai Aski is not that far behind in the 13 car. Then, next in the overall order is the GTE leader, Matt Griffin, the 55 Spirit of Race car. Your International's number 11 car that led for so long is now 3rd in LMP3. My guess would be they've burned both their stops.
Tell me which number of car you're talking about again?
11.
11 has been in, as you say, a couple of occasions, and sometimes the numbers aren't entirely accurate, but I've got a 1 minute 41. Seems a strange stop duration, and then a 1:59. So yeah, it's possible that there's some erroneous data floating around there, because the average is good. When you average those 2 stops across, it's bang on.
If not
110 seconds.
It's not
it's to do with the average.
If not, it's an error.
Indeed.
Preparing for pass around now. Second, by the way, in GTE is the number 16 car, the championship leading Proton competition car, Zach Robichon at the wheel of that car. So things looking good at the moment for the 16 car. Then Formula Racing having a good race here. Conrad Laursen in that car coming towards the end of his stint time, and he's had a good stint in this car. Past go the cars being waved by. That's the train that will carry on around. And then 4th, behind a couple more. Good afternoon, young lady. 4th, behind a couple more LMP3 cars, WTM by Rinaldi and the RLRM Sport number 15, is GMB Motorsports number 44. And again, a good afternoon for them after a trying season in GT for GMB Motorsport. 77 for Proton competition is 5th. That is another title contending car. And the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. The 60, which is our 3rd major title contender, is some little way back. Yep, this is a bit of a family occasion. End of term feel in the garages here. Great to see the families around. No small impact on families for motorsport. It's a long time for people to be away, whether it's mum or dad or both.
58 laps completed, and we've had, well, strictly speaking, 2 hours and 47 minutes of this race, but minus 45, just over the 2-hour mark, therefore, of actual racing, and still on course to complete the required 75% of the race distance to award full championship points. There's the top 3 as we currently run in LMP2, but United Autosports had a big lead for Ollie Jarvis, which now completely disappears because of the safety car. And Jarvis, Neil Jardy, Paul-Luc Chatin going to be much closer to one another. But how mouth-watering is that as a top 3?
Am I right? It looks to me as if the 83 car has got better part of a lap lead on the field in LMP2 Pro-Am.
Let's Let's just have a look to see whether that's still being sorted out.
No, I don't think it is.
The 83, well, there are a lot more cars being past the safety car. Safety car is in the middle sector.
No, you're right, 24 is actually making its way round, so it will close that gap. But 83 in a very good position.
The safety car's heading through turn 12, which is the dip that then leads up to turn 13, that tight left-hand almost hairpin. And in the safety car train, just going into the third sector now, is Ben Barnicoat, who leads
yes,
the
indeed.
AF Corsa car. But
indeed, I think is one of only 2 LMP2 programs in the actual train, the other one being Nelson Piquet Jr. Every other car has got to pass around.
Right, yeah.
So that the safety car has not served AF Corsa well.
No. So the 24 car is behind Tristan Vautier in the order, but has effectively a full lap on the number 20 car. So 24, the 3 car, which is third in LMP2, the 37 car now fourth, all being given back something like 9/10 of a lap to ensure that we don't disrupt the LMP2 Pro-Am battle at all, apart from, of course, limiting that race lead for Ben Barnicoat.
So, LMP2 filling positions 1 through 7 for the championship. Ollie Jarvis, until last weekend, was it the weekend before, reigning IMSA overall champion, leads for United Autosports by a much reduced margin because of their safety car. Second place, Duquesne team, LMP2 winners in the opening race of the season in the hands of Le Mans winner and WC World Champion Neil Chani. Edex Sport third, previous championship winners here in the hands of one of the most highly rated gold-ranked drivers in LMP2, Paul Loupchatan. Fourth, championship leaders, Algar Pro Racing's number 25 in the hands of Cadillac factory driver and Le Mans GTE Pro winner, Alex Lynn. Job van Utrecht is aboard the Palace Racing car, the 65 car in 5th, and again a very highly rated talent in LMP2. And Jose Maria Lopez in the Cool Racing 47 is 6th. Le Mans winner, WC World Champion, that sounds familiar, doesn't it, from earlier in this. And then Jonathan Aberdeen sits in the 7th place in the 43 car for Inter-Europol competition, the Le Mans winning crew from the WEC this year in LMP2. That is some lineup of 7 cars ready to go racing. That's before we get to Ben Barnicoat, Lexus factory driver in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, leading LMP2 Pro-Am for AF Corsa, the team that has won the LMP2 Pro-Am Championship in the WEC. Nielsen Racing next up with Ben Hanley. Huge form book behind Ben, and Nielsen Racing, Asian Le Mans Series champions a couple of seasons ago, the 24 car. DKR Engineering, the reigning champions in the Asian Le Mans Series in the number 3 car. These are the LMP2 Pro-Am leaders in the hands of Nat Burton. Malte Jakobsen now aboard the number 37 Cool Racing car in 4th place, and boy oh boy did he put on the show for us on Friday. Bent Viscal super subbing for Proton competition for Jimmy Bruni. Hope you're watching and I hope you're feeling comfortable, Jimmy. We'll see you in Bahrain. Seb Montoya, the son of the father and son, dad and lad in Dragon Speed USA, another team that has won this championship in previous years from Dragon Speed. Racing Team Turkey and Louis Delatraz. What more can you say about the talent of this Louis Delatraz? And Racing Team Turkey have been in sparkling form again. And then Algar Pro Racing, Tristan Vautier, another talent in the 20 car. That is the 15 car train in LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am, dripping with talent.
It certainly is. They're not necessarily all in that order, of course, behind the safety car, because some are yet to complete the same amount of laps. It's only Vautier that's questionable, just off the lead lap, but of course there's been some jumbling of the order.
That we have the safety car currently at full speed. Tell your driver we have the safety car currently at full speed.
This is Maxime Robin now arriving on pit road, and the Team Virage car back in the race. Did we get a message that the pit lane was open though for pit stops? I don't remember Eduardo Freitas announcing that, so maybe Maxime Robin absolutely desperate for fuel and they're going to put 5 seconds worth of it in. Now they're going to do a driver change. So clearly the safety car has been out for 3 laps, or at least TF Sport think it has, and the green light at the end of pit road is on, but we're thinking about whether you can get in to pit road, which is a different story. So anyway, 2 pit callers, Louis Delatraz being one of them in the 34 and the 72 TF Sport car before we get going. And that looks like a much quicker stop for 34. So maybe that was just the 5 seconds of fuel. Getting going again.
No, that was full fuel, 54 seconds.
Full
fuel
okay.
only, by the look of it, for Louis Delatraz.
So we've just not had the announcement, I can only assume, from Eduardo Freixas to say pit road is now open, unless I didn't hear it.
Well, the thing that indicates, I think, that it was open is that the instruction to the 19 car was about...
Safety car lights off, coming in at the end of this lap. Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap.
Was that the safety car was at full speed, indicating you need to hustle on and catch up, not indicating any tone in Eduardo Freixas' voice that there was another issue at play. But we're going to go back with an hour and 5 minutes, 65 minutes left, Johnny, for this season 2023 the European Le Mans Series. 65 minutes to the championships, the prizes, the automatic invitations being handed out.
I reckon 4 laps completed under the safety car, and now 5 in fact as we go back to racing. So that's precisely the reason why the TF Sport Aston Martin came in and did a cheeky little pit stop there whilst everyone else was at slower speed. Now the overlap begins, and is there going to be a change between the Duquesne and the E-Deck cars? Neil Jarni and Paul-Luc Chatin are able to leapfrog 2 of the LMP3 cars, but as they were slightly delayed, they had to wait till they got to the control line, of course, before they could overtake those P3s, and that's allowed Ollie Jarvis to really get the hammer down and already build a 1.6 second lead over Neil Jarni in the black and green Duquesne car, weaving from left to right Paul-Luc Chatin to try and build some early tyre temperature. Alex Lynn in the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing car is there as well, as now there's going to be a pit stop for the 93 Porsche of Proton competition. That's Martin Rump getting out, and I can only assume the third driver in the 93 who is Richard Leeds. But do we still need a bit more Michael Fassbender at some point? I thought we did, because he had to come in to repair that damage earlier than the drive time was completed.
So, 1 minute 4 seconds to go. Ollie Jarvis, Neil Jarni, Paul-Luc Chatin, and still, looked to me like Alex Lynn has not cleared those LMP3 cars. Need to look back and see whether or not he is in line astern here. It's confusing with 2 similarly blue-coloured cars. Chatin looked as if he might even have got a run on Neil Jarni as they went back to green, but didn't quite make that move. Ollie Jarvis, though, is off like a scalded cat here.
There's the top 3 on the main straight, peering back to the exit at turn 15 to try and pick out. Yes, Lynn's cleared one of those P3s, but not both of them, you're right.
It's taken him a full lap to do it. Stop and go penalty, meanwhile, for car 35 for causing collision at turn 3.
Car 35, well, if that's the turn 4 incident, that would make sense. 35 into 7 and then into Jack Hawksworth in the 20 car.
37
3 cars involved with that. Here, down the inside is the Cool Racing car.
Melter Jacobsen up to 3rd in LMP2 Pro.
He's not, because on the fight back was the 3, and now there's been a spin as a result for Nat Berton, who was the meat in the sandwich. He all of a sudden was facing the right way and just absolutely put the foot down. There may be damage, but he doesn't care about that at this stage.
Damage the Proton car, I meant, ahead. So there's damage to one of the other cars that may well have skirted alongside there. Let's have a look here. What happened here?
Well, it was contact with the Aston Martin.
It was.
And then into the 37. How did the Proton car become damaged?
It was already damaged.
There was already a problem with the dive plane, so it's absolutely nothing to do with that incident. But 3 into 1, or 3 into turn 2, more accurately, just does not go.
Yeah, that was Nat Berton fighting it out and getting into a space there. Well, there wasn't really a space. 10 seconds added, by the way, to the next pit stop for the Inter-Europol car for a pit stop infringement. So where are they in the order? They are 6th. Ben Bonicoat, by the way, has passed Pichita Lopez for 7th overall. And it's a new fastest lap of the race, and it goes to Ollie Jarvis, then Neil Jarni, then Paul-Luc Chatin as each of them cross the line.
Very, very wide indeed for the 24 car from Nielsen Racing of Ben Hanley. He's trying to clear 2 Ferraris in the GTE fight. It's Formula Racing up against Kessel Racing. And the 50 car of Konrad Lausen just ahead of the 57 car, which of course is right at the back of the pack, sadly, for Scott Huffaker after he encountered damage. Speaking of that, the Proton competition car is continuing to pound round, despite having one of its dive planes on the front right fully ripped off the car.
50 on pit lane, spin of race. Derek Perel is just out after pitting for what was the race leading car. Also on pit lane, the number 51 car from GTE. So this is where it all pans out for GTE in their final pit stops. New fastest lap of the race, Louis Delatraz. He's on a charge to try to punch up the order in LMP2 Pro-Am.
Hanley down the inside of the 21, which has been quite a significantly delayed, not least by Nelson Piquet Jr.'s big spin at turn 9. It's still the Brazilian at the wheel of that car with the white visor. And now looking to charge by and not lose any ground on Ben Hanley is Malte Jakobsen. Getting good drive off the corner at turn 8, and will be able to pick off Piquet Jr., who's got bad memories of this next corner coming up, but at least the 21 car does get through safely this time. Konrad Lausen into pit road, an hour to go, taking Inters off, and surely slick tyres on now for the number 50 car. Final stint to be done, and look at this tussling between the Aston Martin and the Porsche. It's for second position, very, very wide indeed for Gianmarco Liverato. Can he find the inside line on the Aston Martin of Gustav Berg? Not quite there, but he does run very deep into the corner and just about gets by, and also getting roughed up behind is the 95 Aston Martin of Ben Tuck.
And that was getting roughed up because Lorcan Hannafin managed to make up the place in the number 66 JMW Motorsport car. They're all coming to the end of their stints, but this battle in GTE fully alight, a fitting and we hope to what a fabulous class this has been for international motorsport in Europe.
They're going to look at the very complex accident that involved Malte Jakobsen in 37, Nat Berton in the number 3 DKR P2 car, and Gustav Berg in the 44, remember, which saw a full rotation from Nat Berton. But he was unfazed by that and just continued on his merry way, having lost only a handful of places. The number 3 car is now in 5th position, by the way. Pro-Am led by Ben Barnicoat. P2 has Ollie Jarvis out front by 3 seconds over Neil Jarni. And there is what should be the final pit stop now for the GMB Motorsport Aston Martin, with Gustav Berg getting out.
Lorcan Hannafin closing in on the number 77 car in a battle for second place. The team that has won the most titles, Proton competition, against the team that has done the most races, JMW Motorsport, with this car. The grand old lady, the 2017 car that started her career, the number 66, with a win at Le Mans on its debut race. Bought as a GT3 car, converted to GTE, but since then every Le Mans, the car in history that has done more Le Mans 24 hours than any other, is that bright yellow number 66 car, and since then it's done every single European Le Mans Series race too, and has, by the way, every single scrutineering sticker still on the car.
Yeah. They had to plan that out, I suppose, to make sure there was going to be enough space for all of them, but a tremendous collection. This is the start of the race again, folks. It's a replay. No, I'm joking, but how many cars would you like to try and get through turn 1 all at once as the pace is continuing to improve? Great lap from Ollie Jarvis to briefly hold on to the fastest lap of the race with a 1:20.2, but that was immediately bettered by Paul-Luc Chatin running 3rd for EDEC. He's gone to a 1:40 flat now as Malte Jakobsen goes through turn 4 in 3rd position, running in 3rd, right behind Ben Hanley, but a chance to head to the GTE World now in their final race in Europe. Let's catch up with one of the key players in that, with Steph Wentworth.
alongside me I have Matt Griffin, driver of the number 55 Spirit of Race. You've just jumped out of the car. Duncan set you up really nicely, and do you know what? It's been quite a good race for you guys.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, Duncan was unbelievable. In fact, all season really has been unbelievable, but this whole weekend he's been amazing. We had a really good car in the dry, so we weren't quite sure about where we were in the rain, but Duncan proved that in the rain we were super quick. It's difficult because you're always thinking about tyre choice when you have a race like this, and we had to go for the intermediate, which was slightly early. Getting it switched on was hard, but we did, and you know, we're quite quick. We managed to pull away, so yeah, we'll see. I mean, GT is super stacked. It's super competitive. Very, very hard to get on the podium, let alone win, but at the moment we're in a good spot, so we'll see.
Yes, we will. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back to LMP2 after hearing from Matt Griffin. I think it's a change. It is Algarve Pro ahead. Jan van Uytert just running out of road. Alex Lynn retaking a position there, back up to 4th place for the number 25 car. His next target, Paul Lupchatan, this top trio in the class, pushing on very hard indeed. Jonathan Aberdeen, by the way, or Jan van Uytert, by the way, had just done the fastest lap of the race, but ran out of room there. The 35 car, an investigation as part of that issue that eliminated the number 7 car off the road as well there. United Autosport still lead from Duquesne team, from EDEC Sport, but Algarve Pro Racing in 4th are the team in... What did happen here? Was it a hit? It wasn't. It was just, I think, Jan van Uytert too deep into the corner. It was, lost the rear end of the car just briefly, so got by Alex Lynn, tried for the move, didn't quite work. Rueful look from Olivier Panis, the team owner. Now tries to get back onto terms with Alex Lynn, the championship leading car. LMP2 just continues to deliver in this European Le Mans Series. End of the lap. This will be the end of lap 67, my apologies. Was the incident that saw the 35 car off the road, and lucky to be able to get back from that. 35 car in the hands of Jean-Baptiste Lehay in 3rd place. Your International back to the lead, and that's the 95 car struggling through the gravel and will regain the track in LMGTE. TF Sports car, and the arc lap for Johnny Adam there on cold tyres caught him out. He has a weekend of mixed emotions. Johnny loves his GTE racing, will love to be being part of the finale of this class in the European Le Mans Series. Is missing out on a championship-winning opportunity in the British GT Championship today. The stop and go penalty for car 35 that has been dealt is a standby, so there's further evidence being considered by the look of things.
Yeah, but I suppose that's a big decision for Johnny Adam. However, you know, the chance to race at Portimão and to potentially end the season really well here won't have been done in a moment. Oh. Very wide there from the Duquesne car, an indication of quite how hard Neil Jarni is pushing, and also how much grip he feels is out there. A wry smile there from Gilles Duquesne. You didn't see the big puff of the cheeks, though, towards the end of that moment, because Neil Jarni safely got onto the start-finish straight. I think that was slightly in doubt for Gilles Duquesne for a moment.
That's the 1, 2, 3 on the start-finish straight we saw a moment ago. Here is 4 and 5. We're about 10 seconds further back, but it is equally hotly contested. Alex Lynn looking to go as quickly as he can, as fault-free as he can, as risk-free as he can, on the way to what they hope will be a championship win for the number 25 squad. Panis Racing pushing hard. Been one of the form teams in LMP2 in European Le Mans Series for a couple of seasons now. We've got a trio that have been in a good vein of form.
So totally together, this 4th place fight. Job van Uytert is on a tear here, the 65 car right in behind Alex Lynn. Nothing between them as they turn right, continuing uphill out of turn 8. over the rise towards Craig Jones' corner at turn 9, and Lynn got ahead there of the LMP3 number 5 car, which has just bought him a little bit of time. And in behind, the 43 of Jonathan Aberdeen looking to get involved too. In this fight, so it's a 3-car fight, and it's a 4-car fight, because just behind them is Ben Barnicoat, the leader and the championship leader in LMP2 Pro-Am. That's your top 7. Yellow flag at turn 3 at the moment. We'll wait and see what that is. That is the 35 car again. So their day has gone from really good, leading the race, to pretty bad. Stopped on the approach to turn 3, which is a horrible place to be, because often cars can run wide out of 2, and that means that Jean-Baptiste Lehay is in such a vulnerable spot. He can't be left there, surely. Still really good speed. Alex Lynn setting the fastest lap of the race, a 1:37.8 now, and great from Ben Barnicoat to go quickest in LMP2 Pro-Am, the race leading 83 car. Now has 35 left the scene at 3. Yes, it has, because the yellow flag's no longer there. So we won't need to go into a full course yellow, or worse. Oh, well, say that. Stopped again. It stopped again out of turn 5. So through the water splash between turns 2 and 3, that's what immediately made it stop. And although it got going again, obviously Jean-Baptiste Lehay was able to refire the engine, but it's now only got as far as the exit of turn 5. This is the battle for 6th in LMP2 Pro-Am. Louis Delatraz on Nat Burton makes that move, makes it well, makes it quickly, pushing on. Racing Team Turkey up to 6th place, and what is the gap? Next target is going to be Sebastian Montoya, and he's only at 1.3 seconds up the road. Back to nose-to-tail action. Joop van Uitert up the inside. Takes the position from Alex Lynn. So does that rather suggest that Lynn is having to take things easy with respect to eking out the fuel as much as possible in this penultimate stint? They're kind of caught between two issues here, because he's only 14 laps into the stint, but that will take him through to 26 laps. It's going to be too short. Well, it's going to be a splash either way, I think. It's going to be a splash either way, so why need to fuel save? New fastest lap of the race goes to Joop van Uitert, this time around a 1:37.268. It's fast and furious stuff in 2 groups of LMP2 cars. Van Uitert looked to the inside here to take that position at turn 5. Did not see Alex Lynn putting up much fight there. Now, whether or not that's a bit of lift and coast having to come into this for Alex Lynn, as this time it's the turn of the Inter-Europol car to look for that, or is it just they're running as conservatively as they can, as risk-free as they can, en route to what they hope will be a championship winner? Yeah, I think that's the greater point, actually. And 5th position, although it's fewer points than 3rd and then 4th, where he was earlier on, still absolutely fine. I mentioned earlier on, they're actually in a position where they could just get a race finish, and as long as it's 7th place and they've completed enough laps compared to the overall winner, they will get enough to take the title. So this is not Alex Lynn at full rich. It's actually Alex Lynn being, well, he doesn't need to be told this is the scenario. He will have read it in depth to say, okay, we can just pedal it home nice and conservatively and collect the points we need for the championship. JMW Motorsport, by the way, made what will be their final pit stop with this car. Wow. And have emerged 2nd place in the GTE battle, with John Lancaster now at the wheel of the car between, or is he just dropping back now because of course he's out on cold tyres, drops back behind the 16 and the 77, which are the title contending cars and are 5.8 seconds apart. Guess what happened on Friday between, it was those 2 cars, wasn't it? Yes. It was a fantastic battle at the end of the race. Yeah. So could this be a carbon copy of the end of a race 2 days ago? Round 5 taking place on Friday, round 6 on Sunday, as the sad sight of Jean-Baptiste Lehay getting out of the number 35 car couple of moments ago, Alex Lynn slicing through traffic, and did the 43 car of Jonathan Aberdeen manage to get through as well? Yes.
Oh no, that
my
was...
word, but the 83 car that leads in LMP2 Pro-Am, I should say, Ben Barnacle, all four wheels off. That's the Malte Jakobsen line through turn one.
That was Ben, I think, just being a little bit ambitious, trying to get by the LMP3 car into that turn, and the gap was closing before him. He's carried on. Pace unabated. New fastest lap, Ollie Jarvis, 3.2 seconds ahead of Neil Jani. Paul-Luc Chatin is still there, 2.7 seconds back. Then Joop van Uitert, he's 7 seconds back from that, but pushing hard. Alex Lynn, a second and a half behind, and then Jonathan Aberdeen.
Very close indeed for the 34 car of Louis Delatraz to the rear of Seb Montoya for Dragon Speed. They're fighting over 5th and 6th places, but Racing Team Turkey needed this to be higher up in the order to ensure that they took the title away from AF Corsa, who came to Portugal, or came to this race, in fact the final race of the year, leading by just 2 points.
Devilish on the brakes, and through goes Louis Delatraz. Seb Montoya tucks in behind. He's under pressure now from the number 3 car, Deco Engineering from Nat Berton. So 3 cars again in another LMP2 train. They seem like magnetically attracted, don't they? New fastest lap of the race comes from, Johnny, the 10th place car, 3rd in the LMP2 Pro-Am class. It's Malte Jakobsen trying to chase down Ben Hanley. He's under 7 seconds back as we take another look at that outbraking manoeuvre from the number 34 car of Louis Delatraz. It's a 1:36.391 now. It's the fastest lap of the race. The times are tumbling.
It was a touch wide on the exit for Julian Andlauer. Oh, there was the contact as well with Ulysse de Pauw, the Belgian racer. I think that puff of smoke was slightly more than just, or puff of something was slightly more than them riding over the wetter part of the circuit. So let's hope that that hasn't bent a wheel arch in over the tyre for either car. But Ulysse de Pauw getting good exit speed out of turn 5 and forcing the Frenchman Julien Andlauer a touch wide at the pinch point, which was turn 6, just outside of the hairpin. So Ferrari now running second in GTE behind Alessio Picariello, who's leading again for Proton competition. They've been making a habit of this recently. And for the championship leaders, it's a dream scenario at this stage to be leading GTE in its final race in Europe.
Just looking to see what's happened here, because last time around, Paul-Luc Chatin was just with the Duquesne car, but has dropped back with traffic. But this is becoming a battle. Joop van Uitert is closing that gap very fast indeed, and that was why he dropped back. It was running wide out of, was that turn 1?
Yes.
Losing ground, but he's also allowed Joop van Uitert to get into this fight.
So the gap back to this car, Neil Jani, 2.2 seconds now from Ollie Jarvis. Paul-Luc Chatin with a slight mistake at the first couple of corners in 3rd. So it was 2.2, 2.2, 2.2. The gaps between the top 4 cars, that's altered slightly now because of Paul-Luc Chatin's very good middle sector. Which side of the road will Louis Delatraz go next? He's got the 99 car ahead of him. 4 position in Pro-Am, and that is Bent Viscal being overtaken by the Swiss driver. Just about. Well, Viscal on the inside line. And Delatraz gives him racing room, in fairness. As long as he now has the right-hand side of the track for turn 7, he can now take that position. Ooh, a worm, though, from the front of the car, and that's not helped Delatraz at all. And here comes Dutchman Bent Viscal on the fight back. He'll have to do it the hard way, around the outside of Craig Jones, and I don't think there was a way through there.
Deja vu, it's another pair of LMP2 cars. This time the battle for second position. Neil Jani looking to fend off as best he can a charging Paul-Luc Chatin. All of that ground that he lost is gathered back. And if anything, it's Joop van Uitert is dropped back this time, having to deal with the traffic, likely. Before that, though, we saw Louis Delatraz with second overtake and 2 laps in his pursuit of a podium finish at LMP2 Pro-Am, now up to 4th.
And again, a slide from Ulysse de Pauw, but the 51 Ferrari controlled it pretty neatly. It's not necessarily down to the Belgian to allow that LMP2 car through. shouldn't block it, but nevertheless the Ferrari's got to take the apex of certain corners, and Paul-Luc Chatin has been delayed in that bit of lappery. This has allowed Neil Jarni now some breathing space and perhaps a chance to concentrate more on reeling in Ollie Jarvis, but the task is even more daunting because the gap's opened up to 3.6 seconds now. Malte Jakobsen's just done the fastest first sector of anybody, even though he's in a Pro-Am car. That doesn't matter to the young Dane. A 30 flat through sector 1, which takes you all the way to the braking area for the turn 5 hairpin.
He did a 30.1, that was then beaten by Louis Delatraz, but then Malte Jakobsen in the fastest middle sector. So this pair are absolutely battering this track at the moment. Good grip coming back after, who would have believed this, 3 hours ago, with a red flag for appalling weather here. And we're going to get back into another classic LMP2 battle.
Off the road, the second placed LMP2 Pro-Am car, that's Ben Hanley now. How did he end up on the grass on the inside of turn 14? Not a nice place to be sitting. He was already sideways at this point.
Jakobsen's through.
Jakobsen's got ahead. Where was Louis Delatraz? Probably too far back. He was been fighting with Bent Viscal, as we know.
Also lost the dive plane as he rejoined there.
So Nielsen Racing's opportunity of taking the title this year was slim at best, and they've got even worse now as Ben Hanley slips back to 3rd position and only 15 points. The problem for everybody else in LMP2 Pro-Am is that the championship leaders at the start of this race are currently leading, and that's Ben Barnicoat. He also has a cushion of 2 standard entry LMP2 cars between he and the new second place car, Malte Jakobsen.
Jakobsen has not given up chasing down the AF Corsa car here for this win. He's got 2 pro cars ahead of him, Jonathan Aberdeen and Jose Maria Lopez, the latter his teammate. The gap to Lopez, 7.4 seconds. That would be some statement, wouldn't it, from the young man?
Well, he's also got a championship to fight for, because if the Cool Racing car could get ahead of 83, that would not only be race win, it would be championship as well.
Wow.
So 37, I mean, how much incentive does Malte Jakobsen need?
Into the window for final pit stops. First taker was United Autosport's Ollie Jarvis. It'll be a full tank of fuel and go for United Autosports. 2 seconds or so to the good. He'll fall down the order now because, of course, this field's very closely spaced. It's now all down to pit stop discipline from each of these teams. In goes the fuel. Goodyear technician takes a look at the tyres visually, as does a United team member. Quick dab of cleaning the mirrors. This is going to be fuel and go.
And why would it not be? Because they managed to get their drivers cycled through very quickly indeed, with the revised minimum drive time of 48 minutes for all drivers across the board in LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am. Jarvis has done, well, this will be his at least 2nd, possibly 3rd stint now for the Brit.
Jakobsen is on pit lane as well, so is into Europol and also Nielsen Racing. So this is going to all play out in the next 2 or 3 minutes. For the track position will set up the battles for the last half hour of this race, Johnny Palmer.
It is a 2nd stint for Jarvis rather than a 3rd. He took over from Marino Sato 22 laps ago, and right on the money for a 40-minute stint, I beg your pardon, and about 23 laps in LMP2. So United have timed that to perfection.
Neil Jarni in from the lead to balance up these pit stops. Through to the lead then goes Paul-Luc Chatin, Joop van Uite right with him, under a second back. This is the lead battle at the moment, though both these cars still owe us a pit stop. Has to go around the outside and off track by the emerging number 24 car.
And that's Ben Hanley staying at the wheel of the 24, and when Ben puts the car right on the racing line, questions about what really the 28 car could do other than go to the left.
Van Uite, fastest lap of the race in his pursuit here. It's into the 135s, 35.475 on pit lane now as well. Championship leader Alex Lynn in the 25 Algarve Pro car. 38 minutes to go, and I can feel my tone rising as this just builds and builds to what feels like is going to be an absolute classic, Johnny.
It's been a while getting there, but we are now really feeling who are going to be the movers and shakers in the closing stages of the 2023 European Le Mans Series. 2 stops so far for the 28 EDEX Sport Car. They are owing us a pit stop, 1 more to get them through the final 40 minutes. The same goes for the Panis racing car of Joop van Uitert, and now for the 2 leading Pro-Am cars that are up to 3rd and 4th positions, but only by virtue of not making their 3rd stops in this slightly shortened race. Remember, 45 minutes worth of a red flag in the opening hour, but we're still on course to be able to race for over 3 hours and therefore award the full championship points.
Of the cars that have completed their pit stops, Ollie Jarvis currently runs 5th. EDEX Sport from the lead, and Panis Racing pit right now, so that will all even out. We'll keep this one short and sweet for the moment. Down come the 2 blue cars down pit lane. The blue and orange car stops first. The Panis Racing crew go to work. Of course, there's no driver change. Don't think we're going to see a tyre change either. It's going to be a quick wash and brush up. EDEX Sport go to work. Meanwhile, on the split screen now we can see that occurring. They're far further down the pit lane. Seconds count here. 1 second quicker with this stop, and these positions will change if Panis Racing can squeeze out the advantage.
Remember, they've stopped a little later than United and than Duquesne as well, so slightly less fuel needing to go in, with fewer laps needing to be completed. Away goes Joop van Uitert in the 65 car, waiting to see the number 28 car, whether it's released safely, because if they take too long, no, he's fine and is out in front of the 65 car. Didn't want them to be dangerously playing with an unsafe release there. So up through the gears they go. Here is the United Autosports car around the outside, and contact just about avoided with Ollie Jarvis, who will take the race lead back again over Paul-Luc Chatin.
Absolutely amazing stuff. Sets it up nicely. 1, 2, 3, 4. As quickly as I can say it, it is going to be United Autosports, EDEX Sports, Duquesne team and Panis Racing when they clear the next timing loop. All recently fueled and ready to go for 35 minutes to finish this season. Also in the picture, Alex Lynn, Algarve Pro Racing. That's the car that doesn't need to take any risk to get home for this title. But how often have we seen those tactics go wrong as well?
They've had a look at the incident that involved Malte Jakobsen, Nat Berton and Gustav Berg down at T2, turn 2, a good while ago now, and they've put it down as effectively a racing incident. Yep. So that's not going to affect the 37 car.
I'll go with that. I think that's perfectly fair.
I'm not really sure what Nathaniel Berton was supposed to do. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. David, in the end, he was the one that was delayed anyway.
David Perel and Nicky Thiem trying to catch Nicholas Nielsen here for what would be 4th place at this stage. The 60 car is a lap down. The 50 car behind the burgundy Ferrari, the green and white Ferrari, and the bright red Aston Martin are all for position.
Down through the gears they go, and into the very tight right-hander at turn 3. Aston Martin now being driven by Nicky Thiem, with Perel just up ahead. Here's Ollie Jarvis beginning another lap as the race leader, and having swooped around the outside of the rejoining Paul-Luc Chatin, he is starting to build the lead again, back up to 1.4 seconds after terrific consistency. He's just set another personal best sector time on the lap that's just been completed. We're on lap 80, inside the final 34 minutes of the race as well, but this is surely again going to be one to savour, just as Friday's race was in the ELMS. A very special weekend, the grand finale of 2023 season. And now, how close do you want it between Neil Jarl? There's contact with Joop van Uitert, and Jarny tries to get out of it, and down through the box. Well, and there's another car off. That's the 28 car off in the gravel. Paul-Luc Chatin, now how on earth did he end up there? Rear wheels buried. So yellow flags at turn 8 with at least 2 cars off, and the race leader Ollie Jarvis is going to be waved into a massive lead now of 7.5 seconds over new second place car Neil Jarny.
But there was already an incident. You're absolutely right, Johnny. We don't quite get the look at what happened. There it is, he lost it by himself. Lost it by himself. The 28 car on the bottom of the screen there was already in the gravel before that incident happened. So 2 incidents happening almost at the same moment. Ollie Jarvis now from Neil Jani and Alex Lynn.
There's Nicky Team.
Well, that massive assist for Algarve Pro Racing. However, there's still 32 minutes, 32 nail-biting minutes to survive here. Yellow flags at turn 8. 65 has got away. The 28 has not.
No.
And we may need an intervention for that to happen.
So Paul-Luc Chatin still stranded in the gravel at turn 8. An incident, it appeared, all of his own making. Big question marks now about Neil Jani, though, because it was Jani into Joop van Houten, and surely they're going to look at that as to whether the 30 car will be assessed a penalty.
The massive question here is, to recover that car, is this a safety car or is it a full course yellow? If it's the former, massive drama, because those gaps will go to nothing.
And Ben Barnekow and Malte Jakobsen, they're only separated by 4.7 seconds anyway. There will be a full course yellow to recover the stricken 28 car. Number 11 from the race lead in LMP3, Adam Ali with a final stop. Now, did he get in before the yellow flag was announced? I think he did. And likewise, the number 4 car, Pedro Perino, with their final stop in the number 4 DKR engineering car. It remains to be seen whether these are long stops for Euro International, for instance. No, that was a very quick one. So we can only assume they've got rid of their 110-second stops already.
They think they're fine.
They think they're fine. Pedro Perino, likewise. So that's just a top-up to get them through the final half an hour. But technically speaking, the pit lane is closed when the full course yellow is announced rather than when it actually comes out. But they'd been there for a little while. And I reckon before we got that official announcement. We're at 1:06, folks, local time. Sunset is at 6:49. Should have had this race finished 59 minutes ago, but there's been a huge delay because of horrible weather in this area. We, in the end, started an hour and a half late, but that only treated us to 5 minutes of safety car running. Then we had a further 45-minute delay before finally the race could resume under green flags, and the 28 car has just been recovered from the turn 8 gravel. I hope Paul-Luc Chatin can continue, but unfortunately he's so far down now. He will be a lap down, won't he? Possibly not, actually, because we're restricting him to 80 kilometres per hour. Where is the race leader? Going into turn 1. So he might got away with that, but obviously not really have got away with it because it's a huge delay, and there was a chance that the 28 car could have won the race.
Yeah, it won't be. It will not go a lap down.
No, I think I agree with that. The 11 cars back in the race. Adam Ali has retained the LMP3 race lead over Antoine Ducin in the 31.
We're going back to green flag running in about 30 seconds, 25 seconds. And then it is going to be game on. Then we are in the final half an hour of this race, of this season, of these battles. And still seconds between the leading cars in LMP2, seconds between the leading cars in LMP2, seconds between the leading cars in GTE.
1. Full course yellow removed. Full course yellow removed. Thank you very much.
So back we go racing, and the 55 Ferrari dicing with the 44 GMB Motorsport Aston Martin. That's Nicky Team up against David Perel. John Lancaster for the JMW Motorsport squad, not in the vicinity though.
Perel managing to make his way, muscle his way by the 60 car, which is laps down. And now the 44 car's got to do the same. 57 and 60 though off a position, albeit position at the back of this field after troubles for both those cars. They're side by side, the two bright yellow cars, which sees the Ferrari go through at the moment. The hands of Daniel Serra.
So to give it 11th position rather than to be fighting for 6th with the Aston Martin. Because of real tricky times at the start of the race. What's the gap between Ben Barnekow and Malte Jakobsen, with Malte
seconds
really pushing like crazy? It was 4 and a bit before the full course yellow. So I wonder whether that's going to alter again, actually.
Now that's one to watch. Also charging along is Racing Team Turkey. 1.8 seconds behind Ben Hanley. This is the battle for the final podium spot in LMP2 Pro-Am at the moment. And well wide there from Louis Delatraz. Somewhat errant windscreen wiper at the moment. It's not doing anybody any good, is it?
So Barnecoat with a 2:09, but by virtue of the full course yellow and getting back up to speed, Jakobsen looking like he's got a much quicker time than that, but that's probably because we went green at a better place for Jakobsen for the lap time as it's recorded. 2:05 for the Dane. The gap is 5 seconds between AF Corse at the head of LMP2 Pro-Am and Cool Racing in second. Remember, if Malte Jakobsen can get by Ben Barnecoat, by my maths, that will also be the championship for Cool Racing and not only the class victory.
And it's two of the most talented young drivers on this track. It's a drive-through penalty for Duquesne for causing the collision. That is the second place car, and that is going to allow Algarve Pro Racing through into second place in this race.
Yeah. So they will now be scoring, once all of that unfolds, 18 points for second position. It will move them to 113 total. Duquesne did have a very slim opportunity of taking the title yesterday because they needed pole position and a race win today, but that's not going to happen. And yeah, more delay for Neil Jarney after a clumsy manoeuvre on Joop van Houten into turn turn 1, so presumably at the end of the main straight.
All by himself.
But this is not going to be too pretty at all.
That was a big shunt as well.
And it's pushed the Armco back behind the tyre wall too and dislodged that stanchion significantly. So yellow flags at the moment. Here is Neil Jarney serving his penalty for Duquesne team in the number 30 car. So what's the decision going to be here, I wonder? Because the danger is that the tyres are too badly damaged, they need to be reassembled, and I fear for the structural integrity of the wall behind the tyres as well. Unabated speed there for Valdemar Eriksson at the end of the start-finish straight. The gravel trap not really given a chance to do its job because the car sort of darts straight, went creaming into the barrier there. Very little Valdemar could do.
Full course yellow coming.
A significant failure perhaps on the car.
It really was unabated speed. It was very fast indeed, wasn't it? Did something go wrong with that car? Not the way for Nick Reynolds. For that matter, Lindsay Reynolds. Time at the helm of RLRM Sport to end. Valdemar Eriksson is shaking his head as if, I don't know, maybe he's just sorting himself out. You can see there that CCTV pole has come down as well. Full course yellow. We are into that period now. So 20 minutes to go, Johnny. See again, skirted through it, and a big hit. Look at the pole go down there. So that's tyres into Armco into pole. So what's left here to talk about? Well, Ollie Jarvis, great final stint he's had aboard the United Autosports car. Algarve Pro Racing have played it very safe indeed, but emerged at the moment second place for Alex Lynn before the yellows came out there. Something like 5 seconds behind Ollie Jarvis, with Joop van Utrecht closing to within about 2 seconds of him. Jose Maria Lopez in the Cool Racing 47 car is a further 4 seconds back. 3 seconds back from that, Ben Barnicoat working to fend off Malte Jakobsen for the win of this race, and we believe the title in LMP2 Pro-Am. It is 4 seconds, the gap there. LMP3 Euro International's Adam Ali is a minute and 19 seconds ahead of the Racing Spirit Le Mans 31 car of Antoine Ducat, and then Pedro Perino third, and he's being closed by the title winners yesterday, on Friday rather, Marcus Seibert in the 17 Cool Racing car. LMGTE meanwhile, Alessio Picariello looks on his way to a title at the moment, but he's 9 seconds ahead of Ulysse de Pauw, who is the meat in the sandwich of the Proton competition cars, and the other title contender, Julian Andlauer in the number 77 car, who is almost 12 seconds back. Not going to take much, is it, for further drama to be injected here?
This is plenty. This is a breather that I think we all required. It's going very well indeed for Proton competition, by the way, looking to finish 1-2 in the championship. It might have been a fourth European Le Mans Series title for Christian Reed.
Well, it'll be a fourth European Le Mans Series title for Proton. I think it would be a third for Christian.
Okay, so he will have been in the car on 3 of those 4 occasions, but it is going to be a fourth ELMS crown if Proton can do it in this stage, and they're right in the perfect position to do that by taking the 25 points. Ulysses de Pauw, possibly the only fly in the ointment from that, but even if they do drop to second, it's not a major drama. They have points in hand because the 60's having a nightmare in 11th position and laps down. The 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari likewise. And the only other danger is that the 77 car gets a little too close for Julian Andlauer, but it would need to be a number of places in front of car 16. Here's the points projection, though, for the AF Corsa number 83 that is leading the class on 110. Cool Racing at the moment getting 18 points would move to 101, but because they were separated by only 2 points at the start of the day, a win for Malte Jakobsen and the rest in 37 would give them 7 more points than the second place car of 83, and give them more than enough of jumping ahead in the title race. But is Malte Jakobsen going to be given enough of this race in order to challenge for the class lead?
Well, it's a matter of how much time is going to be left for this one. Don't count out screaming the top of your lungs for that battle on the last lap of this race this season. This format, Johnny, moving to 4-hour races some years ago, it's lit up the European Le Mans Series. LMP3, highly professional at this level, teams of really good order. The splits for LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am has worked. The depth of the field here, unprecedented. It will grow deeper still next year. You can expect LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am as a combined class next year to have a number that begins with 2, and it will have 2 figures.
Yep. Tremendous efforts for all those involved with the European Le Mans Series over the last few years, from the president of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, Pierre Fillon, who has been here today, and terrific hard work as well from Frédéric Luquin as the CEO of the championship. Doesn't get any nicer witnessing that moment for Valdemar Eriksson into the first corner, and only the team and he will know precisely what happened there, but a bizarre moment all on his own, which could well have been brake failure, stuck throttle, or maybe just a slight misjudgment. But a misjudgment doesn't account for the amount of speed that he still had there, piling towards the barrier. And delighted to see him at least get out under his own steam, but he'll be straight to the medical centre to make sure that he passes all the relevant tests, and then before he can be released.
If it was an error, it was a big one, and I don't know, it's very deep into this race.
True, and yes, it's called an endurance race for a reason. You're stressing the drivers and, more importantly, the machinery.
So they are working to put those tyres back where they need to be. It is going to be a trip to the medical centre. We've seen Valdemar get out of the car. Yeah, that's the tippy-tappy. Nerves jangling. 40.5 minutes away from the dream result for this team from just down the road here.
Car leading LMP3 there, but so the base is, I know they're called Algarve Pro Racing. They're just a couple of towns away.
They're right here. I mean, not on the circuit, but they are 10 minutes down the road.
Excellent. So not too far to go for the beer stash, perhaps, to celebrate this evening. And the presentation, thankfully, looks like it's going to be able to be held in slightly drier conditions than we had earlier on, although it was going to be an indoor party nevertheless. Stephen Kilby of Daily Sports Car is convinced that it's all been arranged for his birthday, which is today.
He's going to be so disappointed when they start giving out trophies. He's not got one.
Possibly, yeah. But he claims that, you know, it was his birthday first before the ELMS was dreamt up. Sort of with him.
37?
Yes. Is now
That's
ahead.
The 47.
Okay.
That's the 47. Oh, dear me. We must persuade Nico Lapierre to paint those cars slightly differently.
Yeah. There are ways of telling them apart, but it's door mirrors and visors.
Well, this is, of course, for 4th position overall.
10, 9, 8,
overlapping.
7, 6,
touch.
5, 4,
and
3,
another.
2, 1. Full course yellow is now removed. Full course yellow is now removed. Thank you.
Ben Barnicoat gets going, but a bit of team playing perhaps there. Was Pachito Lopez trying to do Malte Jakobsen a favour? The 47 and the 37 run out of the same awning.
Look at
and
this.
You just get the feeling, I don't think Lopez was quite at the 80 kilometres per hour there, and he'd almost just shaved a bit of speed off, preventing Ben Barnicoat from getting away, but he does wriggle free and up to 4th position. What's the gap going to be like? Clearly Jakobsen's going to be waved by Jose Maria Lopez. The instruction, let the 37 through.
This is the battle for 2nd. Alex Lynn, 4 seconds back from Ollie Jarvis. You can see what the gap is back to Job van Uite. Ben Barnicoat is now the next man further back, and only 2.5 seconds behind this. There could be an overall podium here. That side-by-side contact between Louis Delatraz and Ben Hanley. There's some more as well.
Hanley with the elbows out on Delatraz, forcing him wide on the exit of turn 4. Now, will Delatraz leave his move very, very late indeed, but Hanley's pretty stable on the brakes, running slightly deeper than he would ordinarily do into turn 5, but that gives him good speed off the corner. So Hanley in 24, up ahead of him, Jonathan Aberdeen in the half green, half yellow Inter Europol competition car. And here's the fight for second and third. Now, would the clever thing for Alex Lynn here to allow Joop van Houten through rather than being involved in an incident?
Ben Hanley goes through on the 43 car. That is a position. That's for 7th overall. Also noted there, by the way, with that group, a battle underway for the lead in GTE because Ulysse de Pauw has caught Alessio Picariello.
And again, Picariello does not need to win the race. He'll be very mindful of where the 51 Ferrari is putting itself. I noticed Ulysse de Pauw rather forceful to get ahead of Julian Andlauer about half an hour or so ago. So he's really in the mood to take a race victory at the end of the year. So could we see Picariello again? Discretion, the better part of valour. Again, that's not really in his makeup, though.
Jakobsen has passed Pachito Lopez. So we have the top 2 cars for the championship in LMP2 Pro-Am, 4th and 5th overall now. They're not far off an overall podium here either.
No.
Still this battle goes on, both for second and, for that matter, the battle as well for third in LMP2 Pro-Am. It's all alive. 10 minutes to go, Johnny, and so much could happen here. We're in a world of maybes.
Joop van Houten just 0.4 of a second off the tail of Alex Lynn. Here, those 2 cars are. Also a brief glimpse of what Louis Delatraz can see out of a more and more muddied windscreen for the number 34 car. That's in 4th position behind Ben Hanley. Delatraz and Hanley separated by just a second. And Olivier Panis giving absolutely nothing away, as was such the case when he was a driver as well. Now a team manager for this second of the 2 cars with the orange door mirrors, running 3rd on the road. A mention for Ollie Jarvis, who now goes on to his 91st lap, or will do in a moment or two. There's the completion of the 91st, on to the 92nd lap for Jarvis. Lynn and Joop van Houten absolutely together, as we now get word that the 31s is under investigation for not respecting the pit stop procedure during the full course yellow, so will have pitted during that full course yellow.
It's just pitted again, so it's dropped out of a podium position, the 31. That elevates Cool Racing, our championship winners, to 2nd place in the order here. They could well be celebrating their championship from the podium. DCAR Engineering, Pedro Perino has just ceded that 2nd place to the charging number 17 car. The gap for the lead, though, looks like it's a full lap.
Yeah, impressive stuff from the LMP3 runners. Joop van Houten turning right at 7 into turn 8, and the base of the real incline brings you out top at Portimão, but not before this swoop through the left-hander at Craig Jones, and then the double right at the highest point of the circuit. The sun has been glaring there through the course of the latter portion of the race. We really struggled for sunshine, though, for the advertised start of this, and in the end began 90 minutes behind schedule. There is the 17 car that has crept into 2nd place because of the late pit stop for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Is this going to pose a problem for either Alex Lynn or Joop van Houten? They're able to pick off that car, or at least Alex is, reasonably easily. Joop van Houten might have to bide his time slightly more, though. An awkward place to find an LMP3 car on the inside of turn 15. Deals with it well.
8 minutes to go. 4.5 seconds Ollie Jarvis has over Alex Lynn. Alex Lynn at the moment dealing well with the pressure being exerted by Joop van Houten for 2nd place. Ben Barnicoat 1.2 seconds behind, but also being caught at the moment by charging Melter Jakobsen, under 5 minutes back. For the battle for 3rd, Ben Hanley still has his mirrors full of Louis Delatraz, although Hanley has managed to eke out a bit of a gap. This is the battle, that is the gap for the win here. And off is which of the Cool Racing cars is that?
Looking for where Jakobsen is in the lap. He's in the 2nd sector, so it can't be him. It must be 47, and it is 47. So car 47, Jose Maria Lopez. Now, did he have contact with somebody else, or did he lose it on his own coming through 3 and 4? But the yellow flags are out now at turn 3, and if we need another full course yellow to recover Pachito, that might take the opportunity away from Malte Jakobsen to seal the championship, win the championship in LMP2 Pro-Am.
That is the LMP3 leader holding up briefly this battle, but that's allowed Joop van Uite a much better run. Look to see how much grip there is up the inside. The answer is plenty. Who's going to get the better run out of this final turn? We know there's a great slingshot available here if you do it. Good run from Alex Lynn. Is it a better run from Joop van Uite? I'm not sure that it is. 6 minutes to go.
Lynn, Van Uitert as one over the line. Rain light still flashing on the back of the APR car. They don't need to finish second to take the title. They could afford to fall behind Joop van Uitert, but Alex Lynn is really revved up here to finish as best as he can. Alessio Picariello and Ulysses de Pauw, the two Belgians, could be about to go door handle to door handle here, as Ben Hanley will pick the two of them off in his 24 LMP2 car. De Pauw, how late on the brakes is he going to be? The last thing that Picariello wants is to be cleaned out by Ulysses de Pauw, who is clearly well and truly revved up here. He has been throughout the whole stint.
31 car is going to get a drive-through penalty for not serving the 10-second penalty it was dealt. That was the pit stop procedure issue. Looks to me at this particular phase of the race, Louis Delatraz, the pace has gone out a little from that car. He's not able to push Ben Hanley as much as he was just a couple of laps ago. Double yellows at turn 3 for Pachito Lopez in the gravel.
Okay, so they're going to leave it like that by the sounds of things. And again, I suppose a bit like when Matt Bell parked his car earlier this morning in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, it's an unusual place to leave the road. Now there's a problem though, a much bigger problem for the 93 car which has spun. Huge piece of fender, and that's Michael Fassbender back in the car, because remember he was short on drive time, and as he comes out of pit road,
he spun it and he's going to hit the 12 car, and it's a big hit to the 12 car. That car's going to be out of the race as well,
and it's stopped because it's broken the suspension of that rear left corner of the number 12 car WTM. So that might be it, although we haven't yet got a decision on this, but surely you can't leave a huge chunk of Porsche in the middle of the road.
We've got a staggering LMP3 car.
It's a full course yellow.
It is, and that might be all she wrote, you know.
Full course yellow because of that big piece of fender that is left in the middle of the road for car number 93. Now remember back to when Michael Fassbender had all that front end damage on his number 93 Porsche. They needed to pit to respect the mechanical warning flag as 12 limps away with all that rear end damage. Past the scene of the 47 Pachito Lopez car, it's starting to become a bit of a scrapyard down there at turns 1, 2 and 3.
We're 5 seconds from full course yellow, and I suspect that might be where we finish this race. It is full course yellow. Oh, that was so close.
Jakobsen's 2.5 seconds behind Ben Barnicoat, and now they're all told to slow to 60 kilometres per hour.
3.5 minutes, Johnny, to remove debris for the 12 car to get off the track, and I don't think they're going to do much about the 47. We'll be hearing, I'm sure, what race control plan to do with it. 12 car is going to make it back, albeit at reduced speed. Oh, almost again.
Well, there's a grey area here, of course, because you've got a slow car that clearly is not to full course yellow speeds, and you have to be pretty careful in how you're overtaking that. But you are permitted in the regulations to overtake a slow or stricken car with visible damage. Huge piece of Porsche that, which will weigh a fair bit, but the marshal doing a cracking job in retrieving it. So whether they gave Fassbender new tyres or not, I'm not sure, but
he lost the car.
It was cold tyres, probably.
He was over the curb, Johnny. I suspect whether or not it were cold tyres or not, over the curb, which will be still sopping wet.
Yeah. Well, and also, they're not flat curbs here, so majorly unsettling the car. And that's the extent of the front of the car, which, of course, they've already fixed once today. Yeah. Not allowed to pit because the full course yellow has closed the pit lane. Well, although it might have been the more sensible option, actually. It's car 93.
47 is, come on. So,
Jose Maria Lopez is going to rejoin. Are there going to be more bits falling off that Porsche, though, now? Because it's going to have to trundle round for another 4.6 kilometres.
Under 2 minutes to go. Time.
Well, the debris has been cleared. The two cars in question that had lost it, well, the broken 12 continued on round.
10.
Here we go. We are going to get out of this full course yellow. Where's the race leader in all of this? Working his way through turn 4 and just ahead of this duo. Who gets the better of the restarts between Alex Lynn and Joop van Uitert? It's the Dutchman who will go maybe, oh, he can't go through the GT cars because that's Michael Fassbender with all the front damage. So there was no way through, even though Joop got the better start. Surely Alex Lynn is, oh, there's contact between the two of them. That is horrendous luck, potentially for the 25, but the 25 gets away with it, and Joop van Uitert spins in the 65 and will stay in third, but still running.
A minute to go. Dramas galore. Looking as well as to what's going on with LMP2 Pro-Am.
I'm not sure why Alex Lynn is fighting this quite as much. He could have just opened the steering up there. Joop van Uitert far more hungry for the second place than the Algarve Pro crew, who are going for the championship. They've got to finish the race, though.
Yeah. 40 seconds to go. Where is the leader? There's going to be one more lap after the lap that Ollie Jarvis is still on. And I'm keeping an eye out what's going on. The gap in LMP2 Pro-Am is closing. It's under 2 seconds. Still, that number 12 car hasn't made it back, by the way.
So car 12, you're right, it's somewhere in the final sector now.
Just it was
to turn right.
Midway through, turn 15.
14 seconds left on the clock for the race leader, Oliver Jarvis. This is the final lap for United Autosports, on course for another victory. Here's the 25 and the 65. They're still pretty much together. Alex Lynn after the contact with Joop van Uitert. And what about the gap between Ben Barnecoat and Malte Jacobsen?
1.7 seconds.
1.7. That for the win, but also more crucially for the championship between AF Corsa in the Zebra car and the Primer Grey Cool Racing 37, Malte Jacobsen, with a title last year. The 12 has not pitted for some bizarre reason.
He's waiting to finish the race.
Fair enough.
They want to finish the race.
Yeah, fair enough. So it's going to stop. It's going to stop right at the end of the pit lane.
However,
to get a finish.
It will stop there from being any overtakes in the final turn because there are yellow flags to protect that car.
That's true. That's very, very true. So Oscar Tunio desperate for points for 8th position, and well, the problem for him is he's already crossed the line. So he's not going to be running at the end, is he?
He hasn't crossed the line. We can see the line.
Well, he's been given a Sector 3 time, so he has already completed that lap. He's gone too far. 65 we're on board with now, but the race leader is Oliver Jarvis.
He's in the final turn.
He's just heading through the right-hander now, and it's going to be another victory for United Autosports USA to complete the European Le Mans Series season. Marino Sato, Phil Hansen, who started, and Oliver Jarvis with a terrific couple of stints at the end. So close between these two cars, but second position will go the way of Alex Lynn ahead of Joop van Uitert, and by 0.133 of a second. Celebrations at United begin, but that's the bigger celebration at Algarve Pro Racing, who will take the title in the LMP2 Teams and Drivers Trophy.
Your International will come through to take the LMP3 win. The gap at the flag between AF Corsa and Cool Racing for the race and for the title, 0.6 of a second. Here comes the title winner this year in GTE. It's going to be the number 16 car. They come home with a win. It is Alessio Picariello that takes the flag, but Zach Robichon and Ryan Hardwick played equal parts in that. And now, as we see the celebrations for United Autosports, I can tell you why this is going to be so special for Algarve Pro Racing and the title wins for them, because they are mourning the tragic death last week of father of Sam Cox, John Cox. They've been waiting to say goodbye to John, but they knew that he would want them to have this moment, and they'll be able to celebrate his life with this victory. Well done, Sam and Stu. Well done.
quite the story at Algarve Pro Racing, and that's why the emotion levels have been ramped up even more. There is confirmation, despite the damage, that the 83 crew from AF Corsa take the LMP2 Pro-Am title for teams and drivers. Francois Perrodo as the bronze, Mathieu Vaxivière as the gold, and Alessio Rivera as the platinum. And it's Proton who win for a fourth time now in the European Le Mans Series. Proton competition with their number 16 car, with a strong tie to Wright Motorsports, of course, in the USA. Photographs have already begun with Ryan Hardwick front and centre, Zach Robichon, and it's Alessio Picariello who brings the car home.
Well, Ryan Hardwick and Zach Robichon now winners of titles on both sides of the Atlantic, and that is very tough indeed to do. What a way to say goodbye to GTE.
A superb end, and the Friday race between Picariello and Julian Andlauer will live very long in the memory indeed. Something like 2/3 of a lap, I think, that they were side by side to finish things off on Friday. Quite the weekend for the European Le Mans Series. That's what it means to Francois Perrodo to take another title in this particular championship. The 83 crew with their zebra liveried car have really done it the hard way, because the season did not start so well. It was a dominant beginning for Racing Team Turkey. Remember all those pole positions that Sally Jolic was able to take as well in the all-bronze sessions. But the last few races for Racing Team Turkey have just dropped them slightly out of contention. It was not a good result at Motorland Aragon. They were back on track at Spa with a second place, but outside of the top 5 on Friday. And today, the 34 car finishing 4th, just off the podium for Louis Delatraz. What a fight for the lead within Pro-Am, though, and for the championship. We can now confirm at least the provisional final points standings for Algarve Pro Racing, who win by 13 points over today's winners, United Autosports USA, and Panis Racing finishing 3rd, both in the race and in the championship.
Panis may well have run that car out of fuel.
They may well have done.
That car stopped literally on the line coming to Parc Fermé, which for here is going to be on the start-finish straight.
I would be surprised about that, actually, because it's only done 19 laps on the stint, and cars have done a lot more than that. Unfortunately for the 12, and I was right about this, I could see what they were trying to do for Oscar Tunjo, but he went too far and crossed the line. So, well, he is now given the checkered flag, interestingly.
He has been.
But he didn't have it 2 seconds ago.
Has been reported to the stewards for dangerous behaviour as well, with pulling to the edge there. That is a very happy Ollie Jarvis. They did all they could. They needed to win. Jacob Ebery there. Legendary British press photographer, David Lord in the background. Marginally less legendary.
With the cycling helmet on, because he's off for a 20k bike ride after this.
Absolutely. Belying his years.
That's the state of the dive plane on the number 83 car, and everyone in the pit lane is going to have to be very mindful that's a wider car than usual for LMP2, because it could do someone a nasty injury, as a number of cars, a number of personnel are walking up the pit. Is that Ulysses de Pau celebrating as well? And standing right in the way of the 83 car.
For a race that very many thought would never get underway today, that was some finish.
Yeah.
The zebra, dear me.
Well, it's a question for me as to which was the better race of the two. Probably for longevity, the hour and 20 minutes on Friday, marginally better, but as to whether we would even get a race and then for it to end like that, absolutely superb stuff. There's Marino Sato embracing with Oliver Jarvis. Just need Phil Hansen to be part of that trio now to celebrate another victory for them. Again, their results really did start to come later on in the season, but they just left it a little bit too late. That's the 3rd win of the year, actually, after Aragon and last time out on Friday. So a double victory for United Autosports.
Great stuff from the 83 crew. Great stuff from Francois Perrodo and Mathieu Vaxivière. But little doubt, by the way, they needed someone of the talent of Ben Barnicoat to fend off that last gasp show of strength from Cool Racing and from Elte Jacobsen. This crew, Ryan Hardwick, Alessio Picariello, Zach Robichon. Just can't stop winning, can they, really? Perodo, by the way, just cannot stop winning titles. Great stuff.
Terrific performance there from the Proton competition crew, with Ryan Hardwick immediately celebrating with Alessio Picariello and Zachary Robichon. They've had their photographs taken. Of course, the Belgian wasn't in them, though, so they'll have to reset those, reframe them in a moment or two, unless a bit of photoshopping.
Oh, Photoshop be fine,
yeah,
don't worry.
Photoshop Picariello in at a later date.
Apologies for a bit of language you may have heard there, but there's euphoria in play. You might well hear a little bit more before the day is out.
The 12 has been given a result, I notice, so even though, well, for the time being, yes, it's been reported to the stewards, but 35th position overall and 8th in LMP3 for Oscar Tunio, after he caught a spinning Michael Fassbender, who'd been put back in the race, basically just to top up the remaining bit of drive time that the Hollywood star needed to do. And unfortunately, the sorry sight of Oscar Tunio having to walk back to pit road. Too much damage done to the rear left corner of that number 12 Duquesne. They've taken a win this year, but their season ends in a much more terrible state. Well, conversation's still going on down at United Autosports, but to have a double victory, super. I mean, it's all about getting the setup right, I suppose, here at what has proved to be a crucial track because it contains so many potential points.
Well, two of the title winners, race winners today, LMP2 Pro-Am and in GTE. That's what the opposite side of the coin feels like for Oscar Tunio. Yet to see is the number 11 car has not made it back there under the podium yet, has it? So that's whether or not that car has got some struggles to get down pit lane.
So across the gravel will go the 27-year-old Colombian with a long walk home. But let's flip it around to those who are very, very happy with a second win from the weekend and a third of the year now joining Steph Wentworth.
As you can see, I am joined by the winners of this race, the number 22 United Autosport. Huge congratulations to all three of you. Phil, I'm going to come to you first just because you completed the very challenging conditions in the early stint of the race. But and yeah, it was just a very difficult race, long race, but congratulations to you all.
Yeah, thanks. Like you said, it was challenging in the beginning, but I did my job and I was able to pull a decent-sized gap at the beginning, and then yeah, these guys did a great job, Ollie, at the end to hang on in drying conditions on slicks, and you know, all those AFC-Ys and safety cars were making me a bit nervous, but my teammates and United did a great job this weekend. I think the two wins speak volumes for that.
Oh wait, well, congratulations. Enjoy the podium, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Phil Hanson, Ollie Jarvis to the left and Marino Sarta to the right. They'll be straight to the final podium of the year now for the big trophy. Well, not the biggest trophy, sadly, for United Autosports, but they do get another one to add to their collection from here and the Algarve International Circuit. And before we do the podium presentations properly, let's wind the clock back 4 hours or so when we thought this race wouldn't even start. Very, very wet indeed at the Algarve International track for the second European Le Mans Series event of the weekend, round 6 of the season. Umbrellas being turned inside out and so much standing water. According to Rui Andrade of Inter Europol competition, there were rivers at turn 1, there were rivers at turn 3 and turn 4 and turn 8 and turn 15, and it just wasn't going to happen to get the race underway. So we had to sit under red flag for 45 minutes after the attempted start at 2:30. This was 20 past 3 though, and finally we did see the green flag running. Crucially, that meant that 80% of the race could potentially be completed and therefore maximum points be awarded, as Phil Hanson wasted absolutely no time at all, braking later than Paul Lafargue into turn 3 to take the race lead. Also good dicing in the early stages between Duquesne teams René Binder and Manuel Maldonado. An overtake there for Kiffin Simpson on Maldonado as well for Algarve Pro Racing. This a big spin, and Nelson Piquet Jr. left the road by a considerable margin. Thankfully the gravel trap did just about a good enough job in slowing the Brazilian before he made contact with the tyre wall, but surprising that actually the car didn't think about rolling over there as it dug in. Meantime, as we got back up and running again after the recovery necessary for the United car, this was an avoidable incident perhaps. It was actually judged a racing incident as Nat Berton got squeezed between the GMB Motorsport Aston Martin Gustav Berg and the 37 car of Malte Jakobsen. Thankfully, the Frenchman in the middle was able to get up and running again for DKR Engineering. Ollie Jarvis, a real star for United Autosports. We'd had stints from Phil Hansen and his teammate Marino Sato. Jarvis put in for the closing double, each of 40 minutes, and there was a tyre change halfway through as well. But regardless of whether it was drying conditions or bone dry, Jarvis really turning on the style, despite the best efforts of the chasing 28 car of Paul-Luc Chatin. Neil Jarni and the 65 would go side by side as well of Joop van Uitert, and a bit of leaning on one another, but then it got worse. Neil Jarni spinning the Joop van Uitert Panis racing car off the road. Jarni would be penalised for that. He would lose places for Joop van Uitert. Actually, no, he would stay in third position and then come fighting back. The final ever race in Europe for the GTE category that first became part of the European Le Mans Series in 2011, provided terrific action. A big off for Valdemar Eriksson at turn 1, and then as Michael Fassbender rejoined, he spun the car after jumping over the curb, and that would pose huge problems for the number 12 WTM by Rinaldi racing car of Oscar Tunjo. Unfortunately, Tunjo's car would be left stranded out on track. Joop van Uitert in the 65 car dive bombing Alex Lynn into turn 5, but wasn't able to get through, and the 65 car spun as a result. It's a third win of the season for United Autosports though, and Ollie Jarvis zigzagging across the road in celebration past the stricken Oscar Tunjo car. And conversations now have continued behind the podium for the major debrief after quite an afternoon of action in the European Le Mans Series. It's a win for United Autosports USA. They back up their maximum points haul from Friday of this week and the victory at Motorland Aragon after 97 laps. They win by just under 6 seconds over Algarve Pro Racing, this year's champions in LMP2. Panis Racing third in the 65. Also champions in LMP2 Pro-Am and winners today, AF Corsa in the 83 car ahead of Cool Racing. The gap was 0.6 of a second in the end, and that was for the championship, remember, as well as the race victory. A disappointed, I'm sure, Malte Jakobsen, but at least he'll feature on the podium. LMP3 honours go the way of Euro International today. We had a champion in that category on Friday, but Adam Alley and Matthew Richard Bell victorious in car 11, and the win in LMGTE in the final European race for that category goes also to the champions of Proton competition, Ryan Hardwick, Zach Robichon and Alessio Picariello, winning from AF Corsa's 51 car with a brilliant drive in the closing stages from Ulysses de Pau. Rui Aguas, Crichton Lentudis will be on the podium in a moment or two. Julian Andlauer, third for the 77 Proton competition that he shares with Christian Reed and Gianmarco Liverato. 3 cars did not make the finish, all from LMP3. The number 5 RLR after that big crash for Valdemar Eriksson, Ultimate 35, and the Nielsen Racing car, number 7.
Cracker of a day, interrupted only by those 45 minutes under red flag conditions, and we're going to see 2 championship winners on the top steps of their podiums, and we're going to see the other 2 on the second steps, and that's a great way to finish a cracking year of European Le Mans Series racing. European race season drawing to a close, end of all sorts of eras. We've talked about GTE. LMP2 Pro-Am will be back. LMP3 will be back for the final year with the rumbling Nissan engines. But Venuta, I think, is going to be disappointed with this result. I think he felt there was pace enough in the car for him to take this win today. Timo van der Helm and Maldonado. Second place today, Giffen Simpson, with James Allen and Alex Lynn. Controlled run from them all day. But Johnny, you can call home the race winners today.
Well, it's a familiar feeling for United Autosports USA with their number 22 car. A cracking result on Friday. and they've actually won 50% of the races this year. It's just down to their bad luck elsewhere. But it is a win for Marino Sato, Phil Hansen and Ollie Jarvis, and therefore we will hear the national anthem of the United States of America for United Autosports USA.
And we can go for the national anthem of the winning team, United States of America.
So finishing with more wins than Algarve Pro Racing, 3 playing 2, but the key to the 25's championship victory is that they've just been far more consistent, never outside the top 5 in LMP2.
I think I'm right that the United Autosports car did not have another podium other than those wins.
Correct. Yeah, 5th place, the best after the 3 victories, and that was at Spa-Francorchamps. But it was the 6th place finish at Barcelona. It was the 7th place finish in Castellet, which has really done for them. But they only miss out by 13 points, as it turns out. And of course, if it had finished level, then they would have had more wins. But they just needed a few more podiums along the way.
Impressive stuff from all 3 of these teams for the season. They've had good luck, they've had bad luck, they've had great racing. But the pace today with United Autosports, fantastic final stint from Ollie Jarvis. Never looked like he was going to be truly troubled by that once he'd got the wind in his sails. And Algarve Pro Racing raced as you would expect a team racing for a championship to race, fairly conservatively, but ultimately with some real guts at the end there from Alex Lynn. And Panis Racing, what future for them? Looked like that race mattered a lot to Panis Racing.
Yeah. Well, and perhaps the more serious of the part of the weekend was whether the 65 could get pole position yesterday, because that would have been a crucial point. It would still needed to have won today, but watching Olivier Panis almost willing his 65 car through each sector in a so tight and enthralling qualifying session was also as engrossing, I would say. You couldn't really keep your eyes off Panis, but sadly it was disappointment yesterday and further disappointment today. But they do make the podium.
Absolutely. Worthy winners today. Algarve Pro Racing worthy champions this year. And Panis Racing very worthy contenders.
So here are the final points, the provisional LMP2 Teams Trophy points. Algarve Pro Racing, based just up the road from here, finish on 113 from today's winners, United Autosports. So it's Alex Lynn, James Allen and Kiffin Simpson who are the drivers' trophy winners. From Marino Sato, Ollie Jarvis, Phil Hansen, and then the 65 crew, Job van Houten, Manuel Maldonado and Tymon van der Helm. And then 7 points back from that, the Duquesne team crew, which include, amongst others, Neil Jarney, of course. A chance again to catch up with more winning drivers from today. Here's Steph.
I am joined by the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing. Unfortunately, only 2 of the 3 of you, but a huge congratulations to you guys securing that LMP2 championship and the overall championship as well. I'm sure it means the absolute world to you, Alex.
Yeah, no, it's so amazing. I'm just so thankful for my teammates, Kiffin and James, and the team, Algarve Pro Racing. I think all year we've been super strong, and yeah, we closed it out today.
Kiffin, you started off in those very difficult conditions earlier on. Most challenging race of the season so far?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was so slick out there, especially when we did those first sighting laps. And so it was lucky that we were able to let the track get a bit better. And then after that, it was just good racing from there. So just trying to keep it clean and bring home the title.
All right, any plans for the celebrations?
I don't know, I don't think you drink, do you?
No, I
not
don't,
old enough. Can you drink in the Cayman? Okay.
Okay, maybe your first drink. Okay, well, enjoy, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Well, Kiffin got a drink, but it sounds like Alex was planning a few,
I think so.
potentially. So that'll be all right. They probably couldn't suggest the other ideas for this evening's presentation, but they'll be on stage a little later on to receive some very smart trophies indeed. We're now rattling on with the GTE podium, so to the third step, the 77 Proton competition trio, Christian Reed, Gianmarco Liberato, Julian Andlauer. Second place of the 51A, of course, of Ferrari, of Crichton Lentudis, Rui Aguas and Ulysses de Pau. But the title winners are also today's race winners. Clenching the fist there, Ryan Hardwick, joined by Zach Robichon, Alessio Picariello, and their mechanic from Proton competition number 16. This could be the start of a very long and exciting night for Proton competition. Let's hear the national anthem of Germany.
So another title, 4 title wins now for Proton competition in the European Le Mans Series. Best results of the year for the 51 crew. And a 4th place at Spa, their previous high watermark. Christian Reed there falls short of beating Matt Griffin to the honours for the most ever, or he has got the most ever wins in GTE history in the European Le Mans Series alongside Matt Griffin. And somehow, Johnny, it's appropriate that you've got a bronze-ranked gentleman driver and a full pro driver, one from Ferrari and one from Porsche with that honour.
Yeah, nicely balanced, I suppose. Romain Aubry of Total Energies doing the presentation then for the GTE drivers. Big grin from Alessio Picariello. He will have enjoyed that tussle with Ulysses de Pau, fellow Belgian racer. De Pau not able to get through in the end despite his best efforts. Real elbows out racing for the final time in Europe for the GTEs, and we would have had it no other way. Congratulations then to Hardwick, Robichon, Picariello, the final ever GTE champions in the European Le Mans Series, and they end it with a win as well. The champagne sprays here in Portugal.
Bookended with wins, the first round and the final round, 2 second places, Aragon, and of course here on Friday, a 3rd place at Spa and the outlier, a 9th at Le Castellet.
And it's a big championship win in the end. 105 points, plays 82. But a cracking result for Proton competition to seal both the top 2 positions. Iron Lynx had a bit of a nightmare today with their 60 Porsche, also run from the Proton, or with guidance from Proton competition for the Italian outfit. Alessio Picariello, Ryan Hardwick, Zachary Robichon are the champions for this year, beating Christian Reed, Gianmarco Liberato and Julian Andlauer. Claudio Schiavone, Matteo Cairoli and Crisoni finishing 3rd ahead of the 57 car guy Ferrari of Scott Huffaker and his teammate Takeshi Kimura. We'll move swiftly on with the next podium now, but not before we've heard from more drivers with Steph Wentworth.
Okay, here we have the number 16 Proton competition. You guys started off this season with a win, and you are now finishing this season with a win, and also the LMGTE era. Ryan, huge congratulations. I'm sure you enjoyed the season.
Yeah, this was a dream come true. I mean, my first season racing in Europe and racing at this level also, and I knew it was going to be a special year, with it being the final year of GTE, and I've just always tried in my racing career to surround myself with the best people possible. It starts starts with the co-drivers and also the team. And I think I found that, here obviously with Zach and Alessio, I couldn't ask for two, better drivers to be with. I learned so much from both of these guys, and then also the team. I mean, Proton Competition, Chris Reed and Michael and their whole family, they've put their heart and soul into their team for many years, and also with RSR, right? And so, man, I'm not gonna lie, getting that final pole that an RSR will ever get, and then also the final win, and then also the final championship that amazing car is gonna ever receive. Our names are in the history books forever, and it feels quite special.
You guys have a lot to celebrate. Zach, Alessio, congratulations as well. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, very happy indeed with their weekend's work, their season's work, and Ryan Hardwick. It means a lot to him to be carrying all of those archive records back to the United States.
Not quite over though, of course, with Bahrain to come. There is a chance for a pole there for them.
True.
Here we go with LMP2 Pro-Am. Nielsen Racing on the podium, Cool Racing on the podium, but topping the podium, AF Corsa. Ben Barnicoat in the car at the end, fending off young Malte Jakobsen, but it's going to be the joint title win for Mathieu Vasseur and Francois Perraudot, who are in the car through the full season.
Ben Barnicoat, Alessio, and Ben Barnicoat, and the
Mathieu
other two.
Vasseur,
Thank you, Vasseur and Perraudot. Here's the national anthem of Italy. So 3 winners of this race, 2 drivers champions on the top step of the podium because of the rotation between Alessio Rivera and Ben Barnicoat through the course of the year. But Perraudot and Vasseur will be confirmed in a moment as the championship winners, as Pierre Fillon, the president of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, will do the honours this time with the trophies.
Yeah, it's a first ACO Rules title for Mathieu Vasseur. It's a 5th for Francois Perraudot, and it's back-to-back titles at LMP2 Pro-Am, with the WC last year in its final year and the European Le Mans Series this year. Guy just can't stop winning, really, can he? This, by the way, an important part of the makeup of this paddock. Generally speaking here, what you've got are people with the passion and people with the resource to buy the best, and look at the talent we've got on that podium.
Terrific stuff, and we're set for another season of LMP2 Pro-Am as well, so there is space on the grid for those driving combinations that want to include a bronze, and that's great for development as well, and to ensure that we get loads of cars on the grid for next year. Early signs of it is that we're going to be massively oversubscribed for the LMP2 contingent of the ELMS for 2024, but before that there's a big party to be had, and that will start on the podium. It's a 9-point advantage in the championship for Francois Perraudot and Mathieu Vasseur and the AF Corsa crew then, ahead of Cool Racing number 37. Racing Team Turkey finish eventually 3rd, having led for a long portion of the year, and the 24 Nielsen Racing car will finish in 4th. So there's confirmation. Perraudot and Vasseur 9 points clear of Alexandre Coigny, Malte Jakobsen and Nicolas Lapierre. Despite Jakobsen's hard work in the closing stages, he only missed out by 0.6 of a second. Charlie Eastwood, Louis Delatraz, Sally Jolich in the 34 car finished 3rd, ahead of Ben Hanley and Matthias Besch in the 24. More driver interviews from Steph once again.
I am joined by not only the winners of the LMP2 Pro-Am race, but also the overall championship winners. Huge congratulations to all 3 of you. Ben, I know you stepped out for a couple of races, but it surely must feel good to have won the whole thing for the team as well.
Yeah, it's incredible. You know, it's been an amazing year with these 2 guys. Had so much fun, and it's sad that I had to miss a couple of races and don't get to join them in the championship party tonight. But you know, it was still an incredible season, and that was an incredibly tough race at the end there. None of us expected it to be dry. We had a rain set up on the car, so it wasn't easy, but so happy I could get it to first place and deliver the championship for these guys. It's been a special year.
Matt, did you think you would end up here at the beginning of the season? Was this, on the cards?
I mean, we start the season with the title in the head for sure, but not like this. Especially the competition was really high with the 34 and the 37. So no, I'm incredibly proud of all the team. Also my two teammates. To be honest, yeah, okay, he missed some race, but he did the perfect race every time. And my best friend François, I'm so happy to share this championship as well with him, because like it's a good sign for me, and I really appreciate to share this victory with François.
Well, congratulations, François. Congratulations, all of you. Enjoy the celebrations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done to Francois Perrodo, Mathieu Vaxivière and Ben Barnico. Definitely would love to have been there, but he did his job today, and interesting to hear that there was far from the ideal setup on that car in the closing stages. Cool Racing, a chance to really celebrate their championship from Friday that they sealed, and they're going to end up on the podium as well, so even more points. They'd already gathered enough after 5 rounds, so congratulations once again to Adrian Schiller, Marcus Siebert and Alejandro Garcia. But it is a win in the Euro International number 11 car for Matthew Richard Bell and Adam Ali, together with their engineer.
Oh, now that's team owner Antonio Ferrari, grandson of Enzo Ferrari.
Quite right that you correct me. And here's the national anthem of Euro International. And as we hear the final strains of the Italian national anthem for the second time on the podiums, a chance also to mention the finishers in third position in car number 4 with their Duqueine from DKR Engineering, Alexander Bukantsov, Jamie Winslow, and crucially for Pedro Perino, he is from Portugal. He holds a nationality flag for Mozambique as well, but proudly with the Portuguese flag around his neck, taking a podium he will remember for many, many years to come at a home event.
Always a delight when teams can celebrate a championship from the final podium, and happily all 4 of our championship winning teams have been able to do so this evening. Daylight leaving us here at this circuit. Cracking, not quite 4 hours.
No.
3 hours and 15 minutes, can we call it?
3 hours and, yeah, let's call it 15 minutes. And that was always the key, I feel, for Eduardo Freitas and his team to 100%. Try and get some safety car running before that final hour was completed. They did that brilliantly well. It was not a very easy race to actually get underway and get completed. So amazing that we could award full championship points. We knew they did a stellar job in race direction anyway, but even more so after this weekend.
Yeah, great stuff. Challenging conditions, very challenging conditions. Lots of incidents to manage, but they got us back racing. There are the team's trophy points, Johnny.
So it's a 51-point gap, as it turns out, for Cool Racing. They'd sealed it, remember, with a round to spare. Euro International with victory today, though. Now 4 points clear for second position, leaping ahead of the luckless WTM by Rinaldi Racing Crew, car number 12. Into Europol competition, finish 4th after their scary-looking fire on Friday. And Adrian Schiller, Alex Garcia and Marcus Siebert confirmed as holding on to the Cool Racing title then, winning that last year, of course. So it's back-to-back victories for the Swiss squad, ahead of Adam Ali and Matthew Richard Bell. Leo Weiss, Oscar Tunja and Torsten Kratz finishing third. Let's hear from today's winners.
I'm joined by the duo from the number 11 Euro International. I've got Adam and Matthew Richard with me. Huge congratulations on winning that final race of the season. I'm sure it must mean a huge deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time coming. We wanted it so bad. It looked like we were going to get a win on the Friday race, but Starter Motor sort of cocked that plan up. So I'm really happy. It was a difficult race as well. We were being wet. I can't believe it dried out. So no, chuffed.
Absolutely incredible way to close out the season, Adam.
Yeah, it was tough conditions for the car. We didn't expect it to get wet, so it seemed like a lot of the other teams as well were having trouble at the end of the session. So yeah, I was happy I was able to bring the car back, and Matt gave me a good enough gap to actually get the car to the end in P1.
All right, well, huge congratulations. Enjoy, you guys.
Thank you.
Good run from Adam Ali. Excellent run from Matthew Bell. Really did put that one to the sword at the very start of that race. Party is already underway in the rotunda there.
So yes, a first win of the season for the 11 crew and a second podium, but it's been really quite a year with the movement of round 2 from Imola to here in Portimão to present the grand season finale at the Algarve International Circuit. There were so many questions ahead of the weekend, but from an officiating point of view, from a planning point of view, it all has proven to be a great success, Graham Goodwin.
To everybody watching at home, thank you for joining us. To everybody who's competed, thank you for being part of this show, and congratulations to all of our winners and champions.
Thank you to Steph Wentworth for all her hard work in her debut season with the European Le Mans Series. We've kept you company and hopefully kept you informed and entertained along the way. From Graham Goodwin at dailysportscar.com, and from me, Johnny Palmer, have a great winter. Looking forward to April already next year for ELMS 2024.